Welcome back to the LCK. We missed y'all. We hope that you missed us as we had a little bit of an international break. More championships, more hardware coming the way of the LCK, and we're excited to get into rounds number 3, 4, and 5 as we get closer and closer to Worlds. I'm Degon here, joined by the fantastic duo of Wox, which of course is Daniel Ox Harrison and Mr. Kim Bae-in Wadid. Welcome, guys. It feels like I haven't seen you forever. Okay, I've seen you, Ox. I've seen you. Wadid, how are you?
What do you mean? Oh, yeah. I've been playing tennis and some solo queue because Yunara got rebuilt. I mean, one of the best AD carry, you know. I really like to play the champion. And also, new skins is going to come out, so I love to play League. So.
All right. Well, let's take a look at what happened over the international break as, yes, it was Gen G able to do it. Back-to-back MSI champions joining only RNG and T1 as the only team to defend their title during the mid-season invitational.
Yeah, I mean, a huge achievement, and I feel like Gen G have taken their domestic success and just started to spread it across the globe. And, you know, it was a hard-fought MSI. We saw a lot of series go to 5 games. The finals as well, up against T1, Gen G able to clutch out the MSI championship. Huge achievement for them.
Yeah, alongside the achievement, I really like their the plan for the international tournament. I think it's really important to adapt on the meta after the game because the meta is changing every single game. So you have to change your draft, change your plans in game. But I feel like Gen G, they always find a way to play against the teams that they have so many good flex picks on the top, like Aurora. I really like the idea on the support as well. We could see Pyke last pick in the game 5 as well. But I think Gen G kind of proved themselves in the international tournament. I think it means a lot.
Well, I think they proved themselves when they won MSI. And then they won EWC as well, just to really hammer the point home. In case you weren't sure that they were the best team in the world, they really had to make it clear to everyone.
Yeah, it wasn't just a great run of form. It was showing that their class is permanent, back-to-back MSIs, and then holding it down for the LCK over at the Esports World Cup in a kind of almost a reverse sweep 5-game series. They're able to hold off anyone's legends there.
Yeah, and now with that is 7 international tournaments in a row for the LCK, which is just crazy, this era we now have. Gen G really putting the form forwards and helping deliver some huge results for the LCK.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, dating back to 2023 is the last time that an international title was not held by the LCK, which is a nice reminder for all of you at home.
When LCK is stepping in the building, everybody hands go up. And they spit it out, and they spit it out, and they spit it up, down, up, down, up, down, up.
That's right. All we do is win here in the LCK. We know you love it. That's why you watch it. It's great to see Gen G holding down the legacy of the LCK and moving forward, achieving the achievements that this team is possible with. Speaking of up and down, let's take a look who's moved on up here at the rosters of the LCK.
CV Max is back?
CV Max is back!
In DK?
In D+.
Oh my god.
He is in the building.
Holy moly. Is Chronicler happy with it?
We haven't checked in with Chronicler yet, but it's okay. Also, Duke is here. You know, the bros are attempting to bring in a world championship coach to lead them to a world championship. I've never seen this one before.
How do you feel about this as a bro fan?
You know what? Duke seems like a Giga Chad name there. So very excited for that one.
Yeah, indeed, indeed.
So the bros looking for a new leader to lead them to the glory.
Got the red hair, not the green hair though. Degon, you know?
Oh, again?
You know,
getting around.
I gotta wait till the fade
again.
As we take a look at the standings, a reminder for everyone how things went over in the LCK for rounds 1 and 2. It was the undefeated season for Gen G, and their records will carry on over, which means on the opposite side for the DN Automotive Freaks, they need to start collecting some wins here as we now split it into groups here, Legend and Rise.
Yeah, I think that's the thing is that they're already at a 4-win deficit in the Rise group. Not a good place to be starting off for DNF, so wins super important for them. Need to really hit the ground running. Whereas in the Legend group, Gen G obviously have that huge advantage off the bat.
Now, just for those of you that noticed early on, it's kind of weird how things worked out by the writers if you break it down alphabetically. We had the Legends and Rise group already written out. BFX, Bro, DK, DNF, DRX, that's all in one group. And then if you go further down alphabetically, they were all in the Legends group.
Okay, yeah.
All right.
Good, you know.
But we're not done there yet. We don't only have great writers, the writers have artistic ability. Because if you take a look at the K-Beauty Color Theory ranking of everyone, hot versus cold, you start with the blues and you move a little bit closer towards the yellow, right? You start with the cool into the warm. That's the Rise group. But if you go from warm to hot colors, spicy colors, you end with spicy Nongshim Red Force.
So is it scripted?
I think this worked better when we had the B&K direction, when they had the black icon. I think that was for the hot cold, you know. Now they're kind of the outlier.
Yeah.
On the bottom side.
Yeah, I mean, look at those the colors as well. We knew exactly what we were doing.
That's crazy.
So what we're saying is Atlas is a Legend group and Wolf is a Rise group.
All right.
Yeah, I'm just. That's what I'm seeing.
No
No judgment. I'm just, you know.
All right, just a reminder, 4 rounds 3 through 5, the rest of the year here in the LCK. The 1st through 4th place teams will get themselves a bye in the playoffs. Again, our qualifier for Worlds and, of course, to get our singular title for the LCK. 5th place will play 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of the Rise group, and 4th through 5th, their season will end at the end of August as we take a look at this LCK calendar. When we break it down here, not a lot of matches for these teams to change their fate.
Yeah, I feel like if you're in the Legend group, you have to think about every single match is so crucial because you're going to play against either Genji or HLE, like T1. They are the internationally strong teams. Like every week is just so rough. But also, if you're in the Rise group, you have to do something. Otherwise, you're already out. You already saw that the DNF and DRX is on the bottom group. If they lose one more games, I feel like they have no chance at all.
That's the thing is, even if you perform badly in the Legend group, you're still at minimum going to make it into play-ins, whereas the bottom 2 teams in the Rise group, you could just be out. So it means that getting the early wins is going to be super important. You don't have much time to do it. Having a good read on the meta, bouncing back from a rough round 1 and round 2, especially looking at teams like DNF, it's really important.
Yeah, love the fact that with this group setup, every match matters, but now DN Automotive Freaks, they just don't have a lot of room for error here, as only, I think, 12 matches remain per team here. It'll be 4 matches every 2 weeks, 4 matches per round. All right, now speaking of matches in the side selection form, you know, round 3 and 4, you get the home and away, so each team will get their home and away match. However, for round 5, you won't be able to get a home and away versus every team. So you'll get 2 teams that you're the home team for in side selection, 2 teams that you're away for that where you won't get side selection. So overall, it equals out how many times you played home and away. But for that round 5, that last round robin, it is randomly selected. So the LCK will randomly select who has the home and who has the away here.
Yeah, ultimately, as balanced as you can make it, it does mean there's some random element to it when it comes to that round 5 and just how it is. But obviously with odd numbers, one team has to have that extra advantage when it comes to head-to-head.
I'm not sure if blue side is still really good because the meta is going to get changed as well because we have the new patch note as well. So I feel like we just need to see if the blue side is still OP or you can bring more ideas on the red side.
All right, let's take a look at the standout players here at the LCK with the player of the match standings. And what a surprise, the MVP of MSI has been great all year long. Chovy gapping the opposition as he normally does. 400 palm points ahead of Zeus. You had Owner there as well, and BDD. Don't forget, the rise of BDD. That was like the last thing that we saw there with KT. Now time for some prediction standings, which hasn't been so great for me. It was good, but you know what? All that matters is pretty good for Chronicler. You know, we did as well. We did. How's it feel, man?
I mean, I gambled a lot for this week because everything got changed. I'm not sure the teams are still same, you know. Maybe they changed their play styles, so I think it's going to be rough. I think it's really hard to keep my standings here.
Yeah, this is a great week to catch on up. Well, didn't I have some interesting ones? As we take a look at the patch notes, how things have changed the last time that we played here. We are now on 25.14. Of course, the year and which patch we're on 14 here. Azir buffed, LCK champ.
I think in the international tournament we've seen a lot of Azir first pick. I think we thought Talia was most OP champion, but I think at the end of the tournament, I think more teams are picking Azir over Talia, and now it got buffed as well. So why not? I think it's for sure you have to ban it from the red side.
It's time, Ox. Ziggs has been buffed.
And it's not even a small buff as well. They buffed the AP ratios on his Q and his E. One of the things with Ziggs is like his AP ratios and his Q and his E are kind of low. We're kind of low. And it meant his builds kind of lent more towards things. You know, you had like Void Staff was a higher priority, Leandrius, which has a low amount of AP, because he had high base damages, low ratios. They made his Q, it used to have a 65% ratio. Now when it's maxed, it's 80. His E has gone from 30% to 45 when it's maxed. So basically, you can just build a ton of AP now. Items like Ludens, Rabadon's is a much higher priority. And if you hit a Q on a squishy target in the late game, you'll just explode them. If you think about how a lot of pro teams are playing Ziggs,
All right.
you'd see them building these like nuke backline builds, right?
All right, Ox.
No, let me talk.
So we have Fizz and Fiora and Darius and Briar as well, guys.
Let me speak.
In the fearless draft,
My
we could
patch.
see
Let me
Fizz as
speak
well.
with it.
I'm really interested.
This is my patch.
No, we have Fizz and Fiora and Briar and Darius
No
as
one
well.
cares about Fizz, man. This is Ziggs patch.
And those nerfs.
We spent all that time on Ziggs because multiple different champions that have been in the meta have been nerfed. Braum, Lee Sin, and Twisted Fate all sync by. We've seen Zoe as a pocket pick as well in the mid lane when we go late into fearless drafting. Set and Yasuo getting knocked down as well. Also a change to Kled, and this one we're not 100% sure how this is gonna go.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's valuable to put some effort in the Clad, you know, for the fearless draft. I think it's one of the champions that top laners are not used to play it. So I feel like I'm not sure. I still feel like I couldn't see the stats of the Clad. So we're gonna see in the game 3 or game 5.
A lot of changes, especially to 80 carry items. You know, Blithering King got a little bit of a buff with the higher percentage HP. Well, that obviously benefits melees who build that, which is more so than the 80 carries at the moment. Kraken Slayer buffed, which is nice, especially because I feel like shutting tanks has been a little bit difficult with 80 carry itemization. PD got a buff as well, which was needed. I feel like the Rod of Ages change isn't that relevant because it was just a mana buff, but Haunting Guys, we used to see a lot of mages like Victor would go double Haunting Guys early. No longer allowed, one at a time. Chovy was a big proponent of that. He was one of the first players to do it, so Chovy nerfed.
Yeah, and they're really trying to nerf the Unsealed Spellbook. The reason why the Smite got nerfed is because of the setup. I think if you have 2 Smites, you don't have to set up for your objective. You just do it and get the objective. I think it was just so simple, so that's why they nerfed the damage. I'm not sure the Guardian buff is relevant because they want to like have it more for the range champions, but it feels like it's kind of nerfed for the melees.
I did just see bounties from farming
decreased.
Decreased. Guys, Chovy just won 2 internationals. And they're reducing the bounties from farming. Do you guys know the final game from EWC played TF? And he had like a mega lead just from farming, and we're decreasing bounties from farming.
Yeah, well, speaking of TF, it's time for...
It's back.
Get out of the way! Degon's Fact of the Week. Hailing from Newcastle, and obviously very excited with the Ziggs buffs, it's Daniel Ox Harrison!
I am known to like Ziggs.
And very excited after G2's moderate performance at an international event, it's Kimbe and Wadid!
We're the best. G2 Esports is the best.
Maybe 4th best.
Maybe 4th best. All right. I don't know if that's going to help you in this one. All right. We've got a little bit of history here. At MSI 2024, what was Kallista's win rate? Because Kallista's win rate at MSI this year was a big fat 0.
Oh.
And
so
still
how close do we have to be? Like, do we have to be exactly on the money?
It's just whoever's close.
So I feel like
this is whoever's close.
it got permabanned, and it was only like 1 or 2 times played, and I think it should be like 100%.
All right.
100% win rate. I think that's the reason why you
Don't be cheap. Don't be cheap. Make a real guess, Dan. Don't
I'll
price
go
it right.
with 80%.
Okay.
I think it's either 0 or 100.
All right.
I'm pretty sure.
Okay, either way. What? Dan would have been closer. It was 51%. It was pretty much equal. It was the most played champ. I think maybe the second most played champ in 2024. And 26 to 25. So now, Twisted Fate was also in the top 10 selected and played.
Oh.
I'm so bad at
What
it.
was the win rate for Twisted Fate? I cannot believe it got 0 win rate.
So I'm going to go with...
No, you go second. Dan, you go
All right.
first.
63%.
63%. What's yours?
20.
20%. What the heck? Did Dan cheat? That's the question. Here's the answer.
Whoa!
66%. What? Oh my God.
There's no way.
How did you get that right?
It just came to me. It's Zig's patch. It's my meta, you know?
So I just thought this was so interesting because it was picked so many times and the win rate was so abysmal compared to what it was last time, which was, okay, this one's clearly busted, and the other one was pretty equal, especially to Callisto. All right. Great job, Daniel X. Harrison, the winner of Degon's Fact of the Week.
What's my prize?
We'll discuss it later. We'll figure out whatever you want later. All right. Week 10's matchup, it all starts with D plus Kia versus the GigaChat Bros. Then it's the Battle of the Champions, the first stand champ against the MSI champ, Gen.G versus Hanwha Life Esports. And Ox, you've picked T1 versus Gen.G, the LCK Team Roadshow as yours.
Yeah, this matchup sometimes a bit slept on. You know, we don't see it too often. Only every finals, it feels like forever. MSI finals, you know, but T1 Gen.G, it's always a banger. It's always a banger. It's the Roadshow as well, so you know it's going to deliver, and I know T1 is looking for revenge in this matchup. Wanted to break that undefeated series streak that Gen.G still hold. Will they hold it when it gets to Friday? We don't know. We'll see today. But if they do, T1 will want to be the ones to break it.
Watch on.
Yeah, don't forget, they are fighting for their life. DNF and DRX, they are two bottom teams on the Rise group. And if they lose this matchup, I can't really see them in the playoffs.
All right, here's our predictions, and am I really? Okay, when we get to the second bro game, we get some Giga Chads. But otherwise, I'm the only one picking T1 at the homestand. I'm the only one picking the Giga Chats today. So just deal with it. Let's go, bro. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Guys, do you know what?
Yeah,
I think
there we go.
Degon forgot to bring his jersey from Lolpak. So the bro jersey was here for 2 months. He's fake bro fan.
No, real bro fan. I was wearing it when it matters during game day.
No. You left here for 2 months.
Speaking of real fans, if you want the opportunity to win yourself a Polaroid from our friends over at Udi Bank by selecting who is going to be the Gold King. Of course, the Gold King is the player that earns the most average gold the week before. Download the Udi Bank Gold King, or download the Udi Bank app, select who you think is going to be the Gold King, and you may have the opportunity to get the signed Polaroid. Also, our regular season Twitch subs continue. You can get all your favorite gifts like Wig, or Lus, or Jisum Please, or Wadida-Chad, or Oxus. You can get all that plus, there's the Wadida-Chad. You can get that plus Brendan Valdez's brand new favorite emote that you see on your screen right there, the Garen Pingu. All that and more. Subscribe. The money goes to the Global Esports Fund, which then supports the teams within the LoL esports ecosystem. Dan?
Yeah, Global Esports Fund, which spells GEF.
Yes.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Okay, is there a second part to that?
Gef.
No?
Is that all?
My name GEF.
All right, thank you, Geff Harrison. It's time to get into the games. We've missed you so much, but round 3 is on the way. D plus Kia versus the Giga Chad Bros as we start our Legend and Rise group action.
Makes makes me stronger.
화이팅! 힐 좋아! 보내주십시오. 화이팅! 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. We are back after international tournaments all over the place, Wolf. We haven't worked on a League of Legends broadcast in days, in hours.
It
has
like
been absolutely insane.
Almost 2 days, right?
I know. I can't believe it. So glad that we are back. And also glad that we're on a new patch as well, because we've been on the last one for quite some time.
Yeah, I don't know how this new patch is really going to impact things, especially considering the big change, the big buff, the one that everyone's talking about is the Azir buff. When he was already permanently picked and banned, it was often B1 if he's ever left open. So we'll see if things change. I'm looking forward to Yunara, but she's disabled, so we'll see that in a few weeks.
Yeah.
I don't know if she'll be played in Pro either, but I'm curious to see if some pros have some ideas about how she's going to be played. But honestly, more than patch, I'm just glad to be back in the LCK. We had our international representatives, right? We had Hanwha Life even get to play at EWC. But I haven't seen D+ Kia in a really long time. I haven't seen Bro in a really long time. I'm glad to be playing here domestically again.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, there is no league like the LCK, and we are back with some absolute bangers. Having a look here, starting off, of course, with Bro versus DK. This matchup has been a lot of different things over the years, but often it's surprising, and we'll see whether the Bros can give Digon that upset that he's been looking for, because of course they have, managed to beat them quite recently.
Yeah, you see big changing of the coaching staff for both of these squads as well,
Yeah.
right? CVMAX coming through. CVMAX is not becoming the head coach, but he's just now part of the coaching staff, whereas Duke has replaced Edgar straight up. Duke, of course, coming from Ninjas in Pajamas. That was his last coaching role. He spent about 4 months on the team there in the LPL. But otherwise, he's a relatively green coach, right? He doesn't have a ton of coaching experience despite having a ton of pro experience as a world champion. So a big change for Bro, who have not had a new coach, have not had any Edgar coach basically throughout the entire org. Like, he joined in 2020 when they were Breon Blade, and has been here ever since. So in the middle of a season, it's a big change. D+ Kia, on the other hand, Atlas, I don't know if you've been hearing the rumblings, but right now every team is saying this team is the Scrim monster. They are crushing Scrims.
All right, so it's
excellent.
the same since 2018. Good to know. As DK, we'll have to see exactly what's going to happen when it's not a Scrim environment. And in fact, the Scrim Bucks not worth too much when you look at the squad called DK. I've been burnt by them many times before. One thing that they do have, though, are amazing scarves.
Yeah.
And Duke played under Coach Kim, the most successful coach that we have right now, back-to-back MSI champion. Like, within a week, managed to win 2 international titles, which ain't too bad at all. And Duke, of course, in 2018, when he did become a world champion, was playing under him on IG. So kind of cute that that is the case. Plus, as far as Giga Chads are concerned, right, when it comes to being called Duke, it makes a lot of sense, right? You know, because you have Lord Morgan. He's already a Duke. You don't even need to add anything to the front of his name. He's just a Giga Chad straight out of the box.
Degon just gets to call him Duke. He doesn't even have to add a bro moniker thing.
He probably will, though, and it'll be frustrating, but it's absolutely fine. Closer, kill participation well and truly up there, and Showmaker has had a rough year.
He really has. You can look at some of these stats here. KP, he's still important for the team. He's top 3 there. Closer number 1 in terms of round 1 and 2. But the laning stats here for Showmaker leave a lot to be desired. You know, those are stats that you could see from any average mid laner, but Showmaker's no average mid laner, right? He is a world champion. He is one of our 3, mid icons here at the LCK. It was often just Faker, Chovy, and Showmaker. We had that intro where they looked at each other in the triangle. They've been the big 3. But now, BDD has kind of taken his spot, right? It is.
I mean, he is big and 3 letters.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
Showmaker and the shot calling of D+, when we last saw this team, when they were barely knocked by KT into that Rise group, a lot of fans are worried, a lot of fans are depressed because the rest of the year for this team, they're playing with teams like Bro, they're not playing with T1, they're not playing with Hanwha Life, they're not playing with Gen G. It felt like D+, the org deserved better, but they just couldn't earn it. And Bro, on the other hand, looked hungry. They were definitely on the rise towards the end of the second round there. So on paper, if you look back in time, you're like, man, maybe Bro's favored here, actually. But with the rumors of how D+ is looking in scrims and with the new coaching staff, as well as how well we know D+ preps in downtime, how great they are often on a new patch, I give them a pretty big edge here in this first series. I'll let them burn me once.
Yeah.
If they lose here, that's it. But I'll give them the edge tonight.
Yeah, you basically just have only limited lives when it comes to predicting DK, and then you just kind of want to throw that whole idea away. I do need to shout out to Chronicle in the chat there, calling out Juke, which I hope never happens again. So that's your one warning, much like the predding for DK situation there, Chronicle. You are skating on thin ice.
I really am most curious about how the draft will change, because a lot of people credit or discredit Edgar's drafting for some of the weird drafts we saw for Bro that really just didn't work out. And now that he's gone, we'll get a little bit more of an idea of whether that was player-based, the drafting that we were seeing, or if it was Edgar pushing them down that direction. Some of the picks we talked about, like Morgan not being able to play Jace when it was extremely relevant, maybe we'll see him open up a wider champion pool. Maybe they'll take more risks with Duke at the helm here. That is a question that I hope gets answered a little bit this week. It's still early days, of course, but this is a completely different look, as CVMAX will still be on the stage here with the D+ coaching staff.
Yep, CVMAX and Bengi both chilling out on the side of DK, and there is Duke making his debut here for the Bros. And let's see whether he can use some of that regal prowess. I don't think Morgan needed to get more powerful, and we brought another top laner over onto the team. It's actually kind of insane. Maybe Morgan will be completely unlocked, and he kind of needs to be, because she has been absolutely amazing. Even though he's had some of the downs, right? He's a rookie. And we've seen his highs, man. This guy is so good at the video game. Now it is time for us to dive into the draft for game number 1.
You and I have been hyper-focused on MSI and EWC, as some of our teams, obviously, that were there were. But the other teams, like D+, Bro, all of our domestic teams that didn't travel, have spent the last few weeks getting ready here domestically for what is a new patch. So their read is obviously going to be massively advanced from the read that you and I have from landing yesterday.
Yeah,
returning to Korea. So I'm curious to see if things will really change massively here, or if it's going to be a little bit more of the same, with picks like Vi being unchanged on the patch, but still incredibly easy to execute. The Azir incredibly strong still. The Pantheon that really rose up massively towards the end of MSI and at EWC is another big look. And the Varus, that was the king of AD carry, will be taken away from Hype here at the outset.
All right, so not looking like there's too many changes just yet. We'll see whether the Ziggs gets a look in, as of course Orcs did tell us that his buffs are ridiculous, and they are. I mean, a 50% AP ratio buff on his Hextech Minefield doesn't sound balanced to me. No. That's going from 30% to 45 is just really dumb. Anyway, we've got the Yone going to be taken away next, and there is the Trundle ban as well. Xiu can be playing some tanks a little bit more comfortably, and of course, Croco is just a fantastic Trundle player, so just taking it away makes a bunch of sense.
Looks like Showmaker's Azir to me, Atlas, here in this
I mean, they buffed Azir. Why did they even need to do that? It's never mind, Gwen. It's Xiu, so sometimes you just got to pick Gwen.
The Rumble is open. as a potential response to this, though, so a fairly risky pick. Same to be true of the Taliyah into the Azir. And Closer's Taliyah is amazing. We saw it to great success in rounds 1 and 2. It's one of his best picks, if not his best pick, I think, of the year so far. And I've been saying it, you know, it's already round 3, day 1, but I'm like, it's the year of Closer. It's Closer's best year. Anyway, the Gwen will come through. It feels like the best answer here should be a Rumble, but we have seen Ambessa attempted by players like Morgan in the matchup. We've even seen Jax return to play quite significantly recently. But they're looking for the Wukong initially here. Lock that one in. With a lot of jungle bans, it does make sense.
It does. Croco cycling through a bunch of stuff. We'll see whether they do decide to lock in their answer to the Gwen already. She does deal with tanks quite effectively, so it's not as easy as just pick Sion and be happy, because of course the Trundle was already banned on the side of DK. But we'll see where he wants to go. I mean, the Renekton's up. It's a possibility here to pair alongside the Wukong. But I don't know whether it's going to be a Draven, especially when it's Hype playing instead of Bull. And there is the Aurora. And this is likely going top lane as well. We've seen it become a big favorite against the Gwen.
Yeah, I think it is going to be going top lane. Like the Rumble, it's a good matchup into the Gwen. You know, Rumble is able to duel into the Gwen with his Flame Spitter really well, but Aurora just kind of spaces the Gwen out and makes it really difficult for the Gwen to trade or get Qs off with the weirding. As soon as you see the Gwen go in, you just push yourself away, trade aggressively, whether you're going Electrocute or the Grasp. As Showmaker looking for the Taliyah lock-in here, which is pretty flexible, will be kind of a tougher matchup if the Aurora happens to be flex mid. Again, unlikely, but it's a lot of power with the side lane of this Gwen. The Gwen gets big, she pushes hard, and then the Taliyah supports that with Weaver's Wall.
Yep, and you also kind of deny the Azir just a little bit as well, so you're going to be picking that instead of having to play into the inevitable Taliyah. As what is Lucid going to be playing here? As the Poppy looks to be the consideration. Man, it is the anti-dash.
It's really good into the Wukong, you know? The Taliyah plus Poppy makes it difficult for Croco to engage the way he wants to in this draft. And if he ends up getting caught, the Gwen will just shred him to pieces in a team fight. Might even just duel him on a flank if he's looking for the big wraparound. This is a really interesting call now in terms of what they're going to pick here. Going to reveal that location of the Aurora as we already expected. It's just going to be Closer's Ahri here.
Have you ever just looked at, like, you're not allowed to dash on the enemy team and picked a champion whose kit revolves around an ultimate that requires you to dash?
I'm a little bit concerned about it too, because the power of Taliyah into Ahri is insane, because if you are able to react correctly and predict the dash, you can just punish that go forward. Yes, with your rocks, but also with just a shove. You put yourself in harm's way. So very risky draft here for Bro at the beginning of it, but it has a lot of explosive power and a lot of engage opportunities if you can circumvent the Poppy. Yeah, maybe if there's just so many dashes, she can only stop one and someone's going to get through.
I guess. And of course, Ahri in the lane is actually decent into the Taliyah. We have been seeing it all year long, but seeing Poppy and Taliyah together, I just wouldn't want to pick Ahri, but maybe that's just
I mean, Azir also dashes, but he can also just kind of stand there and wail on you, so
that would be, that sounds okay. As they're not going to be taken away, it looks like supports are going to be the focus here for the next round, as both teams needing to lock away their bottom lanes. And the Alistar is going to be the next one to go. Rel stocks through the roof right now, especially when it's Polo and Beryl that are on either side of the rift.
I feel like Jinx is really good here for Bro. I know I'm kind of the guy who says Jinx early. I'm the wolf that cried Jinx. But it feels really strong with their comp because they have a lot of pick potential. There's a lot of upfront burst with this Aurora. So I wonder if they're going to consider a lane like that and can go for support first and keep it a little bit open-ended. As Kai'Sa is going to ultimately ban, and I thought it would be the Rel too, so maybe they just take that now instead.
Yeah, I would expect that that is something that they'd be looking at. Could be a Poppy in the bottom lane for that reason, right? You can interrupt a bit of what Rel wants to do, and can actually, you know, give you some options for some funny business. Lucid could go towards something a little bit more aggressive, perhaps like a Lee Sin or a Viego.
You could even go Sejuani with this Gwen pick if you wanted to swap the Poppy into support.
Yeah, true. Although Lucid on a tank, do we want that?
I don't know if we want it, but it is going to be an Ezreal lock-in here for Hype rather than something like that Jinx. Just a little bit safer and kind of just avoid the shove. That's the main thing. It's going to be very difficult to push this Ezreal into a wall, although we have seen it before.
Yep.
And now here for D plus Kia, what's the answer? Kalista has been everyone's least favorite right now. I don't think we'll be seeing that. Caitlyn has fallen out of favor quite a bit. So it might just be with no Varus here. Sivir, because of the wave clear that it's going to provide.
This is a Gold King champion right
It
here.
certainly is, as everybody wants to hover Nunu. I don't know where this started. Someone's going to have to catch me up.
Well, it's probably not going to be picked, although Beryl is hovering it.
But it's been like hovered. It was hovered like all through EWC. It was hovered.
He could actually lock it right now and
I
just
mean,
play Poppy in the support role. You never really know. Beryl is just going to hold on to that for the moment, and we'll see what he does decide to lock away, because Rel is looking pretty strong.
Karma or Bard feels like the best to me.
Oh, it's double ulti in the bottom lane. I actually kind of like this. AoE speed up and AoE speed up paired together. This is an old lane that we used to see many years ago.
Now I think you have to have some sort of range support here. You already have great engage with the Wukong and the Ahri. So maybe it's just going to have to be the Bard I was talking about matching this. Otherwise, I think you just get hard pushed and you never control mid lane, and then Ahri can never find angles. You already are so desperate to find angles around the dash. Nico, another range support that is often banned, and we very rarely saw it get be available this deep in a draft, so it kind of slipped my mind, but a little bit tough to pull off with this composition. But if you catch someone with that root from Nico, and then the charm comes through, the Wukong engage, you get a good Pop Blossom angle. It is very strong, but it's hard to get access with this Poppy, with this Taliyah. And I feel like what D+'s draft has is a ton of side lane power and wave clear. Like, are you ever going to be able to get to an objective first against this comp that just constantly clears waves and threatens your sides and then can protect its sides with that Taliyah? That's my biggest problem here with how Bro's going to have to approach 5v5 team fights.
Yeah, I feel like the setup for DK is absolutely fantastic. I think once you're in the thick of things, Bro's composition team fights extraordinarily well, right? Like AoE, CC, absolutely everywhere. Like Cyclone and Pop Blossom by themselves is probably enough. But then there's, you know, Aurora making zones of death for the team. So it is going to be a great comp for Bro if they can actually make it to those 5v5s, but it's getting there that sounds so incredibly difficult, especially when you're dealing with a Poppy that's booping you away. Like, you're trying to go for a lot of these engages, but if, say, you're charging a Pop Blossom and then Poppy says goodbye, then you're probably going to lose that 4v5.
Yeah. I think people really do underestimate how limited your engage is when you can't see where the enemy champions are. You know, we could talk for days about what this comp could do, but when it can't actually find the angles, it does very little.
Yeah, but we'll just have to see how it does go. I think DK coming into this, I guess it's not really the next season, but our next round of LCK looking pretty good in the draft.
미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Onto the Rift for game number 1, DK versus Bro. I almost talked over the fan chants because it's been that long, Wolf. And thankfully, I caught myself. We managed to hear the cheers, and now we're onto the Rift.
Isn't this like the first match 91 in LCK history?
That's what it feels like.
Because we always just end at 90 and start over in summer split.
Yeah, true. There we go.
Wow.
Oh, man, we are officially in uncharted territory.
History has been made, Atlas.
Who knows what's going to happen now? Actually, it's probably going to be 92 next. It's probably where we're going to get. That's going to be coming up later on. But we don't know. Maybe it's not. Because, like you say, we have never seen what comes after 90. Sorry, after 91.
That's right.
Yeah, after 90, it was 91. We can confirm that, but only for the first time today.
Just happened. All right. It's so good to be back at the LCK.
Oh,
we get to take off our international caster pressure.
Oh, wait. The tiebreaker. G-Sun just let us know.
Yeah, but the tiebreaker is not match 91, right? It's just its own match in itself. I think it's just called tiebreaker. It doesn't
so that was
actually
still kind of a. Oh yeah, I guess it's not a first time because we've had many tiebreakers in the past. So this is officially uncharted territory now. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, the tiebreaker would have been the 91st match, but it's not match 91.
Yeah. Okay. I'm glad that we cleared that up.
Yeah. No. Just I mean, everybody needs to know.
Yeah. All right, well, this is exactly what this lane is going to do. Aiming and Beryl are going to consistently push, hype, and follow underneath the turret until they lane swap. That is what's going to happen. It's likely that Aiming and Beryl will be able to have first move on that swap at the same time, and so it will be all about maintaining tempo around the map here for DK and creating some control. You can see here, though, Closer actually laning pretty aggressively, but that's a great trade back here for Showmaker, standing his ground. Get it?
Yeah.
It's Taliyah. And we'll be able to even things out quite nicely.
And Closer does get that electrocute to proc and ends up getting the better of the trade, arguably, there. But you said it ends up being a pretty nice snapback for the side of Showmaker. As we'll see where Lucid ends up making his first move. He is pathing towards the top side of the map right now. We're in the early laning phase. That is where the pressure is going to be for Morgan. And same, of course, to be true of Krako. A little bit less impact on the Wukong, though. 3-6. Yep. And I mean, Sivir, this is what she does. She does a lot of damage in the late game when she ricochets into people and also just auto-attacks them in general. But in the lane, even in these early levels, she just kills minions and she kills them fast.
Certainly does. And I mean, it's not a comp from Bro that is really all that Sivirable. Sivir really likes it when everything's extraordinarily low range and likes to do a bit of a death ball. This Bro composition is pretty maneuverable, right? Like you're able to get around Spirit Rush, Arcane Shift, all these sorts of things. So you're not going to be sharing pixels all that much.
But you're not going to get snared or charmed because you're going to spell shield it in every scenario. So, and as we learned at EWC, you know, it works against Bard's ult as well. So maybe that's why they decided to go for the Nico instead.
Yeah, could be the opportunity. As of course, Pop Blossom, a very big cooldown for Denial as well with that spell shield. You only have one though. There is, you know, the theory that what you do when someone has a spell shield is you just bring way too much.
Yeah, the Wukong is the big problem.
Interrupters. Okay, Beryl. The heal is going to come on out here as aiming will soak a Mystic Shot, but now it's his turn to take a bunch of damage. And the Mystic Shot they're missing is going to spell the end of it. But Beryl, let's start a little slow, shall we?
Beryl is going to try to guarantee
never mind.
back.
I'm never going to talk to him ever again. As that's a lie.
It ends up being just a trade of heals. I think it's really important that Bro stop that back, because if they get away with the back, then it literally doesn't mean anything for Beryl. Even though it's a trade of summoners, it's a huge win for Bro, because now they could desync these backs and even force Lucid to hang around here.
Yeah, he's actually looking for a bit of an angle as aiming will avoid a little bit here. Is sped up as the Karma makes their way back in. There's a heroic charge, probably taking a little bit of damage, but it's not exactly the gank Lucid was looking for. So they are going to be able to make it out. It's the cost of only a heal here in the bottom lane.
So much jungle pressure forced just by, you know, Beryl getting rooted and then him trying to back and Bro looking for the interrupt and Lucid coming over here to try to stop them. And then Krako's like, well, maybe if they over-index into this, then I can get something done. But ends up just being they both back, and it's a CS lead still here for aiming. Heals down for supports, but could have been a little bit more disastrous there.
Yeah.
Beryl still walks it off, so we'll give it to him this time. We'll allow it.
Yeah, this is, it's not end of the world, not exactly the greatest way to start, but it's fine. We're clutching at straws because, you know, there's a 200 gold lead here at 5.5 minutes. No one's really pulling ahead really anywhere. As you can see, top side of the map, no, I tell a lie. Morgan is doing a really good job against Xiu, but range versus melee and lane bully versus Gwen. That is likely to go this way. We have seen it become the real good matchup here for the Aurora into the Gwen. And
That's
it takes a
nice
bunch of damage, exactly. That's so annoying, right? Beryl just walks in, helps take half the health bar of Closer, and then walks away.
Yeah, it's kind of the Ox gank that Ox talks about all the time, where it's super annoying. You're not going to kill me, but you are going to ruin my life and make me have to back without
basically gank their feelings instead of their champion.
Yeah, I mean, look at where Closer is now. He's just going to try to Foxfire his way back to lane as fast as possible as Alu.
Okay, yeah, Beryl's taking Polly for a walk. That is going to be a snare, but otherwise not too much more. I feel like Jonas Strong made us more excited about that moment than it had any right to be.
Yeah,
I appreciate the drama.
I was looking at like Closer's mana to see if he was actually Foxfiring, so I got caught off guard by the pan.
I like it.
This ends up being a relatively quiet early game, right? We had the trade of heals. Morgan was winning the top lane, right? Which is as you're supposed to do, especially with all the jungle attention bottom side there. There's no relief or pressure for Xiu. He just is going to get bullied here. Small lane lead for the side of Closer, but that mid lane has been so incredibly close between those two. And it's really the first team fight we're waiting for to see where things start to eventuate, especially with the, you know, pre-6 Nico and a Karma. There's not a lot of hard engage. There's not a whole lot of, I'm going to force a fight right before Dragon. I'm going to try to use some pressure. We're just kind of chilling. And it's a bro game, so it makes sense.
It is definitely feeling a bit bro and brewy. I'm really getting that vibe from it so far. And it's making me feel like we've come home, you know?
Yeah.
Exactly what we wanted. Did you get some good sleep last night?
I
we
really
were
did.
off a plane yesterday morning.
I did. My wife took care of the baby last night for me, so I could get enough sleep to come here.
What a hero!
Yep, they're the true heroes, the wives. So I'm cool. I got to see my daughter. Was really happy about that, and I'm back here now in the thick of things. So I'm glad I got enough sleep to not let bro, you know, do me in.
Yeah. I think we're both very lucky. I survived until 10 p.m. and then I slept until 7. And it was like, it was perfect. Maybe I will retain like an adult sleep schedule for at least 4 days. I'm really looking forward to it. As Croco and Hype doing some damage here to this Dragon, they will be able to take that one down without a contest. Looks like the Grubs might be the option here for DK, as they do have aiming and barrel towards his top side. And yeah, Morgan gonna have less fun against the Karma Sivir than he was against the Gwen.
Yeah, and you know, now that we're all grouped up topside here, Croco needs to rush in because he's the main part of this fight here for Bro. Without him, they just can't do it. They're so split. Showmaker gonna zone. Yeah, not a great target for Croco here.
Well, Lucid is just going to Steadfast Presence his way up. Beryl is tanking a whole lot. True Shot Barrage going to soften him up there as well, but he is going to survive. Aiming wanted to use his spell shield there, but the True Shot Barrage doesn't quite clip him. As here on the bottom side of the map, Shiu might be able to do something here to Hype, who did just press his R button, but it's not really going to allow him to kill an Ezreal, especially when Hype is playing so safe. So Grubs traded for the Dragon.
You know when you have a feeling,
yes,
it can be backed up by facts immediately, so you feel really good about it.
Oh,
I can confidently say, and I had this feeling, and I started to stat it out on my brain. This is the longest first blood in round 3.
Oh my god!
And it's 9 minutes in. We had a really close little group up there where it looked like, oh, maybe Croco's going to engage, but it's just a 2-for-1 Grubs exchange, no commitment, no fight.
Do you know what's also crazy? It's also the shortest first blood that we've ever had.
Well, not yet.
Well, it's going to be. Unless it never happens, in which case...
That's what I'm saying. It could
longest first
0-0.
blood might be in game 2.
It would be the lowest kills ever in an LCK game.
Wait, if we didn't have a first blood in this game, like if no one killed anyone, right, and the Nexus just exploded, would you then count this entire game in the calculation for first blood for the next game?
Would you? So you're saying like add the game time to game 2?
Yeah.
I wouldn't, because I would just say there was no first blood.
Oh, that's a bit of a shame.
It would be fun, and you could do it for science, and it would be accurate, but I feel like it wouldn't be accurate for Game 2's first blood because it's a different game. Sorry to ruin your fun on that.
Wait, so, but it could be for series first
Yes,
blood.
no, 100%. It would probably be the longest ever, yeah.
So we could have like a 70-minute series first blood. If there's no first blood in this game, and it's like a 35-minute game, and then you got a 37-minute game with first blood at 36 minutes. Oh my god, be incredible.
The longest
1-minute first blood.
The latest first blood of all time, just to put this in perspective, is 38 minutes and 59 seconds.
So LCK.
Generic Green Wings against Kingzone.
Yeah.
You knew Jenner would be in there. And Bro's in here, the spiritual successor.
It's funny as well because, of course, Kingzone became DRX and Sivermax was on that team as well, and now he's over with DK. There are some vibes.
That's all good.
Shiu going aggressive here as Morgan is going to bounce to the other side of his circle, but the flash forward will get the flash out. Needlework almost kills him, but it's not quite enough, as I don't know about that one, Showmaker. He is just dead, and the dream of the 70-minute first blood dies with Showmaker.
I do think that when you look at how Showmaker moved there, it was kind of reasonable to expect that with all the pressure onto Hype, that Closer would have been rotating down with Croco to try to relieve that pressure. Showmaker didn't have vision. He just kind of face checked there. It was a pretty tricky move from Bro to go, instead of saving Hype, we'll just trap Showmaker, who's going to look for a Weaver's Wall play, and Hype should be able to get out of here.
That Arcane Shift was fantastic as aiming. Boomerang Blade comes out. Polo with the heal. Will catch up though. And they are zoning, so this is still going to be a valuable gank. They're going to be taking some of these plates as well. Beryl getting to work on that turret there towards the bottom side, but unable to answer that first blood.
So the idea here for Showmaker is, look, they're hiding because all the Hype's on pressure. They know that the pressure is on Hype. They know this. Showmaker wants to set up a Weaver's Wall play. Wants to go over here. He's like trying to rotate over. It looks a little bit worse the second time I watch it than it was in the first. But still, I think Showmaker's idea is they probably won't be there. They're probably trying to help their Ezreal. But they set a trap for him. So even though Hype ends up losing a lot of farm there and does end up losing heal as well for his support, they end up getting the kills. A nice trap from Bro.
Really nicely played. And the Bros kind of need this to happen, right? This composition skirmishes so well in the mid-game. Getting that leg up as far as the tempo of the game is concerned is really going to be important. And mid-lane control, paramount here for this composition. You said year of the closer. It's looking like that is continuing here as Shiu does need to be a little bit careful. We are aware that there is a cheeky monkey in that top brush. But he's not going to be overextending or anything like that.
Shiu has just evolved so much since his Challenger days. I mean, it's only been half a year, right? But like, I think Challenger Shiu looks for a trade there and dies.
Well, Beryl is also looking to die here as he doesn't get hit by one of those Mystic shots, and that is going to keep him alive. Beryl has certainly been playing some fast and loose League of Legends here, as maybe I'm just not used to it. It's been a while since we've casted Beryl. I just need to get back into the swing of it, where he goes as close to dying as possible in every possible scenario. But yeah, just it's not something that you really get used to. As now Showmaker is looking to die again, does use the flash this time. Great charm from Closer, and that will confirm it. Kill is stolen there by Polo, so maybe some infighting on the side of Bro. We'll see whether they can hold themselves together.
It's going to be huge, though, because the Drake is up. It's an Infernal Drake, and Bro already have the first Dragon of the game here. Croco did not have to use his Cyclone, so I think they should be pretty comfortable to start this up. Morgan.
Yeah, going a bit aggressive here as the circle is going to get Shiu out of there scot-free. And snip, snip. Not going to be too much here as the needlework actually hitting, and Morgan missing a bunch of buttons here under Shiu. Is this just a solo kill? It is! Morgan couldn't get anyway, didn't have his flash!
It's not the first set of abilities Morgan's missed in this lane phase we've watched. Just looking a little bit uncomfortable on this Aurora pick, but ultimately it's going to be a huge win here for Shiu on the top side. That's going to be a plate, at least one plate going over. They have 2 grubs here, so might be able to stick it for 2, knowing everyone else was just bottom side here. So this Gwen going to get some value. Doesn't greed for 2, but we'll get the 1 at least.
That is a disaster, actually. It's really opened a huge hole as Closer here, closing in on Showmaker.
There's so much vision for Bro, by the way, all over the map, and I think there's plays like this that are powered by that. Showmaker goes very greedy here in his punish, and then, yeah, Morgan, in this situation here, wants to duel, gets the full Q out of Shiu. Shiu then dodges his weird and gets on top of him, stacks another Q here, and Morgan just struggling to avoid anything there. Could have backed away, but didn't have flash. Very awkward, as Showmaker is going to at least get a turret down here on the bottom side. This game's still relatively even. It feels like a bit of errors, though, on both sides.
I would agree. I think Showmaker certainly getting targeted, but as a Talia, you do have a fair bit of utility regardless, right? You're going to be used for your anti-dash and your wall and all that sort of cool stuff.
Agree.
The Gwen, if you stay behind, will just not really do very much as this game goes on. So it is a fantastic thing here for DK that Shiu gets that advantage. So DK still probably very happy with this position in the game, especially with that first brick now going down. They grab themselves the gold lead once again, and things are looking to be back on track. But you can see the Bros, they are set up for the feats of warfare in 1 kill, and the others for the objectives, the feats of objectives, as I believe Captain Flowers coined it. We need a real one for that, but we haven't quite figured it out yet.
Teleport for Morgan is coming up right now, and he is going to be able to deal with Showmaker here. And Bro are set up to, if they can get the right engage here, look for a contest of this objective. As, you know, this is the big problem, right? This is what we talked about in draft, is Sivir can just clear these waves instantly, and then it's like, oh, you had Prio, that was nice and all, but now catch this wave and it's mine. I'm taking it away from you. And we will see a bit of a reset there. Croco actually going to take it back. So it doesn't look like the Herald fight is going to commence as quickly as it seems.
Yeah, we do have Poppy making her way back. There's a Shirelia's done here for Beryl, so he's got the Mantrid Inspire on the hunt and Shirelia's to get out of dodge. Beryl might actually be somewhat safe in this game, at least from this moment on. And that is certainly good news.
He's got a heal for an additional speed up as well.
Oh my goodness. Okay, it's ridiculous. He is going to be booking it all the way around the Rift all the time. All we need now is Cloud Soul and some Mountain Souls.
Why didn't Beryl go for Phase Rush in this game? Come on.
That's actually a really good point, Wolf. I'm not entirely sure.
We know the answer, but I just want to ask the question.
I mean, celestial bodies tend to move relatively quickly, you know, due to the fact that, you know, space doesn't have, like, gravity or air resistance and stuff like that. So, theoretically, a comet sounds fast.
Yeah.
But that's okay. He doesn't need the Phase Rush.
Well, we're still
hit enough things.
Still grouped here, and Bro didn't make the call to try to hard engage. They just kept dropping wards in this pit. That this control ward that's been here for a while for D+ is just going to keep eating up. And Closer can't get in here. I think that just simply might be the Herald take. If aiming rotates up, he's going to clear this wave. And Bro, I mean, they need some sort of flash engage from Palu or something. And Croco looks like he's conceded the point entirely. Although D+ don't know that, so they do back away as more and more Bro wards get dropped into that control ward pit.
Yeah, that is where wards go to die, ladies and gentlemen. It's sort of like the elephant graveyard from The Lion King. Sheer here towards the top side, just defending against Closer this time around. The reason why I think DK backed away was that Morgan did manage to make it back to base with his teleport off cooldown, so they didn't want to give him an opportunity to make a play, get back into this game. As the Lord has been farming well, if you compare him against Shiu, but otherwise has been struggling just a little bit to get value out of this Aurora. And once again, they're going to be starting off this Rift Herald. Dragon going to be up in just under a minute's time.
Decent value on that true shot here for hype, but it alone is not going to be enough to contest. Cryo for Closer means they're looking for an angle. Croco also unseen, so D+ don't know where he is, and he's trying to catch Showmaker. Weaver's Wall too late.
Yep, Cyclone is going to interrupt it, but I don't know whether Croco is going to be able to do enough by himself. Seismic Shove, not going to get him. Showmaker looking to at least make sure that the monkey wasn't wrapping around yet again. Lucid will take that as the opportunity to take this Rift Herald, though, and he will lose his red buff for it.
You can see Croco is just like, well, I guess I'll get red. I needed that kill to be worth it because 100% they're getting the Herald now because Croco was hidden for so long, D+ couldn't take it, but now that he shows, they're just simply going to get it now. Morgan is pushing this turret down in the bottom side. It will take a little bit of time to get it. It's going to get a TP here out of Showmaker. I think the only way they could have got Showmaker there is a Morgan, Pac-Man with his ult really fast there, but I think Showmaker still gets out. Might have been forced to flash, but at the end of the day, it's a huge win for D+ because they get Herald. They're going to get mid, and maybe Showmaker gets out with flash.
Does manage to flash over the wall, and Morgan does hit some buttons. We'll see whether Showmaker's going to survive. I think a Q might be enough. The auto needs to be there, and there it is. Croco going to have to flash, though, to avoid dying to the turret.
From Shiu, though, they're going to try to punish, and it's too late.
Yeah, teleport is going to be able to get Morgan out of there, so he teleports all the way back to base. Not going to be able to make it down for any sort of dragon fight, though, as the Charm is going to connect there onto Beryl. Remember, the movement speed? Well, yeah, he presses a bunch of those buttons, and he will be able to get himself out. The heal and the Shirelias being the two main ones. As Hype in this mid lane will now be able to answer that outer turret that fell just earlier on. And I thought that DK would actually be able to use this to get a dragon.
Yeah, but
as it turns out, it's not going to work.
Yeah, they have to spend so much on Closer.
Never mind, that is the heroic charge. And Closer will just get cut down aiming. Grabs his first of the game.
That might be enough Cryo to get the dragon.
Yeah, that'll get there. And that will also be feats of strength.
Yeah, it will be. That's the final one here to go over. As Warfare is not enough for Bro. They got two Drakes, couldn't get the Herald, couldn't get this third Dragon, so that will be D+ securing this. Very close game, though, because at the outset, it looked like, okay, they got Herald, they got a turret, but Bro also got a turret. They basically got bottom turret. They got that kill on a Showmaker. It started to feel like Bro had actually traded up here, or unsuccessful, as Showmaker a little bit greedy on this one, survives the initial gank, but obviously, there's just too much damage to take him out here. Even with Morgan tanking the turret, they juggled it actually really well. Croco didn't need to flash there, but didn't know necessarily people were coming back down, so wants to keep that health. Closer gets punished, though, in return, and that should be the first Drake of the game going over to D+. But man, if Bro had gotten that third one, it would have felt real rough. Mountain Soul point early in the game.
Yeah, that would have been nuts. Bro would have been well and truly set up at that point. This time around, though, it is DK starting their mountain stacking. And a quad mountain with a Gwen on your team doesn't sound like something that I'd really want to deal with, not to mention the Poppy as well, that is going to be nigh unkillable more than she already is. So a very scary prospect if DK can retain control of that Dragon Pit, but still great for the Bros to be able to pick up those first two Drakes and make sure that DK is as far away from Seoul as possible. 21 minutes into this game now and a 500 gold lead, something like that. It is time to talk about like who has the better 50-minute composition, you know, Wolf?
Yeah, I would argue, okay, we're going to have a bit of a scuffle over this Gromp.
Yep, it's going to be a denial of Croco to be able to escape as well. Still doesn't have that flash back as there's the ulti onto two. Croco just wondering where he wants to put his Cyclone, finds the double knockup out of the bottom lane and will be able to make his way out. And Morgan will survive as well, but DK putting on a lot of pressure. Shiu dancing underneath this turret will be able to demolish it and get another one on the board here for DK.
Another win here for D+. Croco with some nice movement there does survive, but barely surviving and then losing a turret topside is not really a success story, I think, for Bro. And the Sivir, who's just been able to constantly clear, is starting to become quite large. I was going to say, I argue that the situation is way better for D+ in this game. Even if you look at like the fact that both mid turrets are gone, both outers, you could say, oh, that's really good for Bro because they've got an Ahri Wukong comp. Maybe they could wrap around. You're never going to wrap around. You're never going to have vision. You're never going to have that prio because guess what? Sivir exists. And now there's no mid turret to even catch her wave, so somebody always has to be there. And Ezreal is never going to be able to match that. So even though it's a trade of mid turrets, I think this is massively in favor of D+. Just gives them so much more map control. And look at the vision they have with it as well, with the tempo they picked up after that fight where they got closer. They're just not going to let it go. In fact, they've got their eyes towards a potential Otacon start.
Yeah, they could be able to grab that because like you were saying, control of waves, something that they've been able to do. Still, many teams have lost the game at the Otacon pit.
Yeah,
so I like them playing a little bit more reserved.
They do have teleport for Shu, who's unanswered in the side, and they are starting to now group up here. So maybe with that Sivir damage, they could actually start it. But instead, just playing around the fact that there's no vision for Bro on Otacon, and that they could be doing it to get that extra map control.
Yep, Lucid, you're just going to tank a True Shot Barrage for fun. And aiming, look at this. Look at this gameplay. Kills the control ward and the wave at the same time. Feels amazing. And Bro now going to be able to move down and will be able to get some answering vision as the control ward will be replaced to deny Closer the money. Charm comes in. Lucid, I don't know, not sure about this one, but he does survive for a while before getting put down. There's the flash forward from Closer, and it's a great spell shield from aiming to keep him alive, but still feels like the damage is kind of being done.
There's no jungler for D+ now. I mean, the damage here is not massive for the composition of Bro. It is an Ahri comp, but she's got Leandri's. I think they could still start this up and look for a turn. And in fact, with the push that you're seeing in mid, it looks like D+ are just going to trade this for inner. And they also have that Gwen on the top side. Someone needs to defend. It's going to be Morgan.
Yep, it's going to be an ulti used just to demolish the wave and do some damage here to aiming. As there it is, Otacon will be taken down here by the Bros.
And you know, you have the vision control. You can look for turns. You can play around that vision, but being where Lucid was is just not allowed, unfortunately. Atlas, like, Bro, we're like, oh, we don't have any vision, but for some reason there's a Poppy out here. That doesn't make sense, and they're definitely not on the Otacon, so I guess we'll just take the free kill.
They also just watched the ward go down.
This is the one, and like you said, they saw the ward. And this is the one place where D+ doesn't have any vision, is in this tri-brush, and there's no one outside of Morgan's Aurora showing on the map. So aiming loses his flash. His spell shield is fantastic, but that's a huge win for Bro as well. And still relatively close game. I like the position here for D+, but Bro, kind of getting away with murder there.
Yep, fighting back. And Otacon is so incredibly strong as well, and will only make them stronger as this game goes on. This buff is pretty nuts, so could be an avenue back in. We already mentioned how good they are in these team fights and skirmishes. That's if they can deal with the Poppy problem. And, you know, Talia making it impossible for, you know, half the team composition to use their abilities, that sort of thing. But still, DK, their composition is about controlling map states and things like that, right? It's about the setup, not the actual execution of a fight. So if there ever is an honest 5v5, Bro should be feeling real good.
Yeah, Bro finally kind of get that honest setup here because they had enough control. They can actually look to start this dragon and look for a turn. Paulo in perfect position for a flash Pop Blossom.
Well, there's the Cyclone as ulti comes on through. That gets rid of the Ahri. That could be a big deal, actually, as the clone will be dealt with. And Morgan going hyper-aggressive. A lot of damage here as Lucid trying to make his way out of shoes, flashing forward. Morgan will be taken out. The Gwen is a menace, but will be eliminated. And the Bros pretty happy with how this has gone so far. A lot on cooldown on the side of D+. They only have a wall and a dream right now.
Yeah, and that was the one time Bro had prio. The one time the Sivir didn't just rip them away, force them to defend. And unfortunately, Paulo just isn't able to close the gap. It's the Wukong engage here first for Kroko, but doesn't hit all the targets they're looking for. The ult still goes off for Lucid. Paulo really hits nothing of value with his ultimate, and that's the combo they were looking for. This allows, with the overchase here, for Shiu to come in and just delete Morgan, and he does so much damage that the fight here, unfortunately, now unplayable for Hype, who shifts in and has to promptly flash out on the Ezreal. And we go again.
Yep, we are just back into the same game state. Teleports up for both top laners, and so we re-enter the Thunderdome once again.
But that was now the prio's gone. You know, now the engage angles here for Bro are gone, and this is where the fights get so much tougher.
Yeah, the setup is pretty good here for DK, as we can see. Control vision all over the place. Even the dragon going on a little bit of a wander here, which we like to see. Shape Splitter will be able to get a bit of vision here for Paulo. And we are yelling Oba a lot, but otherwise not too much more as DK will start off this dragon.
Now Paulo doesn't have flash, so they're not worried about it. They're not concerned about that Pop Blossom re-engage.
In fact, no one has flash on the side of Bro. Lucid does have his, though, as the Weaver's Wall comes on down. A little knockback there onto Hypers. It was almost a 50-50, but not able to get over that wall. And DK just lock him out and take it down.
That's the kind of shot calling I think it's been missing for Bros.
Here we go. Cyclone comes in. We'll need another one, though, if he wants to knock up aiming. And now he's just getting kited, put on a leash, and taken down. Not something you're supposed to do, I think, with monkeys, but that is fine. DK will be able to just take down the jungler and Croco. A bit of desperation there in that play.
This Gwen just getting tankier and tankier. That's a nice try with the trinket, but not enough damage, I don't think, even necessarily to get the kill there, but it is avoided by both. Good reactions on the side of D+. But I misspoke. I meant to say this is the kind of shot calling was missing for D+, not Bro, at the end of round 2. Look at how careful they play this. They leave nothing to chance. Shiu has the wraparound angle if there's a heavy commitment in, and when that commitment comes, everyone on D+ is already split. Lucid's got the ult here on the cross, and following up on Croco's engage is just not possible. It's literally impossible. D+ are like, I know everything that your comp does, and I'm not going to allow any single entry point. And Croco gets desperate there, as Bro are just starting to feel like, okay, this game is very clearly washing away from us. We're losing control super fast. We have to go for a desperate engage. Maybe we'll catch them on split backs, but they certainly did not.
And I'm not entirely sure whether, I'm pretty sure Wukong's Q blocks, takes down Spell Shield. And if that is the case, then the Spell Shield timing from aiming was unbelievable.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure it was...
It does take away the Spell Shield.
Yeah, so it was Q into ult. And so aiming managed to get it right in that split second before the Cyclone goes off. That was pretty impressive. So you can see why Croco would go for that skill check play, because if he does get the knock up onto aiming, then they're likely to be able to kill him. But because they didn't, they weren't. And then it was kind of over from there.
Yeah, this is a really rough spot for Bro now. And like you look at the gold, it's all on aiming, which we've never seen that before. He's also only has 1 kill in this game. You know, wait and see how much gold he has. Maybe if he ends up racking up 4 or 5 more. It is looking like it might be that kind of game.
Yeah, and we're in uncharted territory, Wolf, as far as like we've never seen a game 91 before. But even in this uncharted territory, I think we know who the Gold King's going to be. It's just how it kind of goes.
That is how it is currently going, as he has 40 CS over Hype in this game. The Sivir, to me, was the big crux of this composition for D+, because it just allows them to do so much with this Gwen side pressure. They already have the Talia that is the glue that links all this together.
And you were talking about the Sivir being just parked in the mid lane, clearing waves over and over, and he built a Bloodthirster as if to just, like, lean into that even more, making sure that even if he takes a couple of casual Mystic shots, it won't mean anything.
The cool thing about running a Karma comp, or one of the best things about shoring up the weakness of the Karma comp is like, yeah, you don't have great engage with that, but you can just say, I don't really care because I always get to sit defensively in vision and brushes, and you have to engage into me because I have Sivir clear. Like, watch it happen. It's just, once again, aiming is like, oh, you had a minion wave there. That was cute. It's gone now.
Yep. And if you can guarantee tempo, you don't need engage.
Right? Oh, exactly. So that's a great way to say, like, we have a Karma lane that doesn't need the engage. Oh, Croco!
Speaking of engage, the wall is going to come in there. Showmaker turning up as they're looking to defend the president, and they are going to be able to do so. Never mind, Morgan, the Lord, will be able to take down the Sivir, but Shiu finds the backline. Look at these low health bars as Hype just barely out of the way of that threaded volley, but it's Lucid that slams him into the wall and takes him down, and they'll grab a monkey as well. DK still coming out on top.
Yeah, still coming out on top here and potentially looking to start this Baron. Shiu is on 3 items on this
Level
Gwen.
17 Gwen.
Yeah, I think that, we lost our AD carry, but we're really not that concerned about it, especially with an Aurora that's ultless is really the only contest. Closer showing insides, and they know they can get this. A cool attempt there for Bro, and I think the best fight they were ever going to get in that situation. Mission accomplished in terms of killing the Sivir, but there is just too much damage in this top laner. Is this wraparound with Croco and Closer is super cool. It's one of the only ways you're ever going to find an angle against this insane wave clear in mid, and they are able to take aiming out with Morgan just on the cusp of this. Goes back through his ult and gets him down. Can't quite catch Barrel, but they have to go so deep that Shiu does massive damage. You can't play keep away with the Gwen when you're in melee range of a turret. And now Shiu is just like, I do damage to champions, I do damage to Barons.
And now you've got an Infinity Edge on aiming as well, so it's kind of like a good luck scenario. And if DK had like any of their speed up abilities, as Aiming was trying to escape Morgan, then it could have just been like a 0 for 2 and then free Baron. It could have been even worse here for the Bros.
Right. You're absolutely right about that. If he lives and then he turns around.
Oh my god.
It's
well, now, I mean,
it's
still about the same level of awful, but it feels a little bit less bad when at least you get something back. As the Mountain Drake has spawned, that'll be Mountain Soul Point here for DK. The quad stack of Mountains might be on the table if they don't just end the game beforehand. Oh god, Shiu does a lot of damage to these turrets. Needlessly large rod now completed. Beginnings of the 4th item. Could be either a Zhonya's or a Death Cap. I think when you go for the rod first, it feels like it's a little bit more Death Cappy. Because otherwise, I think you build an arm guard.
Yeah, I think in this game, you can't build an arm guard because you can't afford it. You know, you're not in a situation to where you can actually look for a big play. You just need damage. You need to buy time. You need to clear waves. And this wave is not cleared, and this turret is cleared by Shiu.
Yep, he is going to be able to break open the base here for the first time as the inhibitor will follow.
One more try.
Oh god, the Hail Mary, the Lord is coming in, and the helicopter is just going to stop. That is an immediate landing as, okay, there was a flank angle, but now they just decide to go in. Shiu is going to fall though, and now the circle is put down, and Morgan is bouncing around and looking for the opportunities here as Hype free hitting, but the threaded volley is going to buy the space that DK need. 50 seconds now though on Shiu, and this dragon is up. Oh, the seismic shove is good onto Morgan, and these health bars are getting lower and lower. It is another little spin here.
Akko
for Lucid.
still has Cyclone. D+ really need to be careful about the retreat angle here. They're trying to figure out where this Wukong is so they can try to get their backs off here. Looks like Bro are just going to concede the kills and look for the Drake instead. Will be Soul Point for them.
Yeah, picking that one up. There's the double tap on the Boomerang. Can we get rid of the jungle? It went down to 43 health. That's kind of insane, but that is Soul Point for the Bros as Showmaker surfing over, looking for an angle, and this position is awkward. Seismic Shove doesn't quite find the mark, but Heroic Charge, that one definitely does, and now Showmaker can throw rocks all around the Bro Glass house, and they will be able to take down 3 in the first salvo. Hype now running the wrong direction, and Closer, there ain't no way you're getting out of this one, says Lucid, and this may just have been the last attempt from the Bros. The old Dragon for Nexus trade to come through.
I have to give it to the Bros. Both of those flank attempts were way better than I think in most cases they would have, but it still just isn't enough. Some creative problem solving, but ultimately D+ are just too big. Showmaker has the TP back in. They have the Sivril, and they clean up house. D+ bouncing back here in round 3 was the most disappointing end to a spring season. It's not spring season, right, but to the end pre-MSI that this org has ever had. Not a extremely dominant game over Bro here, but a great draft and amazing play from the rookie in Shiu, who just controlled so many of these fights. If his Gwen doesn't pop off the same way, if his angles aren't as good, I think Bro absolutely could have taken this game.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. And you know what's really funny? You say it was a disappointing end. They're technically on a 3-win streak because the tiebreaker doesn't count. And so we're actually looking at them possibly moving to a 4 streak in a row. That just shows how bad things were in the middle of the round last time out for DK, and how competitive it is towards the top 6 here in the league. Just barely missing out of that legend group did DK. Showmaker actually doing max damage in this game, only being topped there by Hype, throwing Mystic Shots into a Bloodthirster shield the entire game long, and that doesn't really amount to too much. So really well played here by DK in their debut game, their very first match 91 that we have ever had. We're going to go to a short break. When we get back to Space, going to break that one down. We'll see what these teams have for us in game number 2.
아리 공 돈다. 아리 공 돌아.
공 쓸게.
날려도 돼.
이제 날리.
돌았어.
못 날렸다. 살짝만 봐, 살짝만.
나 내가 봤어? 내가 볼게 이거. 천천히 진만 끊어도 나 끝낼 수 있어.
오오오오.
진만 끊어도 끝나.
오오오.
확인.
힘만 끊으면 끝난데.
확인.
하나 쉴드 있어.
천천히 하세요.
나왔어. 나 이거 볼게.
아리.
아, 맞다. 끝났네.
쉴드 있어.
바텀 가면 끝나.
하나 쉴드 3초. 잡은 것 같아. 쉴드 있어.
여기야.
쉴드.
여기야.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the LCK as we had the honor of watching the greatest game of League of Legends in round 3 between Bro and D+. As a Bro fan,
Really selling that one, Digon.
I sold it.
Solid ultimate.
Yeah, like we have to sell something as a Bro fan after that one. Nightmares of Nico ults. Digon here alongside Ox and Wadid to break that last game down. A slow and maybe kind of concise start. And then not so good.
I mean, still, I really like their playstyle, you know. They know how to play around the map. I think back in the day, Bro, they went for the fight for no reason. But now, finally, they find out some objectives in the map. And they played really well until the 3rd Drake.
Yeah, I think still execution needs to be decided. They're in the Rise group, right? I feel like part of being in the Rise group is we're going to see games like this. There's going to be a little bit more execution. It needs to step up a bit. But yeah, we definitely had some mishaps in this one.
Yeah, I like being able to talk about this because this is what the next 3 rounds are going to be like. Is it execution or is it game plan issues that are plaguing these teams in the Rise group?
Yes.
And Ox says yes as we take a look at our first example of it here at 18 minutes. Down on the bottom side of the map.
So yeah, they're ahead in Drakes. They already secured the 2 Drakes. So this is the timing where the 3rd Drake spawned here. And the reason why Wukong is here is to cut Talia and secure the 3rd Drake. So they can be ahead in Drake by 3-0, which means that you have huge advantage in the map and rotation. But instead of that, this jungler, this monkey, went for Raptors, which is illegal.
Yeah, I think greedy a little bit, saw the opportunity for the kill, ends up going for the Raptors. And now with the Ariel down, with the fact that Wukong's overstayed a good amount, they end up moving away from the dragon and giving it up. And this would have been their 3rd dragon of the game. Ari also ends up getting caught out. And with that, I just feel like after getting that pick onto Talia, the focus really should have been securing the 3rd dragon. Mountain Soul would have been such a huge boon. And the fact that you had that proactive, positive play, and the end result is you get a pick in return for the other side and you lose dragon, just such a big disaster.
Yeah, the reason why it feels so bad is because they played so well until that point. You know, they secured the 2 Drakes and they also got the Talia on the bot side. So it was just so perfect timing for the 3rd Drake. If they got it, they have the opportunity to just get some gold on the top side, or they fight for 4th Drake and they could secure the win against DK. But that happened.
Yeah, I was asking you guys earlier. They clearly get outscaled by D+, but the tempo was on the side of Bro.
Exactly.
Croco gets a little greedy, and then they lose that Drake. Then it's hard to get the next couple of Drakes. Again, we'll just skip past all the Nico ults and go here where there's a decent pick here by Bro.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, this is one where the execution doesn't come through because this engage is actually okay from Croco, but especially onto a target like a Sivir with summoners, the layering has to be there. Because the charm doesn't come through in time, so much more has to be committed to kill the Sivir. And yes, eventually they do get aiming, but by the time aiming goes down, so much has been burned, so many members have dove forwards that the payback comes in swiftly from D+.
Well, I have to point this out. I think Polu, he played worse than Nico ever. Like, I feel like his Nico ult should just hit some targets, but I feel like every single his ultimate didn't make any opportunity for Bro, and I think that was just so crucial. They had the moment where they could just finish the game, but his Nico didn't make enough of opportunity for the team.
Yeah, again, decent job by D+ from matadoring them around the map and getting the point where they could scale, but this is the type of position that Bro wants to be in, where they can get the win. They even after Croco skips past those Raptors and then it forces them to lose the Drake, they were still in position for those other opportunities around Drake, and it was just missed ult after missed ult here.
And I think, you know, D+ narrowly just ended up creeping into the Rise group, and expectation is going to be a gap between them and the other teams there. And a lot of the games, I feel like they have to kind of make big mistakes for the teams to beat them, but it feels like if they just let the other team trip up, they'll be able to collect these wins. So I just really hope Bro sharpen up, because D+ are not some unstoppable machine that can't be taken down. They are likely going to be the strongest team in the Rise group, but Bro are definitely capable. We saw moments of that in this game, but just needs to be sharper, needs to be cleaner, and just a bit more thought about the setup for some of these plays.
I like that you bring that up because this is a good reminder of the group system where you just got to be top 3 in your group. Bro, they're in position to do that up against the D plus Kia, but D plus Kia, they're trying to prove that they were supposed to be in Legend and close it on out. Will they be able to do so? 1-0 D plus against the Bros. Let's send it back on over to the casters for game 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 1. Yes, a little bit Rise groupy, you could say, here in game number 1. But DK need to win a best of 3 in Fearless mode. And the first time we saw a big ticket one of these, you were there with me, Wolf. It was the Kesper Cup. We remember the result of that one, right? Can we call back? Can we harken back to, you know, a time where the roster was a little bit different? They had a very different coach, but they won.
I mean, for me, this game came down to, I mean, the desk highlighted it really well, the call to skip Drake and, you know, look for more there on the map and look for the outer turret and mid and stuff like that. But the composition could not have been more different, right? It's like the push lanes and have prio versus the hard engage comp. And Bro were always going to be hindered by that if they didn't have control, and they lost it there, and that was the end of the game, right? But otherwise, you know, outside of some disasters from Palu and Morgan, these teams look incredibly close in terms of their individual performances. So maybe with just a better draft here on blue side for Bro, this could go the distance.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing whether the Bros can find something. They do have blue side as well, which has, you know, historically this year been quite strong. And so we'll see how they can utilize the first pick here, as Morgan looking quizzical as they look to lock in their first ban. Of course, reminder that Yunara is banned throughout this week, as of course we do not get new champions as soon as they are released. It takes a little bit of time. Make sure that first round of hotfixes comes in so they're not too broken, as there is the Alistair going to be banned away here by the Bros. Beryl, pretty good at the cow, as it turns out. That one was something that we learned in like 2019.
Yeah. I do think that Pantheon and Vi and Varus are probably going to be the bans for D+. You don't want Croco to have his hands on either of those jungle picks.
Yeah.
And Varus is just too strong at the moment. That's also one of Hype's favorites. They actually banned it on blue side against him in game 1, and they will take it away from him here on red side as the draft music restarts, but we are still in the thick of it.
Yep, the Azir skyrockets in priority.
Yeah, that's another ban that you could trade for the Vi. Like if it doesn't get banned on blue side in that third spot, you can go, okay, you get Azir, we get Vi, or vice versa.
Oh, it's going to be, there is a tank being played in the top lane this game. I don't know exactly who it's going to be. It might even be Sion versus Ornn, but I know that it's going to happen because, of course, with no Gwen, it does mean that the tanks become a whole lot more powerful.
I think
there is the Azir.
With the Pantheon, or rather with the Trundle ban, you're like, okay, well, they're probably looking for a tank pick here. You ban the Azir instead now, and you're like, okay, you can't play that front-to-back Azir comp with a scaling 80 carry. So either the Vi or that Pantheon will be up here. Vi is banned by Bro.
That is so weird.
So now they get to ban the Pantheon and be okay with it.
Yeah, so you were talking about, you know, the VVP being the bans to come through, but now it can be, they can do VAP, and it's totally fine.
Maybe the call is to ban something like a Sion instead here, but the Ornn is still up. I don't think you necessarily need to ban Sion on this red side here as D plus Kia. There's just so much up. And the Pantheon is just so obvious. So I'm curious to see what Croco plays now, because if he shows us something cool here, or they save jungle for later and he's got a sick plan, I'm like, okay, I'll give it to you. Xin Zhao is still strong, but you could have had Vi.
Yeah, I feel like Xin is an interesting one as well, because they could have just saved jungle, seen whether there was a tank locked in, and then take something like a Lilia, for example.
Yeah.
Which could have.
That's what I was.
Really
Yeah, that's
around.
exactly what I was thinking. Like you just explained the concept of like what I was trying to reach for there, but they just went for the Xin Zhao. Now, Skarner has been the counter pick of Canyon to Xin Zhao, but it has not really been successful for most other LCK junglers. The Sion is just going to get taken in return because of the Trundle ban.
It was so close to a Garen. It wasn't because it's a hover, but it was, you know?
The Lucid Nefiri was quite strong, but I don't know, blind here without even knowing what the 80 carry or mid laner is, if it makes any sense at all. Like, D+ are just locking a jungler away without actually thinking about what their comp is going to do right now, it feels like to me.
Well, I mean, they are...
Like, if you lock Zed here, you have no idea what you're playing into, and it's crazy. I can't say I like this pick. I love Zed. Like, I love the champion, but I don't know about Zed Scion as your R1, R2 rotation.
Well, you don't need to worry too much about CC when you've got a Scion, right? So you are a little bit more free to not necessarily bring it in the jungle. The Annie going to come down into this mid lane, most likely here for closer, and that does mean that the mid jungle is really, really strong. But Showmaker is going to have to play something that can set up for a Zed, right? So we'll see what is going to be left available and what he's going to be, yeah, he's going to be playing into the Annie. I was about to say what he's going to be playing into. We just watched that.
Yeah, I think at this point you could just go for a top lane pick to answer the Scion. I think the Scion is a cool pick because you also know Morgan doesn't really like to play Jace, which has been one of those pushing lanes. The Rumble doesn't necessarily get massive advantages there in the top side into the Scion.
Just play Ornn.
I was going to say, I don't know if this comp wants Ornn, but if you do want to just have something tanky into the set, you could go for it. But ultimately, you're going to keep it up in the air for now and lock away that prized Rel with the Alistar ban already on lock.
It's so
And it's Paulo's best pick right now, I would say.
I mean, it is. But last time we saw it left up after the first round of bans, and like there were like a million other supports that were taken away, and to now have it be such high priority is just a really interesting situation.
It was always going to be Ryze.
I mean, the setup is there with the Ryze or the Syndra, less so with the Orianna, but we'll see where he does go. It is going to be the Syndra, and a huge cheer here in LoL Park because, of course, Syndra is one of Showmaker's favorites.
You could root a champion, basically point click set it up for the Zed, or you could make it hard mode and go for scatters. Showmaker doesn't miss very many scatters, but you know.
You do also get AoE if you ult something first.
Yeah.
And scatter becomes extraordinarily powerful in those instances.
You also can burst a target down with Zed's ultimate and your ultimate so incredibly well, regardless of what that 80 carry is going to be. Even the Annie obviously isn't that safe in these types of scenarios. The Xayah ban makes a lot of sense just because of how the engage works here for the side of Bro.
Yeah.
And how easy it is to follow up. Like, I think Syndra Xayah is a really strong combo, especially when you have a Scion frontline, so that's a very strong ban.
I do think that the Rakan ban could have been even better, just because then it disincentivizes you to play the Xayah in general, and I think Rakan for Beryl is something that he's always absolutely loved. They do need more CC from that bottom lane. He doesn't have the opportunity to head towards something like a Karma down there with less CC and engage options. Of course, it's also fearless, so he definitely can't.
I was going to say, they may just ban it with the Xayah, but they decide to go for the Lucian ban instead. Looking for a scaling pick here, potentially. Speaking of scaling...
Yeah, Smolder on this patch is actually pretty strong as well, but we'll see what Aiming does decide to go with as he's just cycling through a million things.
I'm going to be honest with you, Atlas, nothing about what I'm watching in this draft here for D+ feels very planned. As the Senna is going to come through. Now, you've got the Scion, you have the Syndra to help engage, but access to the Senna feels relatively easy here with this draft for Bro. Like, they have a Rel, Xinjiao, and Annie. Like, Scion isn't just like, you can't get there. I won't allow it, because they just don't have a jungler that has CC.
Well, the Bros will need to get a lot done early in this game, as Cho'Gath, a bit of a favorite into the tanks, and Morgan going to see whether he can gobble up the Scion there towards the top side of the map. Last pick here for Paulo is looking at an 80 carry. See what Hype is going to be taking into the center. It looks like the Corki could be just the option.
I think the best picks would have been, okay, this works well with the Rel, but I'd rather see the Corki. Corki, Caitlyn, Lucian were the three I think that you're thinking, okay, I crush no matter what that support pick is going to be. And the Corki is just the safest one, especially trying to deal with Scatter the Weaks and trying to deal with the engage from the Scion. Corki's Valkyrie is just insane value into all of that, and his ability to shred through those resistances early, his 2-item spike in the mid game with this comp that has so much setup and follow-up for the Annie CC with this Cho'Gath feels really good. I'm a bit of a Zed anti. I think people have been watching me since Zed kind of became fringe meta, know this about me, and we as a team in general here on the global side aren't the biggest fans of Syndra, but it is Showmaker, right? It's his most iconic champion, I think, across his career. When you think about some of his highest highs, some of the dominance we saw back in 2021 on this pick when it was B1 every game, Showmaker was the god on this, and you want to trust that they can get this done, but I have to look at Bro's comp and feel like it's got great answers to what D+ has, and it's more well-rounded. The Senna, late game for Aiming, has to be the way D+ get this win.
Yep, I would agree. That being said, I think that what DK have crafted is the best anti-bro comp you can ever possibly put together. And do you know what that entails? Picking things that just get better with age. Because you know what bro do, and that is not a whole lot at the beginning of the game. They're going to have to really buck that trend moving into this game number 2 if they want to keep this series alive. I think that this is not a lot of onus on DK to do stuff early. Let's jump onto the Rift.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to get into it. As already, Polo taken a little bit of damage here. We'll see whether Polo can metaphorically and literally, I guess, get back on the horse after a pretty dismal performance on the Nico. I really do like that Wadid did not hold any punches. He
missed a lot.
He called the spade a spade, and unfortunately it was a little bit of a sad spade situation, as Morgan is a very small little Cho'Gath here towards this top side, and she was already gigantic on this Sion.
Something we haven't discussed or acknowledged yet, by the way, is it was Showmaker's birthday yesterday. That's why you see all those Showmaker signs there in the crowd. Obviously, a lot of global fans might not be able to read those. I hadn't really talked about it yet. We had a fan comment and saying like it was their 1,000th day together as a couple, and they came to watch D+ today. It's Showmaker's birthday yesterday, so it's like his birthday game day, because that's how it works as a pro gamer. If your birthday is not on a game day, your birthday celebration day is the closest game day to it, which is today here for Showmaker. So he gets to play Syndra on his birthday game day, and maybe that's his angle here. He saw it at MSI, he saw Caps play it. He's like, yeah, Syndra, maybe that's the thing.
I mean, these are like 2 of his most iconic champs. Already Beryl taking a little bit of damage here towards the bottom side of the map. We're expecting the Braum center to not necessarily have a lot of priority down here, especially into the extra damage that a Corki's going to be doing, as Digon loves Bro.
No, I didn't need a pip to not know that.
Yeah.
He doesn't need to hold it for me to know.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. He did manage to collect some cute little cards there.
Maybe next time he'll have a sign that says I dyed my hair red, because there's no visual way to know this.
Thanks for letting me know, Wolf.
Just in case people weren't aware, they couldn't see, or perhaps color blindness.
Yeah. Or I came to work today. That could be his next one. I will go home after the games.
I do love that Bro have those signs for the fans, though.
No, it's very, very cute.
We all love Bro. It's just a fact. Digon maybe most, but
the problem is like if you don't love Bro, then you get fired.
That's what happened to Chronicler,
yeah, that's what happened to Chronicler. So unfortunately, we're going to be saying goodbye to him at the end of the year because he was a bit of a Bro anti. And honestly, fair. I think that's it's just the way. As Morgan going to be fairly screaming at the Sion for the majority of the game, and not too much more to report as far as that top lane is concerned. So I think looking at this bottom lane is probably the best that we're going to get as far as early action.
We saw Morgan have a pretty good laning phase early with the Aurora when he had the range advantage, and then he kind of botched some of the executionist hold up. Beryl.
I've seen this play before. It, in fact, happened about 3 minutes ago. By 3 minutes ago, I mean 1 minute ago, because it's only 3 minutes into the game. But this time it works about as well as it did then, as Lucid is Zedding his way towards this mid lane, as Closer is able to back away. It's just Lucid heading on over towards the top side crab, as Croco is able to lock down the bottom one.
Yeah. Well, about to happen again, potentially. Beryl does not have, he didn't have to heal, that is to say, so I don't think
no one makes the same play on Beryl a 3rd time in a row, surely.
Lucid looking for a play here in mid. Scatter hits.
Yeah. Croco is coming on in. That is going to mean that Lucid is just going to walk his way back. Looking for an angle here, potentially, as he does have the Shadow down. That could be a dangerous move, but you can see Closer is not going to be jumped on there by the Zed.
CC is king, man. The fact that Croco has no items to a 2 longsword Zed and Lucid still walks away really shows you about how that fight would have played out. Closer's able to prep a stun there, and he just doesn't want to mess around with it. Is going to be able to get his Gromp here despite the vision, as they do want to set up that back there. So finally some items will come through here for Croco. I was mentioning Morgan earlier. I don't think you can get out-skilled in this matchup, really. It's not like, oh, Morgan had a lead, but then he botched it when she went for an all-in and he missed everything. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. As last time I tried to explain, we had to engage on Beryl, and going to happen again.
Yeah. In fact, that play that I was talking about does happen a third time in a row. This time it's aiming that is looking a little worse for wear afterwards, but they do have the sustain advantage with these piercing darknesses, as Morgan is just going to get furnaced in a soul way.
And Morgan,
there on the top side.
please don't make me eat my words on this one. Like, come on, you got this, bro. Come on.
Wait, you don't say you got this, bro, because bro on the other team. Oh no, it's a disaster.
No, I mean, like, you got this, Morgan. I mean.
Oh, right. Yeah, bro, you probably got this, because Barrel's fallen for it about 3 times in a row now, but he is a Brom, so actually if you engage on him, it's kind of exactly what he wants. And when you do have the sustain advantage, it is kind of fine, because their damage is a little more sticky. As Closer and Showmaker continue to fight, both of them fresh off the teleport back into this mid lane. It's lost chapter against some components, and so probably Showmaker feeling pretty good. It is going to be that first strike, much like we saw at EWC. I believe Caps picked that one up as well when he did try out the Syndra.
He was playing it into a Galio, which, you know, in his hopes, he was playing against Chovy, so it didn't work out as well as I think he would have otherwise liked. It's a lot easier to proc that is, okay, 4 times.
This time it's
a little different.
Just, yeah, it's just trying to hold the wave, and Polo is successfully going to be able to do so.
That's actually a big win, because now Barrel is desynced on the back. There's no way aiming was going to stop his back for that, or things would have been even worse, because Hype shows up with full health. Paulo has teleport, because he has unsealed, so he can actually just go straight to the mid lane, where they're going to try to actually make that rotation up.
Yeah, Lucid going to be taking a crab here, as I am kind of into this Scion skin. And with Mists of Pandaria just releasing in classic mode, it's kind of cool. It kind of feels like Throne of the Four Winds. I don't know whether you ever played that one.
No, I didn't.
But that's pretty cool. I'm taking a break as far as that particular expansion is concerned, but I know that Achilles has been playing it. We are now going to have a look at this dragon being taken. Lucid going to be lit on fire here by Apollo as the dash away. No flash invested, but it does mean that they're not going to be able to get on over and take out this dragon. So Bro going to be able to start that stacking once again here in this game. Gold incredibly even, but with the objective coming on out, feels pretty good to be a Bro.
It's really easy for Closer to just drop a bear on Showmaker and go, well, we have Prio, and you're not going to win this one. And unfortunately, Lucid just gets chipped away at there. It doesn't actually get to enter the fight. So that's first rake here for Bro once again, just like game 1.
All right. And DK going to be able to use the opportunity to push this wave in. I don't know whether Bro are quite playing this one fast enough, but I guess it's not really the time to be doing anything just yet. You want to get level 6s locked in. You want to have that Magnet Storm to be able to start off these fights available to you and things like that before you really start to put the screws in. But they're going to have to do it before DK scale out of control. Remember, there are splinters being put together.
The Scion health.
Yeah, the Soul Furnace coming on through, and there's all of these souls being picked up by aiming as well. Only at 13 at the moment. He's not known as a stacker of stacks. He's a stacker of gold.
That's true.
Is aiming. So this center has never really been his forte necessarily. We'll see how he does go this game.
Croco is going to start up these grubs really early here, and with the timing of Showmaker's back with no TP, I think he should just comfortably get all 3 of them without a hitch, as aiming's taking a ton of damage.
Yeah, that was just Hype by himself. Polo only just turned up. So really nicely played, showing the value of just the Sheen being picked up here by the Cork. He does use all of his blue stuff on it, and so not going to be too much more, as it is going to be the last grub left. And Lucid spotting Polo here. He does get that ward over the wall to know exactly where this Zed is. It's going to be a little bit of a rough scenario, though, as you've got Beryl holding position here. Hype in so much trouble. Does have barrier and his flash available.
Croco's here, does have ult.
Yeah, and I think Lucid knows it, knows that they're going to have to make a move here as Deathmark is available. Just shadows his way out.
What a great read from Croco there, saying, okay, they're not contesting grubs, and I'm going to come down here. They're looking for a play with this Zed onto low health, low mana Hype. And he comes over and just defends the dive completely. Still collected both of the grubs, and the third one could be taken by him if he is able to path up here top side, which is where he's naturally going to path with his jungle clear right now. So really good read. Croco's had a pretty good series so far. Made some of those heroic defense or aggressive flanks happen in game 1.
One of the worries, though, as Polo once again tries to hold the wave. There's the ulti to interrupt the crash down as they do get the snare. But unfortunately, not quite enough damage. Dawning Shadow, is it enough? No, it's not. That's why you drink your potions, ladies and gentlemen. And Hype He has visited the armory, and he is coming back. There was a 2+1 special on longswords, and he has a whole bunch of them as he gets back to lane.
I don't think that was really a bad call there from D+. If they get the kill, it's amazing. They were so close to doing so, and there's no inherent risk of losing a Braum or Senna ultimate right now. There's no objective to fight over for 2 minutes until that dragon spawns. The last grub is still up, but that's irrelevant at this point. So I think a low risk, high reward play there. Unfortunately for D+ doesn't quite work out, but at the end of the day, they would have liked to get that kill. But still, the Senna is getting bigger, now up to 20 stacks. That third grub will eventually get picked up here by Krako.
Yep, we'll be able to go over and at least finish that one off. As Showmaker standing over the wall here, waiting to see whether Closer is going to pay him a visit, but he does not. And so all is quiet, as we can see. DK, though, naturally getting to a bit of a lead, though, as we can see in the jungle. The amount of farm that Lucid has been able to wipe off this map has been absolutely insane. It is something that Zed has been good at in the past. One of the ways you can sort of impact the map, even though your ganks don't necessarily offer that much as far as CC, things like that are concerned. So just out-jungling Kroko for the moment. And naturally being ahead, as this composition, I don't think I need to tell you, is very bad news for the bros.
Yeah, it's a lead in mid, in part due to the first strike. You know, a farm lead here for Lucid. I'm not ready to say that this game is not a big enough, you know, it's not a great situation for Bro until we see the first team fight. They lose a team fight and D+ get an injection of gold or a big objective. That's when I start to feel like you're not saying, you know, you're doomed as Bro, but you're really worried. As right now, I think they can comfortably still group for objectives. This first fight could definitely be theirs. The Senna is nowhere near her big power level just yet, so...
Yeah, also going for a weird build.
Yeah, the first Essence Reaver is not the common build. We don't do the Glaive build anymore or anything like that, but
yeah,
not the norm.
It's definitely normally Static Shiv into either Black Cleaver or Rapid Fire Cannon.
Yeah.
Last patch, Rapid Fire Cannon. Second was the build with Swifties, just to make sure that you're running as quickly as possible. This will do a bunch of extra damage. We'll see what Aiming is going to be able to do with it. As Beryl just face checking once again. They're going to see whether they can take down this control ward. Showmaker sacrifices 50% of his health bar. And now Aiming moving into the mist circle. Seems somewhat dangerous as Tibbers is going to get thrown around here. Syndra is considered a decent matchup into the Annie for that exact interaction. The Force of Will being pretty powerful there.
Yeah, Tibbers did drop on her head, though, and kill half of her health bar.
Yeah, that still does happen, sadly.
Yeah, you didn't do any more damage after that because he got thrown into a turret, but I think Closer's happy with the exchange because now they get Showmaker's TP. Closer has full health, half his mana bar, so he can, there's actually a lot of room for him to play with here. He could just go for a safe back, and it looks like that's what he's going to do, but otherwise a big win. Fortunately for Bro, they're not able to get this dragon during that interim where Showmaker was jumped on. Showmaker keeps his ult, has TP'd back in, and it looks like D+ are going to buy some insane amount of time here with this dragon. With a comp like this, just getting one dragon alone makes him feel amazing, and this is where I was saying Bro still got one fight. You know, this is not like a disaster situation. They can maybe win a fight, but if they just simply give up objectives like this, then Syndra is happy to eat a Tibbers to just get a free dragon. I mean,
yeah,
not sure about this one, Bro.
And it would have been feats of objective as well if they had have been able to lock that one in. So even more to fight for. Of course, the Rift Herald going to be coming up relatively soon, minute and a half on that one. And still an opportunity to lock that one down for themselves. Then only first turret and the feats of Warfare. But Warfare is a long way away. We haven't had any kills just yet. We are 2 minutes past our previous game's first blood. And we were whinging about that quite a lot. And we haven't even really spoken about it yet. No one really dying in this game. And still it's a 1,000 gold lead here for DK with their a million different stacking champions competition.
Yeah. We're almost exactly 4 minutes away from the season record, which was 17:46, just to give you guys that context. We memed earlier about the round 3 stuff, but
it's like an annual record now as well, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, might be a catch onto Aiming.
Oh, there could also be a bit of a catch onto Hype, who just uses Valkyrie to get out of the way of the Glacial Fissure.
Yeah, I said that the wrong way, but yes, Aiming trying to get the catch onto Hype. Does not end up perishing or really taking too much game-changing damage here, just simply because he is quirky.
Yep. Just the old press WBK type scenario. And that works out quite nicely. Gangplank's pretty good at that one too.
Morgan has 3 feast stacks. He's also a big scaly boy in this game. We haven't really talked too much about how difficult it will be to kill him later on. Has Heartsteel as well, so it's just going to keep stacking that on this Scion. One of the matchups you can just keep building damage on and be a huge threat later on objectives. Even though it's nerfed, Unsealed Spellbook's still relevant, you know, plus the fact, like, Paulo has that, Morgan has Feast.
Oh yeah,
some real good objective control later on.
They should be able to guarantee things like Baron if they can get some control of this game. That's absolutely true. Seen the power of Cho'Gath in those instances. What I'm a little bit worried about is that if this game remains on this slow pace, just may not really even be a thing that they can talk about. 32 stacks here for aiming. To stack that one up a little bit more before he's really comfortable. That range is going to become absurd the later we go into this one.
Showmaker is just chilling, man. He's stacking his splinters. He has a huge lead, partially due to the fact that he has first strike gold being generated into this Annie, and he keeps consistently hitting that poke. So Bro need to make a call here on these upcoming objectives. Like, Herald is up, and I think trying to start that here is probably the game plan. I mean, you have great objective control with your Smite setup, with your Feast. Just go for it, force a fight, force D+ to do anything but sit back and farm. Otherwise, like you said, you're just playing this losing war of attrition.
Yeah, doing things is something that Bro need to work on.
If there's an objective up, you got to be forcing D+ to come to it.
Yeah, and maybe this is a Brotax thing. You know, maybe there just isn't enough Brotax being developed today, as maybe I'm wrong, Croco looking for an angle, Wind becomes Lightning, but doesn't become anything more than that. And so I take, it is just confirmation that there is just not enough Brotax. He tried to go in and they were like, well, no, we can't afford that.
Well, I mean, the D+ are just positioned too well for that engage to work. If you're on Herald, then they have to walk towards you. Maybe you can get the engage then, but just trying to fish for it there where D+ have so much vision. I mean, look at the vision D+ have over this Herald. The entry point here, like, Beryl is a ward himself, might be too deep.
Yeah, Lucid going forward. Deathmark is going to connect there, but he was tanking the turret. And the Deathmark not really doing too much, as Beryl is likely just dead. He is. That is going to be first blood going down here at 16 minutes and 48 seconds. So not breaking any records, but it's a late one, to say the least.
Yeah, we're just a minute away, but Bro will be able to get the Herald off of this play. The kill went over to Palu, as I guess they just wanted to make sure they could guarantee it. Their Croco's probably not too happy about it, but at the end of the day, D+ are still like, it's just a Herald. We're looking to actually take out mid-outer on our own as Hype gets rooted.
Yep, Snare comes on in there as Lucid was just coming over to try and help out, but he will steal away some Raptors, or at least use the Raptor Pit in order to make it away to safety. That should be the objective feats going on over here to Croco as he destroys Shelly. So let's have a look at this one more time as Beryl just caught wandering here, unfortunately.
Yeah, following good position here, helps set up Croco to get the catch there. Fortunately, Lucid doesn't quite have the damage at this point to get the kill on the Hype that they were looking for. They get that kill, maybe they can turn it into a turret. Instead, Beryl is just trying to group with that aggressive play and gets caught on the edge. Yep, oh, it's a kill for Bro, but it's on to Palu, so the bigger win is the Herald they get after.
Yeah, and DK retain a very small gold lead. It's not exactly like Bro are running away with the game, as once again it is a Mountain Soul this game as well. And I'm looking at these two burly tanks on the top side of the map. Both of them going to be feeling very happy about picking up a Mountain Soul, but I'm looking at DK's comp and I'm like, if they get Mountain Soul with this, it's looking real rough.
But also, you know, consider every even bit of resistance into this Zed feels pretty good too. Croco gonna win that one, and they are gonna just get this outer on the bottom lane. Not the most high value turret, but they get it.
Yeah, and she is pushed pretty far up here, as we can see.
Morgan has ult.
Yep. That was Feats of Strength picked up by the Bros as well, as, yeah, this is the wet noodles are out, well and truly, as we've got another charge actually coming on through. Croco in potentially some trouble, but Palu's there to defend. They don't go for anything here, as there's a bit of a knock-up, as Closer will take a bit of damage, but not too much more.
Really good play here from Bro, knowing that she was that far up. Had to use his ult to escape, doesn't have teleport. So, I mean, Morgan's actually looking for the interrupt here, actually does not get the backstop, but they can start this dragon. They have full control. Paulo TP's back in with his unsealed spellbook. They should be able to get this objective.
But it's very tanky. It's a Mountain Drake, right? As a Magnus Storm onto a solo Showmaker. Doesn't have flashes. He just used it to try to escape. And so he's just dead. Morgan comes in and says, that looks like a meal. Didn't actually have Feast, so doesn't get a stack for it, but still they just take down the Syndra and then get the Dragon for themselves. And this is exactly the timing that Bro needed, right? This is where they're hitting their spikes and they're making DK sweat for it as there's the knock-up onto Shiu. He is kind of happy to be the target. As you can see, he's still got 50% of his health bar. Not too worried about being lit on fire as DK still wanting to stand their ground and find something as Lucid will catch Polu. The choke point. Yeah, in goes Croco now is aiming in a bit of trouble. That's a great cue from Shiu to try and lock him down, but Beryl trying to get out of there. Tibbet coming on down as well as Beryl's still walking, but not for much longer. Down he goes. Closer grabs that one, and that is, if there were more feats to be gathered, the feats of warfare to come on through as well as a teleport in immediate rupture. Showmaker, why are you dead? That was not what you wanted to see. It is the Sion getting a kill back, and now Lucid does find the backline and takes down the Annie. But now Shiu going to be turned into a zombie and is going to, just chase them down. The Bros really performing well in that last fight and making themselves a decent gold advantage after.
This time Morgan gets the feast stack onto the kill there at the end. But plays like this one, remember, as D+, you're fighting with a choke point here. You don't have that much damage on aiming. He's the one who's engaged on him. When his health goes this low, he can't really do much. It's a big whiff on the Tibbers, but it just doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And this TP from Showmaker is desperate and at best optimistic here as he just gets focused down. Hype doing so much damage here, and with the turret aggro just being absorbed here by the big front line, it's just really easy to follow up on this. And I just think D+ are forcing desperate plays with a comp that just frankly doesn't need to do that. I think they were caught off guard by Polu going for the solo engage on the Showmaker, but they had all the follow-up, all the setup there to make that happen. They get Drake, D+ starting to feel the pressure, they overextend, get punished again. And this is a big enough lead. This is a big enough lead for Bro to where they can actually potentially continue to snowball this before aiming becomes a big threat. He goes Rune in second, so really trying to be a big team fight player later on, but it is going to be tough to execute with a deficit.
Well, it's another Otacon start here, down to 4k health as DK will make it to the area. Polu just dies. That is about it. It is going to be the feast for Morgan, though, to lock down the Otacon, but now, can they stay alive? That's the question. Morgan is absolutely massive and does have the rest of the team behind him. That's a big old knock up there as she also finding one. And yeah, Morgan just rupturing, yelling at them, and is taking so long to go down. Finally, he does as the Dawning Shadow to keep DK alive, but there is still a turret here to get the Bros out. And Hype still taking a fair bit there as the Shadow does go down. We get a big old zoom in as the Shurikens don't quite find the angle. 5 members of DK, low health bars, and down goes Showmaker. Question mark pings all over my brain after that one, as she also just going to be rocketed. It's a double for Hype in this bottom lane.
Polu's back too. Lucid's got to get out of here.
Yeah, he will be able to do so. Does have those shadows.
Man, it's starting to look like we're going to a game 3 here. It's only a small lead for Bro, but how they're playing these fights and how big Hype is suddenly becoming. I mean, he's going to be going toe-to-toe with the center for a while as Lucid actually is going to get caught here, but we're just going to go out because we know he's got a shadow back up here in just a second. So, like you mentioned, the Feast is actually going to be the secure here, and Morgan is just so big that it's really hard for, at this stage, the Senna to follow up. Also, Xin Zhao tanking so much here with his Crescent Guard, and Tibbers does some additional damage. So from here, you're like, okay, this is going to be into that nice knockup. I think that at this point, Bro could have just said, all right, we walk away. We walk away. They walk away slowly, still try to compete, and, you know, that's a kill that does go over here. Then D+ could have also just walked away. And then Closer dodges here, and Hype sitting at 3/4 of his health bar, plus the turret is going to help out here. Makes the clutch play to punish Syndra, knows exactly the angle Showmaker is trying to take, and unfortunately, Shiu also under turret aggro, so Hype picks up tons of money on the play. And this already is a scaled up Cho'Gath with 8 Beast stacks, and Shiu is not able to compete as a frontliner here in this composition because he's just going to get beasted if he goes in early. The tempo lead that Bro pick up from this is massive, and if they can get this third dragon, they are feeling great about their chances of making it to a third game.
The thing that's crazy about it, though, is that if you have a look at the gold, there is, like, not a lead for kind of anyone. And the only lead that's, like, kind of large is Polu against Beryl. And Beryl doesn't really... Beryl's also got a level advantage, and so it really doesn't matter having, like, 600 extra gold on a rel. The levels are probably going to be even more important. And so as far as, like, battle stats and things like this, DK doing absolutely fine. The Bro's going to need to find a little bit more.
I mean, they have control over this dragon right now. They need to just clean get a clean secure here.
I mean, that's a big deal. If they get this in 10 seconds time, Soul Point, double mountain as well for this massive Cho'Gath, that's a real advantage.
Yeah. And I do feel like they should be able to secure this. They're playing it patiently now. Showmaker on vision. That is going to be potentially a target. They look for Barrel instead.
Yeah, he shows them the door, but he's still going to be taking a fair bit. Scatter not really doing too much there as Apollo getting taken down very, very low. Shuriken's coming in, and now Morgan moving up with about 4 billion health.
This is greedy, bro. You just used everything on a Braum. I don't know about this.
And also Polu, not really going to be able to engage without sacrificing himself immediately. That health bar is just not very large as Lucid skirting around the fight. Force of Will onto Tibbers. There's a big knock up there from Morgan though. Magnustorm does find them, and the flash out is attempted there from Showmaker, but he still just gets nommed down. They take out Hype though. Lucid soon to follow, and oh my god, this guy is just so big. Morgan, of course, is who I'm talking about, but still the fight is very even. Croco now fighting Beryl and aiming. And the zombie Scion comes down. Will take some money there for killing the Tibbers, but the rest of D+ will back away. And aiming and Beryl just not quite able to fight through that front line.
It looked so rough for Bro on the outset, but the engage there, pushing back Showmaker and aiming. And then this big Cho'Gath, like, this Cho'Gath is too big to fail at this point. Morgan can stand wherever he wants. He can be wherever he wants. It literally just doesn't matter. But look at this. They get the knock up here onto aiming. They follow up with Paulu's flash engage. And then aiming is out of the fight. Showmaker is the one who gets left behind here. And this Zed does assassinate with his ultimate, the Corki, but offers nothing. He's just an assassin, right? He offers nothing in return, and there's no more peel for aiming. So aiming is able to do a little bit of damage to Croco here, right? He's trying to make the play happen, but ultimately just has to get out. They get the dragon, and with all those extra stats into this 5-kill Cho'Gath, I just don't know if the Senna ever kills him in this game, even with the cleaver, which I think is wisely picked up as third item here for aiming.
Yeah, I'm like I was trying to work out whether I'd missed something, you know? I didn't see Senna in the patch notes, nor did I see any of the items in a build in the patch notes. And so I was like, well, is there something I've missed? Is this actually a better build? And the answer is I don't know, because no one else is doing this ever. It might be another aiming moment that we're having here where he just didn't quite work it out. But the Black Cleaver, of course, is a big one, and now he can apply it to a lot of things, and he's got the AoE, I guess.
The Cleaver makes a lot more sense to me than the Essence Reaper and the Runins.
Yeah.
I'll say that much, but it's not about items necessarily in this game, though, for the Senna. It's just that the front line he thought he had doesn't exist anymore because Morgan says no to it, and this Corki is so massive, is going to have LDR pretty soon too, and that's when the Scion just can't do anything. 2 levels down, in part due to the Otacon that Bro picked up by him with a feast, is just kind of insane. And, you know, I was saying, like, Bro, they got control. They need to get that dragon. They're going to be smooth sailing. If they can just keep hold of the map, I mean, they can make plays like this. Barrel forced to flash.
Yeah, flashes, stands beside his teammate, so he is at least going to be alive. But without the flash now, as DK well and truly on the back foot at this point in time, Morgan lumbering over, and there's the Magnet Storm. Lucid just yelled at, will get taken down. Croco taking a bit of damage here off the outset as the Scat of the Week will connect as well.
They can just go for the Baron here potentially. Like this is not even Feast used.
Why does he have so much health? It is just insane.
I mean, at this point, you just walk towards Baron and say good luck. Close it caught though.
Yeah, that is going to be a Dark Spear down as well, as Tibbers will distract them momentarily. Teleport comes in. They are on this Baron.
Follow on the angle.
If they're given any more time, this is just going to explode. There is no smite. DK gonna have to kill them if they don't want them to take this, as there is the engage from Polo. Doesn't have the Magnet Storm anymore, but they will be able to take down this Baron. Decent knock up there from Chiu as they take out the Rel. Tibbers goes down as well. Morgan is almost, he's flashing forward. This guy is an absolute insane person, and he takes down Showmaker to start off the fight. I guess he's still got a regular champion's health bar. It just doesn't look like that because he's missing about 7 regular champions health bars in his health bar.
This Cho'Gath can do no wrong, can actually just do whatever he wants. He can flash on a carry and say GG, and at this point the gold lead matters very little. Like, it's only 2,000 gold lead. It's about where it is here for Bro on this Cho'Gath. And even though the Zed got 3 kills early in this game, if they can't cross the line, if they can't threaten the carries, like the Xin Zhao has arguably made a way bigger impact on this game. This looked a little bit sloppy for Bro initially because It's like, okay, I'm just going to sacrifice my support here for the Baron. We're not going to look for a turn at all. Looks like, oh man, Bros is actually falling apart here. Paulo goes down. Aiming's going to do a ton of damage in this fight, right? The Cho'Gath's low health, right? No, he's not. He's almost 2,000 health. He's going to walk over to Showmaker. He and Croco are just going to dismantle Showmaker there. And now Aiming just doesn't have really a front line. And bam, that last shot there, even with the root coming through from Hype, is so massive. With Baron here for Bro, the siege is kind of insane. Morgan is on 10 stacks. We haven't seen a Cho'Gath this big in years.
Yeah, that Demolish Proc did about 40 bajillion damage to that turret, and it is now just dead.
Jack shows with Mountain Soul potentially here in 40 seconds. I don't know if Morgan dies a second time in this game.
Yeah, he's almost got 7,000 health. That's only 3 items. And so it gets worse. And he's still, like, 10 stacks on the feast is just insanity. So DK, yeah, they've got some stacking as well. There's over 1,000 on Dashiu. There's some splinters there for Showmaker and stuff. It's got them all stacked up.
If only they had a champion in the mid lane that could do consistent damage and wear down a tank.
I mean, unfortunately, Showmaker is just not having the greatest of games thus far, as Bro looking for a fight here, is Aiming, wanting to stay safe. Beryl, he's not going to be able to do that. Tibbers is now zoning away the rest of them. Shiu goes in. Can he get out, though, is the question, as Flash is up, but he had no way to really use it.
Morgan didn't even want to feast. He wants to save it. He was trying to give him Uber Eats there. Atlas, he was like, I'm coming to you.
Oh, no, he wants another one. That Scat of the Week was fantastic, though, as the Audacious Charge came in. I just don't think it's going to do anything, as this turret is going to explode, and the base will be broken open on this Baron push. The Rebel Baron power play sitting at 4.5k for the Bros, and they're looking to make it 3 games here in their first time out, round 3. Rise group we thought would be dominated by DK, but the Bros are looking to battle it back here as a second inhibitor will go down. And I have a feeling that this lead is definitely going to be enough for the Bros, as Hype does get scattered. And maybe they're overstaying, but no, it looks like this inhibitor will go down. Lucid on a flank angle, but he's a Zed. I mean, what is he going to do? The flash scatter does come in there, as Closer is also tagged now. Croco looking for an angle. Beryl stands beside them, but once again, it is Showmaker taking a nap, and that might be for the last time in this game, as the Nexus could just be put down. The Scion has respawned, as in goes Lucid to find an angle, but the Dawning Shadow doesn't get anything. And the Bros continue to just make their way out. They're like, just let us go, guys.
Yeah,
do you want us to kill you again?
Morgan's got a Mountain Soul to eat.
Well, the train is going to leave the station, but remember, the rest of them have to get past the Cho'Gath, and that is going to be so hard. Lucid gets into the backline with the death mark, but then he just explodes. The knock-up is there from the 3-talon strike out of Croco, and now Beryl going to get chopped up as well. And I think DK, they know that the way out of this series is through a game 3, and that is precisely what Bro are going to give them, as Apollo is diving forward once again. Shiu does manage to help take him down, but that is a worthy sacrifice, as the zombie will come on out, and Shiu is well and truly dead. Another scatter here as Showmaker has come out of the death chamber, possibly to go back in again, as it's one Nexus turret left for Bro to take down. Tibbers being thrown around like a rag doll, but even Tibbers is having a pretty good game so far. And yes, I think the Syndra is not going to be enough to defend here, as Morgan is almost down to another 1,000 hit points. Oh wait, maybe he's going to die. There we go. That's a bunch of money over to Aiming that he will maybe be able to spend next game. There this one goes, as the Nexus will be taken here, and it's game 3 time between DK and Bro.
Yeah, the good old Cho'Gath for Nexus there at the end. As I gotta say, the Cho'Gath probably not supposed to get this big, probably not supposed to be the angle. A lot of overextensions from D+ allowed Morgan to become so large, and Hype became so big too.
I think
but
that,
the draft of Bro felt like an actual comp, right? An actual draft. And the draft of D+ was a lot of champions and a lot of comfort, but it just really didn't look like a comp that was going to work unless they just got to the late game for free. And Bro was just not going to let that happen. Sure, Bro could have played a little bit more aggressively on objectives, but once they got that first team fight win, you could see around 19 minutes where they get that big gold lead, they never let go of the game. Hype does 45,000 damage. He's almost at 1.5k DPM in this game. Pretty insane.
Yeah, incredible performance out of Hype. We knew this guy had so much potential when he was on KT last year. Great to see him making it work here for the Bros here in game number 2 to bring them back in this series. What I want after the break is the space to tell me what the hell Aiming was building on his champion, because I think that might have been a big reason as to why things didn't go so well. We're going to take that short break. When we get back, the space to break it down.
해도 돼. 더 해도 돼.
살짝 봐올게.
오케이 해봐. 나 세나 볼게. 세나 볼게.
나 사용. 나 사용 거 이거 세나 그거 할 때 타워 쳐야 돼 우리.
확인.
세나 피 채우기 전에
타워 치자.
신드라 노플에다 신드라 노플.
나풀 16초. 나풀 16초.
신드라 노플에 와이 빠졌고. 바텀 라인 와 이번에 그냥 라인.
나 세나 볼 수 있어.
천천히.
와도 돼. 와도 돼.
얘들아
안 나올 것 같아. 얘들아 안 나오면.
안 나오면 돌아야 돼. 야, 쳐봐.
신드라 노플 신드라 노플.
봐봐 내가
타워 쳐봐.
타타타타.
헤드 8점. 야 신드라 노플에 강남 질러 내 신드라.
나 끝내. 야, 타워 쳐.
죽을게.
그날 다른 길을 택했더라면 내 삶은 조금 더 평온했을지도 모르지. 천년의 세월이 흘러도 이 마음은 처음과 다르지 않으니 세상에게 잊혀져도 괜찮아. 오로지 신념을 따라서 나는 이곳을 지키겠어. 나와 함께 하겠나?
everyone. Welcome back to the LCK as the Bros are able to tie it up 1-1 off of the new term I'm excited to claim. It's a Duke diff. We're going to take a look at the draft and how that one changed things up here. Digon here alongside Ox and Wadid. And that was just very difficult to play if you are D plus Kia.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like certain things that came out, like the Cho'Gath into the Scion, pretty effective, very hard for Scion to get a lot of value there, and just farming up, especially we saw the Heart still came out, and when you have that tank versus tank matchup, you're getting so much value from that. The Corki as well, able to do so much damage in this game, especially when your opponent is a Senna who happened to, well, build something, we'll say.
Yeah, and also they outscaled too much. I just want to explain why they got outdrafted completely. So we're on the TV again. Welcome back.
TV time.
Yeah. So
What TV?
the reason why they got outdrafted is because of just they're champions, you know. Xin Zhao and Annie, the king of the early game, so they can't really fight back as a Syndra and Zed. It's really hard to set up for themselves. And the only champion that you can actually play into it is Zed, who can actually create some space, but you just got countered by Cho'Gath in the team fight completely. And also, when you think about the Senna, you just want to outrange them and hit the front line. But Xin Zhao is one of the bruisers in the jungler that you cannot really kill it. He's just unkillable. So I feel like their front line just out-countered AD carry, and also their whole champion had just better game plan. And on top of that, what is this build?
Yeah, well, can you explain that? I'm a little confused. I don't have as much insight.
No,
can you explain
you
that?
can explain to me.
No, I need you to explain it to me.
Can you explain, Digon? Because you are actually AD carry player.
Yes.
I have no idea what this happens.
Yeah, I mean, he eventually got to the right items, but what did he build first?
See, you know, I've actually got it. I call this the full mana, full health build, right?
Wow, full mana, full HP.
Essence Reaver, Runans. So you AoE get the mana back, so you have full mana.
Yeah.
And the enemy team takes no damage, they have full health.
Ah,
There you
full
go.
mana, full health.
Yeah,
you know
there
what
you
we
go.
call it? Boom. That's why we made this sign here. It says Wandil Chayo, Chai, which means AD carry diff. In terms of the build, let's take a look here. Here's our highlight, 24 minutes on in by the Drake.
So, all right. So I already explained that they have so much value in the late game, but who can carry the early game? So I feel like they have just no damage to just go through their front line. And I think on top of that, Polu finally find a way to win the team fight with his Rel.
Yeah, and actually in this fight, they do end up being able to find the Corki at the back end, which they struggled generally in this game. But I think there was some really good team fighting in general from Bro. As a unit, they stayed tight together. And although, obviously, as the Corki does go down here, they move down together to deal with these threats on the backline. Yes, the Sion gets a lot of value, but then they just turn around and take them out.
I won't say that setup was just perfect, you know, but they just didn't have damage to kill the front line. So that's why, even though the setup was not that best, I feel like Bro did enough the damage for the team fight.
Yeah, very similar to what it felt like for Bro in game one, where once you reached a certain point, all angles were going to be very, very difficult to find in the team fights.
I feel like D+ are having to work so hard to try and circumnavigate this front line and focus down the back line. And in the meantime, Bro just charge forward, see a target, kill a target. And this Cho'Gath is so large at this point in the game and such a complete brick wall. I can't actually see if his health bar is really moving. I think it's gradually going, maybe?
No, not at all.
Not really.
So that's why I said they got completely outdrafted, is because you have no angle to win the team fight. You cannot really pre-plan at all. So can you win with the front-to-back team fight? No. Can you win with the Zed flank? No. So all the plays is made by Bro, which means that they are just free to do any objectives, any team fights. Everything is just so comfortable for them. And I think they had enough of confidence for this game too. I just really like the way how they play around this Cho'Gath in the team fight.
Yeah, did you see the Lord Morgan flashing forward on the Cho'Gath? I was yelling, back out, we got Baron is good.
You know, that was pretty Giga Chad.
That was indeed very Giga Chad, like all the Bro fans out there. However, not done yet for D plus Kia. They move on over to the blue side, but I have some stats for you here from Statsman in the back window. He said, 6 minions were chomped, 2 epic monsters were ingested and 3 champions were devoured, which is why Cho'Gath got that big. And CV Max and the rest of the crew trying to come back on the board here with a draft that makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah, again, the draft was is not on point, but also in-game play, we've seen a lot of times like Showmaker getting caught in the mid-game. I feel like the Bro is the one who wants to make the play by themselves, but not DK. So I feel like in-game play-wise, their plan was just off. So I just want to see them to find something as a team, at least for Game 3.
I want to see Aiming play Lucian, because both games he's gone PTA, Essence Reaver, and it hasn't really made much sense. But on Lucian, that does make more sense. So, you know, maybe pick the champion
Wrong
that matches
champion.
that. Don't play like Ziggs with PTA, Essence Reaver. just pick Lucian.
Yeah, very, very interesting builds here. I'm sure it'll change things up. Now, it was Showmaker's birthday the other day, and he actually cooked. He baked these sponge cakes here, specifically for the fans today. Very excited to see what the chef brings out here. Brought out Syndra. Didn't quite work out, but we know that he has the champion pool and has the ability to make magic happen. Will it be that, or will it be a Bro win here in the Rise group? Let's find out as we go to game number 3.
We'll just have to find out, Dagon. Let us see what they have cooked up for us. We are jumping straight into the draft here for game number 3. I'm really glad that we did get an explanation for the items. And it was the fact that it was a like husband-to-wife hand-me-down item situation. And so he had to use the Essence Reaver that Lucian had already bought. Like it was already in the cupboard. And so that's probably what it was.
That's, he called it sponge cake. It looked like cookies to me. I don't know, but it looked like he cooked really well.
Sponge cookies?
Yeah, it looked really good. Maybe he's gonna save one for me. I'll have it after this series, but
that was very subtle, Wolf. I liked it.
I think D+ cooked way too hard with that last draft. Like that draft to me, when we went in game, I was like, I don't think so. By the way, like you could probably tell, but
I actually think that if Aiming built correct items, it was fine. But he didn't, and it wasn't.
I think there's more to it than that, but it would have helped for sure. Let's jump into this third game where the Azir is still going to be a high prio champion, especially as we've moved a little bit deeper with 4 champs banned here. Really, all of them engage and setup champions here. So picks like the Rise go way up in stock because they're going to be consistent damage. The Victor goes way up in stock for consistent damage. The Ornn is still available, of course, as well to empower a scaling mid laner like that. So Azir's gone. Varus and Yone taken away here as D+ have banned the Varus all 3 games now into Hype. I'll take away Morgan's Renekton.
Well, the Lord had a great game in the last one, and to finish with full comfort would make a whole bunch of sense. One last ban to come through here for the Bros, and there is the Vi.
I think it's Vi. I think that was not really a surprise to anyone.
Yeah, the PVV needs to be taken away. Every single game.
Guess they can look for a first pick onto the Victor here. Take a page out of T1's book if they want to. That seems like the safest opening in this draft. The Ambessa is what they're looking for instead. This is a Shiu favorite.
Yep, does okay into the tank options that Morgan does have left available, like the Ornn, for example. So the Ambessa will be locked away. First pick blind top lane is a little bit dangerous. Let's see what the Bros have in store for him.
They can just go for the Rumble.
Yeah, true.
I think if you're thinking about, like, I agree with you, it's great into tanks, but they won't just pick, they'll just not do that when the Ambessa's face up.
I love this. Like, Pillar and Equalizer together are so incredibly powerful. So already the Bros have a really good 1-2 punch in top jungle.
It's good into the Skarner as well. I'm curious what Lucid has planned. Like, they can just go Lee Sin here.
Oh, okay. Instead, looking at a Misfortune, Aiming one of our players that we do like on the Misfortune.
Without Rel, though, but, I mean, Aiming and Ruler, I feel like, have been our best bot lane MF players, regardless of support setup. They've just been really, really clean. And we've seen, as you were kind of alluding to, Aiming find great success on this pick. I think if you put nameplates off, though, would be a little bit concerning to me, especially with how immobile it is, and even pillars can interrupt the setup there for it. So a little bit tricky here. And now, as D+, it's kind of an awkward spot. You could just, as Bro, you could just grab a high prio mid laner, or you can get the Alistar, which is safe.
Yeah, Alistar going to be the lock-in here for Polo. another opportunity for him to redeem that first game. His Rel looked fantastic last time around, could make it a majority of good performances.
And now you get mid lane counter pick here for Bro if you want it, which feels pretty good.
Yep. Silas, also you can pick away things that you want to play whatever champion that you're planning on playing into. So pretty nice. Already the Silas going. The Jhin going to be taken away from Hype, certainly one of his better champs as well.
I wonder if they just ban jungles here. Like, I'm surprised to see Silas banned. I thought they'd maybe go Nocturne Lee Sin. Instead, it will be the Nocturne with the Silas you were talking about, which can steal the Alistar ult, which feels really powerful.
I think it needs to be an Orianna ban. Otherwise, Closer just plays it and is very, very happy with the state of the game, I would imagine.
Could also just, into this comp, feels like blind Rise and feel pretty good about it. Blind, picks are often quite concerning, but maybe Showmaker has something in mind here. Let's see if it ends up being 80 carry here, because it should be, so that you can have that counter pick for mid. Like, Bro has such a strong position in this draft.
Yeah, I agree. I think you can also just lock Orianna just because it's so high priority at this point in the draft.
I just think there's so many other options that while you can do that gives Showmaker agency, and you could just try to counter what he does instead. As they're taking it down here, and what's the 80 carry? It's going to be Lucian Alistar, interestingly. Not what I expected to see. I thought we'd see something a little bit more scaling oriented.
Yeah, or a little bit more range oriented.
Yeah.
With the fact that you're into an MF, it's not necessarily the most value. We've seen Lucian Braum be pretty powerful here in the LCK. Lucian Alistar we've seen less often.
The Lee Sin seems obvious, right? It's good into Trundle. You don't have that much health or resistances to steal away.
And this is one that you were expecting as well. The Rise for Showmaker, something that he has gone back to many, many times. And it will be Rise Lee Sin here for the mid jungle. And put on a lot of pressure. Is Cassiopeia, okay.
That I did not see coming. I was like, okay, is it going to be Orianna for the matchup, or is it going to be Victor for damage later and consistency because you're playing a Lucian? But this is kind of the middle ground of the two, where you can play very aggressively with Trundle. You set up a pillar, and then Cassiopeia grounds you, you're dead. So all champions here who rely on not being grounded quite heavily. Yeah. And it also sets up really well for Equalizer in these team fights, too. And the amount of warping of the terrain that this Trundle pillar can do when you already have this tanky Alistar as well gives you a lot of really powerful angles in team fights. I do think D+'s draft is a lot more meta. It's a lot more figured out. It's a lot more solved. And it's a draft that I think is going to be arguably way more well-practiced than Bro kind of flexing here a little bit. But that being said, we saw them crush with a weird Cho'Gath game in Game 2, so anything is possible.
Yep, and they spent a lot of time playing against Quad in years past, right? Closer has some experience up against Cassiopeia, no matter the meta, so it doesn't really matter too much there. I do like the idea of just putting things all over the ground, right? Which is what you were alluding to earlier with the Miasma and the Equalizer and the pillars coming up and all that sort of stuff. Their control of space is fantastic, but they don't have a massive amount of range into Rise and MF that really do kind of like being up close and personal. Yes, Petrifying Gaze could be a problem if he's in range of MF, because she stands there looking in one direction if she's doing damage with her ultimate. But outside of that, I think that DK, they could play around it. I think it's an honest draft on both sides, and we'll just have to see whether DK can get back on the horse once again after a pretty pitiful game number 2 performance. Blue side helping out, but I think after this draft, it looks like it's less of a factor.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest parts is I love to see the classic Dom 1 jersey there. One of the biggest parts of the draft working well for D+ is the Shiyu ultimates. I think that is one of the ways in which you can actually kind of circumvent this Cassiopeia, get into the backline, and punish what is a pretty low-range composition set up for that Rise, because the Rise also is going to be threat in side lanes with that Ambessa. So, mid-jungle the top side of the map here for D+ is incredibly strong. They need to play well, and we've known Shiyu to be a player this year so far that can be incredibly clutch on this pick specifically. So I want to trust that D+ can get it done.
Yep. I like that the little scarf there just says most standing. And
well, it might say most outstanding, and we just can't see.
No, it just says most standing based on what we can see on the screen. I haven't seen the out, So
but right now in the studio, Alice, I think most are sitting.
Yeah, it's
most
so
sitting,
sitting actually.
I see someone's going to the bathroom. She's walking out. A lot of security guards and camera people standing. But for the most part, even the players, all 10 out of 10, sitting currently.
Yeah, casters, you know, all 5 out of 5 sitting. All fans sitting.
Referees standing, but I mean, that's, again, you're in the minority. If there was most referees standing, I'd be like, well, in fact, it's all referees standing.
I think if she actually had have stood up as soon as she was on camera, then she would have been the most standing.
In fact, looking around, yeah, if we don't include the girl who went to the bathroom.
Yeah,
not one person in the audience is otherwise standing.
We could say equally most standing, because I think you only need to be standing to be the most standing, as it turns out. But we've spoken about that for a while. I think it's taking a little bit longer to get into the draft, as we are, I think, sorting some stuff out. But I believe
the room is being remade at the moment. I can see behind me, but we don't know the reason yet.
Yep, and it might have been just
a crash, probably.
Yeah, some sort of crashy issue, things like that. PCs and stuff, huh? That sort of thing happens all the time. So we are just going to rebuild the draft. It is going to be exactly the same. We at least managed to get through the whole thing.
Showmaker plays some of his most iconic picks in this series, right? The Syndra into the Rise now as well. It's, again, it's not his technical birthday, but it's his pro gamer birthday, right? His you know, live game birthday. It would be rough to go, what was it, 0-7, I believe it was, on the Syndra in the previous game, and then lose on the Rise here for D+ to lose their opening game to Bro after such a strong start in Game 1. I think that's one of the big storylines for me watching this, because going into the series, I think everyone was saying, in our group at least, like, it's winnable for Bro. Like, not one person thought, oh, this will be easy for D+. We all kind of thought, we heard the Scrim stories, we heard how monstrous they looked in the offseason. They've been practicing against everybody. They've been playing against LPL teams. They're playing against all the teams that didn't travel here in Korea, and they're dominating. And they're a team that preps incredibly well. They have CVMax on their coaching staff, who's known to be able to bring up younger players, especially like Shiu, in this case, Lucid being the second youngest, of course, but has a ton of experience. And so going into this series, you're like, okay, no, D+ should have the edge. And after that Game 2 went very poorly with a, frankly, disastrous draft that didn't work, you know, now you're starting to wonder, man, maybe Bro can do it again, because this team has played D+ close so many times. You and I were talking about it before the show. This is just a new LCK classic. Bro D+, even if the stakes are low, it just delivers, it feels like, every time.
Yeah, and I'm like going through some of the stats, because the Cassiopeia was a really interesting one to be locked in last, because I was pretty sure in the back of my mind that it wasn't a great matchup into the Rise. And as it turns out, not a counter pick. You can't say that, right? But it, like, Rise does technically have a higher win rate against the Cassiopeia, just in general across the board. So obviously it is playing for the team fight rather than playing for the lane. And we've seen that that hasn't necessarily been the way to victory at the moment, right? Because winning lane has been very, very important. And if you have a look on the other side, there's a Lee Sin next to this Rise. I think it might give DK a lot of avenues in the earlier stages to allow Lucid to really run amok up against Croco here in this game.
Unless there is, like, you know, some closet Cassiopeia going on with Closer where he's just keeping it really close to his chest that he loves this pick. I mean, I don't even know. I mean, maybe you're looking it up now. I don't know if it's like the first time he's ever played it pro. I doubt it is. I bet he has played it before, but it's not a common pick for him.
I wasn't, but I could. We have got some extra time.
We have some niche Cassiopeia players, right? Quad was one of the big ones, but we have a few players that have picked it up here in this region. Like Faker, for example. Yep. Obviously an older player has played it through some more strong Cassiopeia metas. I look at what D+ have, and even outside of composition-wise, it's comfort picks across the board. And that's why if you had to ask me right now who takes Game 3, I give it to D+. Because the Game 2 draft had some picks that they like, but it wasn't a comp. This is a meta composition with every single player playing something they're fantastic at. Whereas on Bro's side, I can't imagine they're just as well versed.
Yeah, and also Essence Reaver first on MF is fine. So I think that aiming might be able to figure it out. He can load up the same item build, and well, not the Runons. Please don't build that on Misfortune. But I think he'll know that, you know, Bloodthirster will need to come in at some point as well, and stuff like that. He built a Bloodthirster in the first game. You know, his Sivir build was okay. And I believe he also built Essence Reaver. Maybe he just loves Essence Reaver on this patch. But ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to get into game number 3. The Bros with a fun composition. D+, a little bit more meta than last time. Let's get into it.
세상사의 학교에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, Bro fans, full voice here in Lowell Park today as we see whether they can start off round 3 with a bang. Being able to take down DK would be a big deal, but they're going to have to do it from the red side. Blue side has been 100% win rate so far this entire round. It is insane how good blue side is.
Yeah. Crazy.
That's in fact what I did for my predictions all week is whoever had side selection, I was just like, they're going to win. Because blue side's OP. You're guaranteed to have it twice. So there you go.
Boom.
That's not actually what I did. I'm not entirely sure how many blue side wins I did, but I probably should just try and retcon it and get back to maybe just doing that.
I like
good.
to play from left to right.
Ah, yeah?
I feel way more comfortable on blue side. I'm going to be honest.
Oh, and it's like a direction you walk type thing?
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but
maybe
like,
it's because you played too many platforms.
Maybe if I played the Mario Brothers and it was from right to left as a kid, I'd be like, oh, red side is my
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, you've obviously been playing, like, the newer Donkey Kong games that are, like, also platformers.
Yeah.
Like, it's like even new games. It's all right, left to right.
I mean, Super Mario World was revolutionary because you could go right to left and go back. But, like, you normally didn't want to, but, you know, you could.
Yeah. And, okay, Beryl, a bit of a drive-by there. He's just sailing past, just showing that the anchor works on terrain. Nicely done. They're looking to clear out this ward. That will happen. Aiming cancels the auto to make sure that he gets the money. You love to see it. Knocked into the alcove here, but otherwise not too much going on. And it's just going to be minions traded between these two bottom lanes.
MF into a 80 carry plus Alistair, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, it's not going to be feeling the greatest.
It's what level 1 looks like.
In fact, the entire wave survived after that one. And Showmaker looking a little worse for wear here, as the Noxious Blasts, I believe, have been landing. I didn't do my job, Wolf. You mentioned that I should find out whether he's played very much Cassiopeia in the past. I don't quite remember very much Close of Cassiopeia, so I'm going to have to look it up.
I have no tablet or laptop with me today, so otherwise I would have done it, but you have yours. So
no, I don't. I'm looking it up in my brain.
Right, sorry.
Yeah,
right.
like, come on, Wolf. You need to make them think that they're smart instead of looking things up.
No, I mean, sometimes
the tablet is definitely in front of me.
Sometimes you just use the tablet to charge your brain.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
So he's just drawing power from the tablet.
Because as soon as I read it on the tablet, it is in my brain.
Yeah.
Right? It has to go through there. So theoretically, I'm fine. He's played it one time and lost.
Okay, so I thought it was going to be like 3 or less, but 1 is quite low, obviously. The back here for aiming feels amazing. He's able to buy a call and just head straight back to lane, and we'll still have some control, as Lucid is going to do some trading here, some vertical jungling with Croco. The cool thing about the Cassiopeia into this draft, by the way, even though, like you said, it's not a winning matchup into the Rise, if aiming doesn't do big damage with his combo, which he doesn't have a rel to set up for him, right? Like if Shio doesn't hit his ultimate, you don't have that really strong angle, then you're missing a ton of damage because Lucian and Cassiopeia at low range are just going to be like, all right, well, it's my turn now. You didn't kill us. We kill you. And Rise, yes, he does a lot of damage. That's why, you know, a lot of his builds call him, or make him called the Machine Gun Rise. Yep. Does do a lot of damage later on. But Cassiopeia with Conqueror is such a crazy threat, especially if an Equalizer just slows people down or takes a few, you know, health bars down to half. It's so easy to clean up fights as Bro, and it's hard to get away from Cassiopeia. You know, you're just kind of locked in, and it's done so.
Well, Morgan going to make himself a little bit quiet here, but doesn't land that last harpoon. He's just going to look for a little bit of a reset.
You know who hates grounding on the side of D+? Especially Lee Sin.
Yeah. I think Beryl also not going to be too psyched about it either. Does want to be landing these dredge lines, but at least his depth charge is not going to worry about it too much. As, okay, Pole taking a bit of damage here. Finds a headbutt Pulv though. Level 4 has been picked up as Aiming going to swap his focus over towards this Lucian. They do get the heal out. That barrier has been expended, but so is the heal now.
Yeah, that was really well played, I think, by D+ to prevent the back, because Hype, remember, hasn't bought any items yet. He's just sitting on that Doran's Blade, and now Aiming is like, cool, I got this tempo call here. Actually going to be able to push this wave in. And they had vision there, so they were able to interrupt the back perfectly on vision. There's no risk inherently there for aiming a barrel, and they get the heal out of Palu and a ton of tempo. Huge win here for D+'s bottom duo.
Yeah, it's kind of massive, especially if Hype does decide to try and go for a back, because he wouldn't have been able to pick up that wave.
That's
so
Dragon.
Once again, yeah, the Dragon going to be picked up because they need to deal with this minion wave that is coming in. Xiu going to look to try and dash over this little house. There's a public execution going to come on through, but there's the double dash. Doesn't need to flash, but does expend the ulti, which will take down some of his control towards that top side. As Showmaker not wanting to show his face to this level 6 Cassiopeia too much, as you saw, was turning away quite a few times. And that is going to be that first Dragon taken down here by Lucid.
Yeah, it's a big win on the bottom side of the map. Good defense there by Xiu with the ult, with the level 6 advantage. Their top side. If Morgan has his equalizer, maybe they're able to slow Xiu down. He's not quite able to get away or is forced to flash, but just presses R and takes it at a nice angle, gets away.
Yep.
Will be forced to TP back now. Morgan will get a free back, but in fact, it's actually going bottom lane, as we're going to see a swap set up here. But
yeah, really interesting actually, because Bro was still back home, and it looked like they were heading towards bottom side. They see the teleport coming in. They're like, all right, well, we'll go back top, and that'll be fine.
yeah, that's kind of a weird moment there where Bro actually kind of have that additional information and will be just fine to match this. And Morgan didn't have to TP or anything like that for that play top side, so you can just go down and match bottom. A few minions lost here for Bro, but at the end of the day, feeling pretty good about it.
Yep, no worries at all. Showmaker comes on over and does manage to take that cannon, so no worries there. We'll be able to deal with this wave very comfortably. Level 7 now gained for the Rise, down 3 CS, so nothing really to worry about as far as the lane is going. And Hype will match, as we're looking for a little bit of a grub play. And this is actually kind of cool for DK, because we've seen Bro take the first Drake in every game, but it's often been very late. So now, first Drake goes down, but Grubs hadn't spawned yet, so they get to move their bottom lane towards the top side, and they can focus on trying to take that objective as well, if Lucid can keep this tempo up as far as the jungle is concerned.
Forcing Closer to back too, and when he didn't have TP, now he gets a free back on the wave push. Closer loses a little bit of farm, but Showmaker can just get straight back to the mid lane, perfectly timed for these Grubs. He also has his Realm Warp available. So topside control that goes over to this Misfortune and not Nocturne, Nautilus.
Yep.
Feels amazing, right? Like D+ should be able to secure these Grubs, and I think for Bro, trying to figure out what the cross map is probably the game plan, or maybe just saying, all right, we're going to secure one, see what we can do here. As at this point, MF is so strong too with her ult at level 6. Like this is a really strong skirmish here for D+, and Lucid's already even saying like, we can do more than just get Grub control. I'm going to come over here and get some deep vision, look to harass the enemy jungler, get more information.
Oh, Showmaker going pretty aggressive, finds a Rune Prison onto Closer here, but doesn't want to overly commit. The Noxious Blast does go wide that time. Is aiming in barrel. A little bit behind enemy lines now. Headbutt Pulve does come on through.
What?
Barrel, I don't know about that hook. Croco's going to move over. Amy's going to have to flash if he wants to get out, but there's the Sonic Wave coming over, and Lucid finds his way out with a safeguard. Barrel will be there. Never mind. He's just going to get into this grub pit, and then... Question. He'll die. As Croco comes on over and just eats the Big Daddy. Down he goes. In fact, Closer gets that kill. A big deal here for the mid lane matchup, and they can actually use this.
This get Grubs. I mean, Showmaker, all he can do is try to, clear this wave and try to deny some farm, but Closer actually is just already over here, so he doesn't really get much out of it. Equalizer gets dropped to try to get Morgan a free back here. I don't think he's going to get interrupted. He does get away with it, but that almost was like, I guess I'll just trust Barrel forever no matter what. But instead, I am still very confused about what the game plan was, because also no one was here to catch him, even if that hook does hit on the Hype.
Well, no, the hook was meant for the Alistair, but unfortunately the Alistair went over the wall and, hit aiming.
No matter who he hits there,
yeah,
anyway, he dies.
I still think the play was not good.
He dies for it, and they don't have any tools to win the fight. So the kill goes over to Cassiopeia versus going over to him, the Nocturne. I don't know why I keep saying Nocturne. Nautilus.
Yep, Noctilus.
We're all a little bit jet lagged, but at the end of the day, what looked like a disastrous play could have been worse, but it still was a disastrous play, Atlas.
Yeah, it didn't quite work. It is still DK with a slight gold advantage. But the Grubs going over is fantastic. Of course, denying them from the Ambessa also a really good thing because the side laning here from DK could be very, very strong with this composition. Ryze and Ambessa feel pretty at home in these sides.
Yeah, more of a denial than like a big boon for Bro, but getting Grubs at any point also
definitely
feels good because like anytime you hit a turret, it's value. Like you are trading turrets, like you might just trade up because you have that Grub value. First brick, stuff like that. So they often go hand in hand.
It does mean that things are very, very even as far as the feats of strength are concerned. Going to need 2 objectives on both sides, 2 kills on both sides, and the turrets are still standing. So yet to see much ground being made there.
Yeah, not a plate across the map has gone down.
Yeah, that's true too. My goodness, it is very even. A few extra minions being picked up by the solo lanes of Bro, but that has been kind of answered here by aiming
Lucid
pretty far ahead.
Is late on the rotation here, but because they have to clear this wave, you might just have enough time. It's Barrel on Nautilus with level 6. Diving this is tough.
Well, there's another hook to come in. The Pulverize going to connect as aiming does go down as now Croco with the Subjugate running. Lucid is going to come on over, but now Croco just kind of doesn't have anywhere to go, and he is just dead. There are 2 kills coming on through as Polo was tanking the turret for a little bit longer than he really wanted to, and does just kind of fall.
A bit of farm denied for aiming, but at the end of the day, that was a bit of a... that was a bit of a...
I mentioned like the question mark pings in the brain.
Yeah.
That happened again just then.
So Barrel going in initially here is why I think Bro feel like they're like, oh, okay, well, he's already...
Well, we're flashing forward. Morgan! The Lord just solo kills Shiu!
Okay, well, that's a big win. That's a big win. D+ do get the Dragon on the other side. Will be 2 Drake lead for them for another Mountain Soul. But
Morgan like had a warm-up game, and now he is just the god.
He's back to Lord status.
Yeah, he is definitely Lord status.
Barrel goes in here, and then Paulo gets the interrupt on aiming's ult, so this looks amazing, right? But unfortunately, because Croco goes left here, I guess worried about getting rooted by Barrel, he ends up being left for the Wolves. Paulo continues to try to hold the aggro to let him live, but then they both die.
I don't think that was it. I think he just picked up aggro by mistake.
Oh, okay, I thought he actually was trying to hold it there. Either way, Morgan in the first-person view.
Oh, just stone cold.
Yeah, not too thrilled about it, but I think Bro fans everywhere should be. But man, the 2 Drake lead into Mountain Soul again is just so insane.
Mountain Soul. My goodness, haven't seen that one before. That's we are this round 100% Mountain Souls. Well,
so far, yeah.
That's nuts. That is way not enough Cloud Souls.
Statistical anomaly.
It is. It is quite anomalous. See whether that continues as we move to our next series. Of course, a reminder, that one is going to be Genji versus Hanwha Life Esports, and that is one that you will not want to miss. Hanwha made sure that they came home early from EWC to get as much rest as possible. At least that's what the EWC performance looked like. And now Genji going to see whether they can continue that streak. It will be 27 series in a row if you include EWC and MSI on top of Road to MSI and the first couple of rounds here in the LCK.
Cole's about to cash in here for aiming. He has that Bloodthirster online. Now he's heading straight to the mid lane. Like, this is the moment for MF where you feel like you can do whatever you want and you can control mid prio and you can look for fights. It's a big spike for farm comfort, really, for the MF. Good for team fights as well, but it's not, you know, the damage spike. It's just a lot of extra safety. And you're always going to be able to eat a little bit of poke. You're always going to feel very comfortable to come up and trade. So this is that, plus Showmaker hitting level 11. This Realm Warp hasn't really been used aggressively just yet this game, but certainly can be. He's going to fight instead just 1v1 here and win the trade.
Closer hasn't yelled at Showmaker yet. I feel like that Petrifying Gaze is just always threatened, and Showmaker kind of trying to play around it as best he can. Does manage to clear out the wave, though, and Closer is just chilling. Gold lead still slightly there for DK, but it's only to the tune of 400. The only thing really to pay attention to are these dragons that they've been able to pick up alongside it. 1 minute until the Rift Herald. That is going to be the next objective to be looked out for. But if DK managed to stack 3 Drakes at the start of this game, it's going to be really difficult for Bro. So expect a big fight around the Dragon Pit. I don't think the Rift Herald is as high priority, but can really spell pressure towards the Dragon, especially when they're staggered exactly like this.
I don't think the mid turret is that valuable for either team. I mean, obviously it's always a good thing, but it's not like these are dive comps that are going to just run away with the game if the mid turret goes down. But you can use it for Drake Prio. The timing for that works out incredibly well if you are able to get the Herald. So we'll see if these teams are going to group as Showmaker does not have TP. Closer, on the other hand, does. If they're able to identify this, maybe they could make a big play for it, trade a turret for that big objective.
She really respecting Morgan now.
Yeah, I mean, no kidding.
Makes a fair bit of sense. Playing back here as Morgan just taking full control. We haven't really seen him in any of our more than small skirmishes. Lucid standing on a ward here. They knew exactly what was going on, but the hook is still going to connect. There is the exhaust. Knockup is good from the Pulverize, but Polo is still likely to just be dead as the Realm Warp comes on in. The back scratcher down there for Hype as the culling doesn't really do too much. Petrifying Gaze only onto one. There's now Croco staying alive for so long. God, Trundle is so broken, man. And Equalizer, Showmaker takes that walk, but decides he needs to flash out of it, and you can understand why. As the Bros, they do manage to fight back. That is still DK taking down quite a few. Croco's still up, though. That is going to mean that the Rift Herald should go over to the Bro.
It's a big trade up for Bro, and it's Croco secures that kill there. Triforce online, doing so much damage, and Showmaker's just unable to really get into the fight. Zoned away, and then equalized there. So look at where the carries are here for D+. You know, aiming is so late to actually join this fight. The Apollo is able to absorb so much pressure. And by the time this, Realm Warp comes through and Showmaker shows up, Hype ends up taking out half of his health, more than half of his health. And then this re-engage is desperation because the Petrifying Gaze only hits one, but it's enough here. And now you have Closer, who's a real carry in this fight. Hype, who's a real carry in this fight. Showmaker's just not going to be able to compete with that low health bar. That culling was actually such a game changer.
It's kind of crazy. As now Apollo doing battle against Showmaker here, but actually he is pretty tanky. So he is able to walk it off. Mountain Drake up and available. Everyone is alive here, unless... Oh,
a pillar!
God, that pillar is so good. Showmaker well and truly dead once again, and that should mean that the Dragon will go over to the Bros. And Lucid, he was ready to start that off. But unfortunately, just caught napping.
Can't put him in the doghouse on his birthday game day.
Oh, it's so unfair.
And he is dead. That turret is going to fall, and that's going to be Feats of Strength, or at least the turret here for Bro. They need one more kill, as you were alluding to, or one more objective, but it's the feat they get from it. First brick, and they're looking for more here.
Beryl, can you do enough damage to this? The answer is no, and maybe you're going to die for it. As aiming, we need you to come back. Beryl's going to get knocked up, and they're just going to give him up for the Ghost. Down goes the Nautilus. It's another quizzical...
in game one, I said maybe the shot calling is fixed. Maybe it's looking better. It's a good look. But in games 2 and 3, it has not quite lived up to that game 1 success. As this D+ super broken up in a lot of these skirmishes, and Bro are just not hesitating.
Yeah, well, there's a Q missing, and that's going to mean that this Dragon does go over to the Bros. They're on the board now, as that's just bullet time. Sometimes you just want to press your R button, ladies and gentlemen. That is exactly how aiming was feeling as he looks to soften them up. Lucid will be able to take his Raptors. I mean, it's not over yet, but it's looking real weird for DK.
I mean, this is Croco finding all these angles, man. Look at this pillar, just on the edge, so perfectly placed. And the follow-up is there because Showmaker's out by himself. Like, no one can peel for him, no one can do anything. All he has to do is pillar.
지렸는데?
That was a perfect pillar.
Poser impressed.
Yep.
Not gonna repeat that, but it wasn't very polite, but in a very cute way. The attempt here, though, from Beryl as well is quite weird, because look at where aiming is. Like, he can't do anything. Another fight here.
Anchor is just gonna go haywire there as they are looking to disengage the fight. Lucid gets out with a safeguard. That is just going to be fight over. Subjugate was on cooldown. Polo does have to use his ultimate in that last exchange.
Morgan does have TP and Showmaker does not. So, side lane pressure here is not really working out the way Showmaker wants it to in this game. He's only on 3 stacks of his Rod of Ages, and he's going for that super safe build, right, where he's got Roa into Seraphs. Not the most damage that we've ever seen, and when you're running an MF, it's a little bit concerning, to be honest, in a game state like this.
I mean, you're not going to build anything else on the rise, so unfortunately he's a little bit priced in, almost literally, as aiming here in the mid lane doesn't quite find the double up. But, this is the most stable part so far, is the fact that aiming is still farming, everything is okay, he's still 20 CS up, and might be able to get stuff done. But we haven't really seen too much from this Misfortune so far in this game. And the Bros, as far as the fights, they're just looking so much more coordinated.
Yeah, they're just decisive, right? They're making the calls fast. And, you know, players like Barrel keep getting caught out. Showmaker slightly caught out there. I want to give a lot of credit to Croco, but was in a position in the side lane where if he gets caught by anything, he is dead because there's no teammates nearby.
Yeah, you didn't have flash as well, so you just can't really be up there like that.
Yeah, these are moments that are incredibly punishable. And Bro have been, you know, pulling the trigger on those. This IE is done for hype as well, moving into this next objective fight. Otacon does spawn here.
It's even items. Aiming does manage to put his IE together as well, but he's a little bit further away. Otacon, I'm pretty sure, is 100% win rate so far in this round. As in game 1, DK were able to lock it down, and then Bro collected it in game 2. As Chu dashing around here, but Closer pretty happy in a side lane as a teleport in from Polo as another fantastic pillar comes down. That gets the bullet time out as Beryl has to flash. He doesn't find the turret. Polo gets underneath it as well, and he's got the unbreakable will. It's a double for hype, and that should mean even more here for the Bros as the Otacon could be on the menu.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's about time for a Dagon Pip at this point. It's Bros pulling massively ahead, 2.4K, the lead now. And this is just a free Otacon after the play. Barrow caught a third time in this one. Lucid an extra casualty. And D+ are saying, you can have Otacon. We're just going to try to take Closer out. But this turret is too healthy. There's no wave. And so the cross map is just not an option. And Bro, looking clean in their first series here of the Rise group.
Yeah, and I don't know whether it's necessarily Bro that we need to be focusing on, because DK, we saw what they were capable of in Game 1. We have not seen that since. Game 2 was... it was a lot of things, and this game is also just uncoordination, and those scrimbucks, we said that they were certainly things that you're not supposed to focus on, and that is looking exactly correct.
There's just no respect for this Trundle here, like you're saying. Meryl's caught, Showmaker was caught in the side, Lucid going back in here, and I'm not entirely sure who his target was to try to look for a flash kick potentially into the turret. It's just not a great angle there, and I mean, this Trundle now with Deadman's Plate is such a threat, has been all game long. And while I will agree with you that D+ have had a rough 2 games in a row here, Bro, you know, I think the bar this towards the end of the season, or towards the end of the second round, we started to set the Bro bar higher. You know, this is a team that will punish almost anyone, and that continues to be true. So D+ have to tighten it up, or the Bro bar is going to get hit. It's going to hit you right on the chin.
Oh, hit with a Bro bar. It's kind of like getting hit with a crowbar, but probably hurts a little bit less.
Yeah, but it's not great at prying open like metal or doors, maybe, but it's good at prying open game 3s.
Well, Croco going to look for an angle here as another Culling just going to get soaked here by Beryl. He gets an ult out, he interrupts it, but he's dead. And so Polo ghosting around here. Showmaker, what are we doing? Why are we here? He is going to try and get out, but it is another pillar from Croco. Oh man, player of the match, I think I know where it's going according to me. Might be recency bias, but my god, this Trundle has been so good. As public execution is going to miss, but we'll see whether Morgan is still going to die. Make it rain, comes on down, and oh my god, the Lord is going to turn it as they take down Chiu. Aiming now in trouble, Lucid goes in desperately, trying to find the angle, but Morgan doesn't get hit by those. Aiming is flashing in, and they are tilted off the planet. DK are looking to get crushed in this game 3.
That's the kind of tilted skirmish fight that you don't expect to see from a team that has had so much time together, a team that's got veterans like Showmaker, Aiming, and Barrel on it, and yet they get punished by Pillars again. Atlas, one more time here. Pillars on cooldown here, but Croco's just gonna run up, and they've got so much CC. Barrel trying to go in and ult hype. Who's gonna follow up on that? Lucid's got flash and
you know who? Showmaker is. Yeah. He's following up on it, man, whether you like it or not.
And you know what? I hate to say it this early in the round, Atlas, but I did say at the beginning of the day, I think D+ deserve trust. With all the reports about the scrims, this is such a great moment here from Morgan. Has the hourglass, or rather the arm guard, is able to buy so much space here, then tilts Aiming into ult, or flashing in and dies. Well, we said at the beginning of the day, I think D+ deserves our Preds. I think they deserve our trust. They've had a ton of extra time. They moved their coaching staff around, but after this series, man, I think I'm throwing that trust out the window. And Bro, they just stay consistent. They stay good coordination-wise in terms of these team fights, the punish plays, and they're more proactive than D+, and D+ is proactive at the wrong moments, Atlas.
Yeah, it's not quite working. At this point in time here for DK, Shio is at least going to be able to get a turret here towards the bottom side, but it's 7,000 gold. The lead has just ballooned out of control. Remember, Arakan was picked up earlier on as well. They've got 2 Mountain Drakes on their backs now. 4 minutes until that next one, and it's going to require a miracle here for DK if they want to make it back into this game. Croco on this Trundle looking absolutely fantastic. 3-0-4 for closer as well on the Cassiopeia. And I don't know what DK are going to be able to do to try and get back into this game.
He's going to hit 16 off his rock. Oh, there it is.
Hey, there we go. Nailed it. As okay, Lucid is going to taxi out
Hopefully he
using
can live.
his own red buff, as this time Showmaker is not going to get completely destroyed by the pillar. As aiming with the Make It Rain, trying to split this fight up as Hype could be in trouble. He's kicked back. Down goes Lucid though, and Hype is just out of range of the bullet time. He stays alive, and the depth charge isn't even enough to kill him. It's Beryl's turn just to dive face forward. He does get his target. But I don't think the entire team was worth it.
Yeah, well, with that third kill, he picks up a Knight's Vow. Atlas, I guess that's what he's going to be looking at here in his collection as the Nexus falls. 4 dead on D+. Bro, 17 kills to 5. Relatively low death timer here on this Ambessa. They're not going to all in for the win, but this game is definitely over. As Hype is the target once again here. The equalizer, so good for zoning here. Hype gets the Triumph proc out for the kill here from Shiu, and then is able to survive the ult from Barrel. Barrel is finally able to take him out with the Ignite, barely taking him in, but the rest of D+ are dead outside of aiming. Just can't do anything. Bro, take the inhibitor, take the Baron. They're looking for, with this Baron, either the win as they break open the base further, or at worst case scenario, a 3rd Mountain Drake in a row. For this Trundle, it's got a Spirit Visage. Nobody's hurting this guy.
Nope. It is, this is feeling like the last push here for the bros. And man, DK in game 1, if you had left me at the end of game 1 and said, oh, what's going to happen in this series, I'm like, oh, 2-0, and then we'll move on to the next one. Was definitely not the case.
So
the
what
tenacity
is,
of the bros. What I'm saying is the bro tax did come in.
So what you're saying is the unprecedented D+ dismantling in game 1 into tragic loss in game 3 and getting totally blasted in game 3 is still a thing, Atlas? Is that still a thing?
It is.
That's what Chronicler's already tweeting about, I'm sure.
Well, Hype is now going to get tagged by a Sonic Wave, but Polo is just getting Lucid out of here. Showmaker trying to flash away, but Croco is just going to kill him. Now Polo finding the backline perfectly as the equalizer goes down just to assassinate the Misfortune. Showmaker goes down as a bit of an afterthought here, and the bros will conquer DK here in the first match. Shiu, he's going to dash around a little bit. His public execution was swift and merciless. And the bros, yeah, they took a little bit of a timeout in the first game, but they absolutely came back with a vengeance in the next 2 and will lay claim to the first series of round 3.
What a great start to round 3 here at LCK 2025. Anyone can beat anyone was kind of the moniker of our right side of the bracket, right? Our east side, which is now the Rise group here. And D+ got pulled into that Rise group. They came in as pretty heavy favorites, but we knew Bro were capable. You know, I said when I put in my Preds, I actually put Bro in first and edited it. I said, no, I think D+ deserves our trust. And yes, D+ had a great game 1, but the drafting game 2 was wonky. The build from aiming was weird, and the, I think, almost tilted nature of how they lost game 3 means they just felt, or saying game 2, made game 3 just kind of weird. Like, constantly getting caught, constantly getting punished by bullets. Trundle is strong, but Croco made it look unbeatable.
Yeah, we've seen Trundle look pretty unbeatable before as well. So, I don't know, man. This was a really impressive performance by the bros, and it just shows that even if the bro tax is a little bit late, wasn't coming through all that strongly in game number 1, but you get it in game 2, everything is absolutely fine. Just have to make sure you pay it. It's not about late fees here. We don't give you late fees if you pay your bro tax late. It's absolutely fine. If you do it after the series, yes, you will get. There will be a lot of those fees. So make sure you get it in before game 2 is over. That is the main thing. The bros looking absolutely fantastic here in this first game, but I think there is a lot to be spoken about how DK played those last couple of games. It just shows that some of the issues that we were looking at are still certainly there, and they will need to make some things happen, even if they are super far ahead in this Rise group, right? Like, there was a top 6 in the LCK. It was very unfortunate for DK that they fell out, they're going to have to still keep the wins coming through unless they want to lose that top spot here in this group.
Paulo did just pick up aggro here as Croco was out of range. The thing about D+, and like you and I didn't necessarily share this opinion when D+ was first locked into the Rise group, but to me they're a team that's so momentum based, and like a lot of the success and play of Showmaker is about how much fun he's having, you know, what his mental state is. And to fall into Rise group has got to be a huge blow to this org. Like, Showmaker's been on this org from start to finish, right? It's his lowest finish ever halfway through the year. And he didn't play his greatest game here, obviously, on his birthday match day. At the end of the day, though, it's about more than just Showmaker's individual performances. The team's coordination and shot calling was one of the big issues we had and what we talked about a lot at the end of round 2. And I thought perhaps with some additional time, some of that would be remedied, and yet they just hit Bro, who are looks like they're just where we left them, you know? Yeah. And that means better than D+ with this level of coordination. And I think D+ are going to walk out of this series a little bit embarrassed with how it went down, because if they all just played 10 to 15% better, it feels like this is such a winnable game, but the small errors eventually just stack up, and Bro, the bar is set, and D+ just didn't match it.
Yeah, one of the worries that I have as well is that, you know, between games 1 and 2, things certainly didn't go so well, but between games 2 and 3, it seemed catastrophic. And we've seen this be the case with CV Max teams in the past, right? Where maybe he can double down on some tough love, perhaps. And I'm hoping that that is not the case. I'm hoping that CV Max has turned a different corner, but it might be that history could repeat itself.
At least he can't run drafts back anymore in Fearless.
That is a very good point. We're not going to get multiple Talia Pantheons in 3-zip finals and things like that. That was quite a long time ago that he was on Griffin back then. Hype having a phenomenal performance, though, back-to-back games. The Corki and Evolution looking fantastic.
I think you could vote Morgan, Croco, or Hype. Morgan's Cho'Gath, his Rumble was amazing. Croco, I voted for him. I thought he was the most consistent player across all 3 games. He had an amazing Xin Zhao game.
I would have voted for him just for the pillar.
He ruled this game with some fantastic pillars, but then Hype, similar story, incredibly consistent across the series and was very, very strong in games 2 and 3. Croco is going to get it. I think there's a little bit of recency bias on that game 3, but his Xin Zhao was deathless, was really, really a big part of what they were able to do with that Cho'Gath, and then he was able to find those Wukong flanks despite the loss in game 1. He just really has been super proactive today, super confident, and I think this pickup was one of the pickups that shocked us towards the end of round 2, or at the end of round 1, I think is when he was officially signed. But it's paying off here for the Bros.
Yep, and I think it made sense as time went on, right? Like the Closer and Croco synergy was already there from, you know, back on their sandbox days and stuff like that. So certainly some understandable moves, but Humbug was pretty good as well. So maybe they've just got a lot of junglers that are good now, and that's totally okay. Also looking like the Juke pickup has been working out, because those last couple of drafts were absolutely beautifully orchestrated. Their first couple of picks, that Rumble Trundle, beautiful way to set up your draft as well. And in a game 3, that's harder to find, you know, grabbing that that big synergy. So really, really good stuff there from the Bros. Now it is time to head over to the POM interview with Croco.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Steer for the POM interview translation of the first match of round 3. Joined by Croco on the side of OK Savings Bank Rion. Congratulations! It was a comeback, and you ended your 3 LCK match losing streak and got your first win of round 3. You must be quite happy. Yeah, it feels great. What does this victory mean to you? You know, despite the outcome last time, I feel like we had a pretty decent performance, and I'm really happy that we're able to show up and get this great victory today. And following round 2, you defeated D+ Kia again in round 3, and you took down the #1 team in Rise Group. So what makes you particularly strong against DK? You know, we got a new head coach, and I think we were really trying to stay on the same page and get our synergy up there. And we really wanted to build up our chemistry, so we actually have been watching movies and spending a lot of time with each other, so I think that's what really helped. Yeah, it must be all the team activities that got you to this point.
그렇다면 이렇게 듀크 감독님이 합류하시면서 좀 달라진
So
점이
after head coach Duke joined, is there anything that's different now?
듀크 감독님이 어쨌든 게임 보는 눈이 되게 높으셔서
You know, I think Duke has a very good understanding of the game, and he has a really good read. So I think it really does help us being led by someone like him. And Kroko, you are the OG rookie king, and you really showed up with that aura. So what was really the game plan for top?
브루저 구도를 되게 자신 있어하고 좋아해가지고.
I think Morgan is really good with the tank and the bruiser type of champions. And I just thought, you know, as long as I'm able to feed him, I think he's going to repay everything that I do for him. And in game 3, the enemy took Lee Sin against Trundle. And with Lee Sin being so agile, it could have been so challenging, but your pillars were just no joke. So how are you so good at hitting your pillars? You know, we tried to coordinate off of champions that we were good at. And I think we just played out the game thinking that we had better and higher value champions. And I think that's just, you know, I think I just had that in-game sense that allowed me to put the pillars down. And today, the overall match was so intense. So when were you certain that you won the game? You know, in game 1, we were able to start off with a lot of advantage. And I thought that the flow was going really well at first, and we ended up slipping, and that's a regretful 2-1 victory. But I think at the start of game 3 and the draft, and I think that's when we already knew that we won. And with the new format in round 3, we have Rise and Legend group, and a lot of people are saying that this format is really fun. So what is your perspective on it? As a player, I feel like I've been playing in opening matches a lot, quite often. And I think, you know, going into an opening match, I go in with a very exciting mindset that I really want to win. And I think it's really fun. I'm just really glad that I was able to win today. Yeah, what a pleasant start to round 3. Moving forward, what are your goals? Now, I want to make sure that my performance is up to par as much as our fans expect. And I don't think it'll be as easy to get rank 1 and the top spot of our group, but we're going to keep on trying to show you the best performance that we have. And that's the end of the interview with Kroko, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Yaya and Heji, with the interview. As Kroko said it best, it was the team bonding, watching movies, doing everything there that led to the growth of the squad. My jersey's there. Let's fly the Preds. You know, just let the people know. Can we let the people know who has the belief, who has the faith? That's right, baby. Giga Chad.
Well played, man. Probably this is my last time that I trust in DK. Like, I just completely lost the trust on DK from now on. Like, after this, I really can't. Now I'm on the bro hype train.
I mean, all I'm gonna say is like the scores carry over, and D+ got to be pretty happy that they do, because if they were playing like this, I mean, I would feel a lot less comfortable about them making it into the top 3. This was a pretty rough performance from them, and bro, very deserving of this win.
Yes, let's take a look at the player of the match votes and comments. I feel like it could have gone either way in the top and bot role, but Jungle ends up winning out here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 votes here for Kroko. No one voted for Hype.
Yeah, I feel that's kind of weird. I feel like Hype was definitely someone I expected some votes for. You know, I don't think Kroko or Morgan votes are bad at all. I think very justified. I just thought Hype would get some attention.
I think every single player was solid except their support. I mean, I don't want to hate on Polo, but I feel like he just needs to step up a little bit more. I think he already showed up in Game 2 and Game 3. So it's like Bro as a team, they're trying to do some stuff as a team. I think that's the one that I really liked because like it's really hard to pick the POM, right? That means the team in general just played well together.
Yeah, let's get to comments. Which one of you is going first? We'll find out in just a second. But both of you voting top lane there for Lord Morgan. Wachan, you're first.
I'm sorry for Showmaker, but yeah, it was delicious cookie. Nice cookie. Thanks for the cookies for Nom Nom Nom. My Cho'Gath Morgan. I think in the game 2, it was a game changer. His playstyle just lead the team to the victory.
Nom Nom Noms in the chat as we hear from Mr. Daniel Lux Harrison.
Yep. The only thing bigger than that Cho'Gath is my faith in Lord Morgan.
All right.
Yeah, kind of a draft diff by Duke. Here, winning on his debut, 100% win rate here for the new shot caller, I guess not shot caller, coach for Bro. Here it is. What does it say? Croco took a bite out of crime. And the crime is DK's drafting. Both coaches with debuts. CV Max will have to wait a little later on in the week to see if he gets his first win in the LCK in 2025. What else we got here? Helios with Croco, the pillar of OK Savings Bank Brion, with his pillar plays on Trundle there. CT drop in standing ovation for the pillar maestro. I like that one. Paksu's in the chat. That means clap in Korean. What else we got?
Honestly, a Pillarman reference would have been great.
Performance looking as fine as his face card.
Just flirtatious, you know?
Yeah, go. All right. Just getting in there. All right, let's take a look at, I think we had one highlight here for you from this last one. Oh, draft first. Let's talk about draft in this last one.
Yeah, I just feel like in this situation, this is one of these compositions where for D+, very short ranged, and so many champions on the enemy team make your life difficult. Like Cassiopeia, really good into short range champions, especially ones with dashes. She can interrupt with the Miasma. Things like the Ambessa, the Lee Sin, the Nautilus all have a really hard time. Ryze has traditionally been struggled into Cassiopeia. The Trundle as well, the pillar value is so big here. A lot of these champions just struggle to circumvent it. The Alistair in this scenario as well, you're so much tankier than the Nautilus. Everyone, when they're dealing damage, has to be in range of you. I just feel like going through this draft, it felt like Bro always had the edge and it came out super favorably. The Rumble as well. You're always going to be hitting multiple people with either your Equalizer or your Flame Spitter. And I just feel like coming out of this draft, Bro had such an edge. And obviously, the execution was great, but I think this just gave them such an advantage.
So yeah, the whole idea for OK Brion for now is just make it simple. You know, I think we already talked about the Game 2 draft as well. It was so easy to play against their comp because it was already countered by their picks. And I think Game 3, it was the same. As you mentioned, this is so easy to just fight back because they're just low range. Their in-fight is just way too strong. Ryze is tipping into the middle, but there's nothing much you can do because they're the king of the infighters. Even though you picked Ryze, you can't really do much against those picks.
Yeah, we saw multiple different pillars there with Showmaker just getting caught out. And it wasn't just that TP. He had the TP in the mid lane turret, the fight down on the bottom side of the map where he got pillared against the wall. Then you have the numbers advantage there, and you get to see the prowess of Closer on this cast, softening up the D+ Kia for the rest of the team, and Lord Morgan escaping with that little bit of HP.
Yeah, alongside the draft, I really want to talk about their game plan as well. We already mentioned that in the pre-show, that if Duke wants to change something for the team, then you have to play for objective, play for something that you can actually win the game. Back in the day, Bro, they just fight for nothing. That's why we were kind of fuming when we were watching Bro games, but right now, they're fighting for objective. Their early game plan is just so clean, like they're only 2 Drakes are just so clean, and after that, they want to fight for a 3rd Drake. I think the setup-wise, Game 1 was a little bit off, but after Game 1, Game 2, Game 3, it was just so on point.
I think that's the thing, is even though this is a continuation of the longest season, it is going from round 1, 2 to 3, 4, 5. We've had a lot of time off, and it's always going to be which teams have made good use of that time off. And even though it's small sample size so far, it does look like Bro has made good use of that time.
Well, with that victory, let's take a look at the scoreboard now. For the first time here in round 3, here are our Rise group standings. You heard the guys on the cast say, thank goodness D plus Kia had some carryover from rounds 1 and 2. They will still hold on to the top spot and still a long way to go for the rest of the Rise group teams. However, one of those teams has a W in the column. It is Bro on a 1-game winning streak. Very exciting stuff here.
I mean, I guess DK still have the time to fix their issues because, I mean, their mistakes are just normally from their basic stuff, you know, Showmaker getting caught from the early game. But yeah, they still have the time, but not long enough. They have to fix something.
Well, the tradition continues here at the LCK, where when we resume action after a long break, it is number 1 versus number 2. Gen G versus Hanwha Life Esports, the battle of the champions after this short break. You're watching the LCK.
자, MSI 끝난 지 얼마 되지도 않은 것 같은데 벌써 시작됩니다.
각각의 그룹으로 좀 나눠지고 있는 현재의 상황이 되겠는데
These health bars are so low. Diabo dancing around this fight and manages to take out all of them.
라이브가 끝난 게 아니잖아요. 잘 극복하고 올라오는 것도 필요해 보입니다.
Makes me stronger. makes me stronger.
젠지 화이팅! 이자! 가자! 무패 가자!
반갑습니다. 화이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf, and we're getting ready for match 92. Insane. We had a first time 91, now we've got a first time 92, and we are not pulling any punches today. First, we have the banger of DK versus Bro, and now we get HLE versus Gen G.
That's why he's got his orange tank shirt on today.
Absolutely, fully biased. I'm the only one that predicted HLE, mainly because this is my outfit for the rest of the season.
Unless you spill coffee on it or something like that, we'll get a replacement.
I'm also kind of regretting, I don't know whether I predicted Hanwha for their next match, and I will hopefully be able to rectify that later on, because if I have this shirt on, I don't think that there's anything else that I can do.
There's a lot to think about when we come into predicting this match. So Gen G obviously has a better standing as we take a look at the Legend group here. They did reverse sweep Hanwha. They did win MSI. They did win EWC. Hanwha's current form, based on what we saw from them at EWC as well as the MSI qualifiers, the road to MSI, looked really rough. There's obviously been some time between then and now. When we saw them at EWC, they got pretty crushed against Anyone's Legend. So that's a small sample size of game, and Anyone's Legend could have won the whole thing, right? So I think we have to put a lot of asterisks here. I think most people are expecting, most people who are voting Hanwha here or looking at Gen G having to go through that rigorous schedule, having to travel back here, having to play so many best of fives, and also to study everything that Gen G played in that finals. But this is the record we have between these two in 2025, right? Gen G does have the winning record, but earlier on in the year, that round 2 of LCK playoffs and then the finals went Hanwha's way. But since then, Gen G has pulled ahead and has been the strongest team in the world.
Yep, they absolutely have, and as you can see there, they did go the distance against HLE the last time we saw these two face off against one another, but Gen G have sort of gone the distance basically against everyone all the time, and then just clutch it out for the last game. It's like they're not really switched on until they absolutely have to win, and then they just do. We saw that at EWC. We saw it when they went 10 games in a row against T1 to win MSI. So, I don't know, man. This team just looks absolutely unstoppable. However, they have played 0 games on this patch, and HLE made it back to Korea in time to get at least a few scrim blocks in.
Yeah, I don't know how much earlier Hanwha came. I just don't know, factually know. I don't know if that's public or not, like whether they left instantly after their loss or if they stayed in Riyadh the whole time, but they should, in theory, have some additional time, right? Peanut has been, I think this is like the 4th time that we should get his
we've been chasing
that graphic up, because he's had a really rough recent amount of games. And I hate to say it here because it's like start of round 3, we're trying to big up, like he's going to hit 2,000 kills in the first jungler to do so. but it feels like 6 kills is a lot for the guy who has been underperforming in his last big critical best of 5s. Started the year off amazingly, but remember his title he picked up here for first stand was in this very studio, right? Like, he does play very much better domestically, especially recently, than he does internationally.
And it's
he's
not
back in Lol Park, though.
Yeah, it's not domestically, Wolf. It's in Lol Park. Like, even when he travels to Busan, it's a problem, right? Like, I think Daejeon, it was kind of okay, right? Like, if he goes, like, not too far, then it can kind of work out. But if you're down in Busan, that is way too far away, actually. You
If
know,
he's
that's
on,
a 2.5 hour train
he's on
ride.
the edge of the continent, or on the country, right? He's like on the border, basically. When he's close to the ocean, he's about to exit Korea.
Yeah.
Busan. It's about close to the edge.
I think the limit is about Gyeongju, which is like halfway down, you know? A little bit more than half, if my geography is correct. It's probably not. Do not.
So
do
he's
geography
really
on
hoping
stream.
the finals are not going to take place at the DMZ.
Yeah. He's very much hoping that it's like Incheon max, you know? Like he's happy
That's
to go
pretty
that
close
far.
to the airport, though, Atlas. I don't know.
No, he doesn't want to be going. As long as he's not traveling, it's all fine. And that is actually what he's going to be doing on Sunday, I'm pretty sure. As we are going to check out the key player matchup, Zeus versus Keen. Pretty topical to bring up Zeus at the start of this one, but look at those stats, man. Looking pretty good as far as rounds 1 and 2 are concerned.
These are LCK stats, of course, behind you.
Yes. So if you were to look at, EWC, things weren't necessarily the same. And in fact, Flandre having a bit of a day out up against Zeus in that particular matchup if we cast our minds back. But this is the LCK. And we'll see how he's going to do up against Keen here, who like MVP of EWC. Like, this guy looked absolutely amazing in recent memory. And guys, that was 2 days ago.
Yes. Remember that some of the big issues that Hanwha Life had at EWC were their early dives, where they just hard overforced and just had really poor execution of those dives. Sometimes Peanut was the victim of that. Often Zeus was the victim of that. They were able to bounce back in a few of those games where they had a really rough start. Like, what was it? Zeus' 0-5 Gwen.
Yeah.
And they still end up winning the game. He still ends up carrying. But this is not the consistent form from a team that, at the very beginning of the year, as we moved beyond first stand, we moved into LCK, we were like, maybe it's the era of Hanwha. Maybe we're moving away from Gen.G T1. Maybe this third team that won LCK Summer is actually going to solidify themselves as the top dogs, but that just did not happen. While some of the Gen.G players look pretty tired and exhausted, I think the same could be said of some of the HLE players. Zeka and Viper looking a little bit worse for wear.
Yeah, Viper was definitely looking like he was having a bit of a nap there, catching some Z's, making sure that he's at full power. At least Delight looks like he's at least looking at his PC, and that is a handy thing. This is Gen.G going from strength to strength. There is Coach Kim, brought him up with Duke's debut as coach for the Bros. Of course, there's been a lot of stuff going around about, Coach Kim really solidifying himself as one of the best in the world, if not the best. And he's certainly put some extra titles on the shelf here for Gen.G this year already.
He really has. Let's move into game 1 here in picks and bans, where Gen.G do have side selection here in the first matchup of the rest of the season, right? You have the home away, and then you have the coin flip. So this is the home for Gen.G. Next time they face off against each other, Hanwha Life Esports will have the side selection. I think we're going to see continued bans on the Pantheon.
PVV, baby.
Yep. And you can look at the Azir or the Varus, depending on whether blue side randomly bans the Varus, which we did see from D+.
Yeah, we'll see what the first pick priority is going to be. I imagine Azir, if it's left up, will definitely be snapped up, but the Taliyah is also another one of these question marks that we are going to have. The Jace going to be taken away from Zeus,
Maybe
and theoretically the Yone ban is against Zeus as well, but of course, banning Yone against Hanwha is a pretty safe one. As, there's PV, and we just need an extra V to come through there as Taliyah setting themselves up for that Azir first pick.
Yeah, trying to get the Azir ban so that Canyon can play Vi potentially. The Jace ban made me feel like they were maybe going to look for a first pick Gwen, but the Rumble's still up, so still a risky pick into a player like Zeus. They will pull the Vi out, take the Azir, and put that in that final spot, so I think we're likely going to see Canyon's Vi here in this first game, but you could go a different direction.
Yeah, I actually think blind pick Vi is kind of a trap. Gen.G gonna lock in the Annie instead, though, leaving things up in the air, and of course Vi Annie would be a lot of power if they do get their hands on it.
I think Vi Ahri is still really good here, but the Gwen is going to get taken by Zeus. That Jace ban really makes it a little bit easier, but you still have to potentially deal with that Rumble.
Lucian, an interesting consideration here for Viper.
Especially this early in the draft.
I wouldn't mind seeing a Trundle, but that might just be recency bias because Croco made the champion look completely broken in the last game, and we saw even in EWC, MSI, the Trundle getting banned multiple times and finding a lot of success.
If you do lock this here, I still think the Vi is quite strong. A little bit trickier with this one, though, as keeping things very up in the air. I love the Nico rather than the Lucian because it pairs with so many different AD carries in that bottom lane. Yeah, it keeps Gen G guessing, and it's an S-tier support pick. You know, the higher you go up the standings, the higher the Nico priority I think is going to go for our LCK teams.
I would agree. I actually think that we have some pretty amazing Nico players as well. I don't know whether Delight necessarily is synonymous with Nico in my mind, but Delight pretty good on champions that you can make big plays on and find all the CC. Is the Wukong going to be the answer here for Canyon? Or not necessarily answer because we don't see a jungle through just yet.
That's the answering pick, though, to the Nico that is shown.
Yep.
And, you know, Rumble works well with this. You don't necessarily have to get it, but Aurora is going to be the new counter pick here that we're seeing rise up so much. And Keen was the OG top Aurora player. I feel like run this narrative into the ground, but just keeps being relevant. In this meta, Aurora is making a big comeback right now. Let's see what's going to be paired with this Nico. They don't necessarily have to choose now because there's, like I said, so many different pairings they want, or that they could go with. And I like picking the Xin Zhao instead, actually. It's really smart here.
Yep, Xin Zhao going to come in there, the double circle composition to allow you to play pretty up close and personal, but remain safe. If anything is too outrangey, Aurora can sometimes do that.
Let's see what the approach is going to be in terms of what the bottom lane bans can be here for the side of Hanwha Life Esports. Maybe banning some ranged champions to guarantee this Nico is going to have a lot of prio. Could be the name of the game. The Alistar is still obviously quite a prized pick right now, but I don't think you want to play Alistar into Nico, so maybe this time it just goes by the wayside. Braum, Lucian, it's not going to be the option they are looking for.
Yeah, it's an Ezreal, or if it's banned, it's something else. I think Viper certainly wanted to play that if he can get his hands on it. The Galio going to be taken away here as well. Would have fit the comp beautifully, I have to admit. As, of course, Pop Blossom Heroic Entrance is just so much knocking up. It's kind of crazy.
Both of these mid laners are insanely good at Galio.
That is a good point.
Rakan will be taken away from Duro here, so still a lot open in that bottom lane since they went for one support, one Lucian ban there on the AD carry. As so what this final ban ends up being into this Annie pick. Might just be a Ryze ban because it works well with the Gwen and sides. Feels like the best option because, like I said, the Galio already insane with this comp because it does follow side lanes really well too. Banning the Kai'Sa. It's a bit of a surprise to me. I did not expect the Kai'Sa Nico lane, especially because this comp isn't really a dive comp necessarily.
Yeah, and you also, like, Kai'Sa feels a little bit low range to be fighting into what we're seeing right now. But Viper has been good at it in the past, and it does theoretically fit the archetype of the comp that they're putting together for the moment.
I think the Ryze ban would have been what I'd prefer, but it is going to go over, which is, I think, no shock to anyone. Great wave clear. You have insane 1-3-1 with this draft. We don't even know what the AD carry is, but you know it's insane 1-3-1 with this draft here for Hanwha Life Esports. As the Senna is going to be blind here into the AD carry, and they're going to play Senna Alistar into a Nico draft. Almost feels like they're baiting the Kalista, but Viper won't fall for it.
No, not
He's
this time.
going to play the Jhin, which is also very strong in the early 2v2.
I'm actually kind of surprised that Kalista is still as low priority here in the LCK, because I know over at MSI it became a meme, you know, just kept losing and losing and losing, but we've always loved Kalista here in the LCK, and so I thought that maybe it'd sort of transcend what the global trend has been, but not to be the case. I do like what Hanwha have put together. I do think that most of the time I get a little bit worried about Jhin, but here in the laning phase, it should have a fair bit of priority. And they just need to make sure that they can win this game before the Senna becomes impossible to deal with. Maybe also just let Ruler know that the build has changed for Senna as well. And you need to do that full HP, full mana build at Orcs Coin.
Oftentimes we have the Senna versus the early game comp, right? Where it's like the early game comp needs to get so ahead. They need to win early. They need to be 4,000 gold up when we hit 25 minutes or it's just donezo. But I feel like this isn't quite that type of difference in comp. Obviously, the Senna and the scaling and the peel they have for the Senna is insane here on the side of Gen G. But the side lane power in this draft for Hanwha Life is just insanely strong. They can play around the Senna. They can force team fights on their terms. So I don't think this is going to be a draft where it's just Ruler gets big and then it's impossible. It is going to be skill-based. It is going to be about rotations on the map here. Macro from Hanwha, I think, is their biggest weapon.
Yep, I think so too. And I also think trying to get through this top lane against Keen's Aurora is going to be a tough one. All right, big cheers from the crowd here at LoL Park. Pretty full house here today as well. In our first day back here, round 3. Unprecedented. Here with our new format. And of course, everything in the first 2 rounds matters. That's the difference here between this year. We've seen a few opinions of both sides of the fence as to whether or not it's a great thing, but I kind of like the change. You know, we've just got something different to have fun with here. As already Peanut taking a little bit of damage as Keen does find him in the jungle, but not too much else is going to happen here.
Gen G securing their spot after just 1 win is pretty crazy because they are 18-0.
Yeah, and you have to remember the reason for that, ladies and gentlemen, is the fact that if Gen G makes playoffs, they're automatically in because they're MSI champion.
And we're talking about Worlds, of course.
Yes.
Just to be clear, because I didn't say that word, but I think everyone knew what I meant. The other thing about this is, like, when you look at some of the other standings, how far ahead D+ is from the rest of the Rise group gives them an insane advantage. I do see some of the arguments for, like, should it be reset, but I personally like carrying it over because it's a long, year-long season. And so I think what you accomplish in the early part of the year should matter as much. That's the reason why we have a whole season. Because otherwise you just split it in 2. I'm like, oh yeah, then like we could have spring and summer season. I feel like I kind of have heard this one before.
Yeah, and I also just think that change is good, right? Yeah. Like making something different. As Duro taking a little bit of damage here. There are 2 Jins. That's too few Jins or 1 too many in my opinion. Because, you know, it's the whole thing. As Viper and Delight doing a pretty good job keeping this wave shoved. That is what we expect from this. As Shape Splitter there from Delight is, that's not the real one.
Not quite.
Yeah, definitely not falling for that.
So they did opt into this matchup. You know, this one is a little bit rough. But on the top side, it's the matchup they opted into that's going to give them a pretty big lead. I love how, you know, in the past we had a few of these matchups for Gwen, like the Rumble, the Ambessa, where it's like you can win, it's really hard. And then with the Aurora, it's like, well, how hard do you win? And Keen's like, oh, I win the hardest, by the way. Look at Zeus' health. Look at the lead he has in farm. Like, you win this one kind of automatically, but if you're Keen, you might get a solo kill. You know, it's the level of advantages you can build up here. So, yes, winning bottom 2v2 for Hanwha Life, but it means way less than this huge lead that Keen has in the top lane.
Yeah.
And they're going to lane swap away from the Aurora.
Yeah, you're going to need to. This is one of the earlier swaps that we've seen often. It's 3:30 for the earliest, and we saw none of them in game number 1, in the first series, sorry. Of course, with no real changes as far as that is concerned in the patch notes or anything like that. It was just Bro and DK didn't really feel like it. You can see Gen G and Hanwha going to be opting in as Keen here with this wave pushing forward, and Viper actually able to grab a fair bit of extra money here, as that cannon is going to be his. And it is just going to be Viper by himself for the moment, as Delight is finally rotating his way up. Spent a little bit of time towards the bottom side, as Canyon is going to find him in the jungle. The Tangle Barbs does come on down, but you can see Delight in a little bit of trouble, has to flash out of the way as the Warrior Trickster came on through. And so now, this Jhin is a little bit less safe up against Keen.
Yeah, it's going to be okay, but still frustrating because this now feels like a pretty free lane for Keen. In fact, he even has pressure here. He's just going to proc another Electrocute. And on the bottom side, it's really free for the Senna. So Ruler is like, okay, well, you guys swapped to save your Gwen, but he's now going to be up against me. By the way, look at the farm. Zeus has 9 CS. He will finally catch this giant wave, but it's just whatever Ruler wants to do, he can do in this lane. He can stack for free, and then the top side, because of that catch onto Delight, who's now flashless, Keen's just chilling as well.
Yep, I do still think that it was a good idea to swap. That's just how horrible the matchup between the Gwen and the Aurora is. But I 100% agree with you, Wolf. It is a little bit of a worrying time for HLE, because if you're the one that is sort of forced to swap, it means that you forego any tempo in this early stage of the game. You can see there are some swaps continuing to occur as now Ruler comes up towards his top side and we'll be able to clear out this wave.
And ultimately, though, you know, with the prio they got with a near kill on to get Delight the catch there, it's going to TP the Aurora back down bottom side anyways, and this continues as Ruler continues to stack. And so, you know, it's the right call, like you said, but the hole is so big you can't quite patch it up with that flex tape this time.
Not quite working, as Viper is going to look for another swap, I believe. Will now be going back to base. And so Ruler, slight CS advantage here for the center, and that should continue. As it's going to take a little while before the Jhin walks his way down towards that bottom lane, especially without boots to complete. Zeus at least can now be a little bit immune, but he's just not as immune as he'd really want to be, as you can see there.
You can see with this with this wave state, he's like, got to use his mist to try to clear half of those minions, and then he's like, all right, well, it's gone, I'm out. I got electrocuted, I have TP. Hopefully I don't get my back stopped. And he won't. Viper is down here now. It looks like he's going to be TPing to the top lane, which again means that Ruler is just chilling. The Senna who struggles into this 2v2 lane is like, well, thanks for the freebie, Keen.
Feeling pretty good about it so far. You can see it's only 200 gold, 300 gold, something like that in it. And I think that HLE just going to be pretty happy if their composition lasts towards a mid-game, because in skirmishes and things like that, then it will work out. It's just right now in the laning phase, it's not necessarily working. Was that a -1 as well?
It's about to be for Keen.
That was not great. Oh my goodness. And even the Pop Blossom is going to miss. Oh, sorry, the Blooming Burst is going to miss. It's a little bit unfortunate. So
It's not the end of the world here. Like, I think you make a really good point, because Hanalife's comp is still going to be really strong in the mid game. They have great rules. There's no ult here for Delight, means Keen's going to eat some damage, but nothing too big. They get the dragon. But you're absolutely right. This is not dooming early lanes. It's not like they end up with a double kill. You know, it's not like the Jhin lane got killed by a big mistake or something like that, but it's just exactly where Gen G want to be. They're in the comfort zone for their comp right now. And Peanut's going to look for a dive here. Let's see if this works better than the EWC ones.
Yeah, you can see Kane does bounce away to the other side, but Delight not too worried about it. He's a cannon minion, just having a great time here as a Realm Warp from Zeka will be able to deliver him, and I don't think Kane's surviving this one. Down he will go. Is that his first blood? The answering kill is going to happen on the top side of the map here as Duro able to tank off the last hit of the turret. Drink your potions, ladies and gentlemen. That gets him through the fire of these minions. First blood does go over to HLE, but the instant answer means that Gen G holds onto their lead.
Yeah, Peanut is going to be able to get this red buff away from Canyon, as well as potentially those Krugs if he just goes down and checks and sees they are available. This is kind of insane. The amount of time that is bought here for Keen, though, this gives a ton of time for Canyon to rotate topside to look for that pick. Sidesteps the flourish, is able to get into this Realm Warp, finally does die. But it forced a Realm Warp out of the Rise, right? Like, it's so many resources used, and now there's just nothing to bail Zeus out. The kill does go over to the Wukong here. We were not quite able to secure that one. Duro drinks his potion, tanks the aggro really well. Another plate will go over to Ruler, so he picks up a lot of money from this, but at least Hanalei were able to shut that Aurora down, finally.
Yeah, very, very nicely done that they do manage to kill Kane, but the fact that Zeus goes down does mean that things are relatively even. He is now in a pretty weird spot, as now Canyon gets the smite on that last grub, and Duro is just waiting for this Gwen. So it's likely that Zeus is just dead yet again. He does flash, try and get himself out of the way, but the Cyclone should be able to catch up to him. And yeah, I'm not entirely sure what the game plan was.
Yeah, that was really bizarre, but at least they get the scuttle?
Huh? Yeah, and the last grub.
Oh, they got the last grub as well, okay. Sorry, I thought that was a scuttle for some reason. It was super far out of the pit.
I can understand why you were a bit frazzled.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a weird situation, and
just wasn't quite aware of where Duro was, and we could see him because we have God vision that it looked odd.
I just don't know what the game plan is though for, like, you have a Jhin who has ult, so maybe that's the call. Like, if the Pop Blossom engage plus the Jhin is there, like, you could win this fight, and the Gwen is just going to be rolling through the fight with her scissors out going, this is awesome, but they just weren't able to rejoin. And so it just looks kind of silly here at the end for Hanwha Life Esports, because he was just way too far ahead of the tempo of his team to be there, and is punished extremely. So both of the kills here in this game going over to Canyon. And the Wukong is going to use the gold well.
Okay, it's a little bit weird. Pop Blossom is going to come through there as Duro's only level 5. Zekka's going to move over and maybe he gets another one. He doesn't even get an assist as Viper locks down that kill. Evening things out here on the side of HLE after that Zeus death. He's going to feel pretty good. Okay, that's a Tibbers.
That's a cleanse. And a Jin pushed out of the mid lane. I like where the gold is for Hanwha Life a little bit more than I like where it is here for the side of Gen G, but we'll see how this is utilized, as both carries for Hanwha Life ended up picking up money, which shores up some of the deficits in those lanes.
Yeah, I think one of the good things is that Wukong is a champion that you're pretty happy to have money on.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a Triforce, second completed item in the game, as Viper does pick up, I guess it might be about the same time as Viper picks up this Ghost Blade. They're pretty big, and if he can continue to snowball this game, when they have the comp that's scaling, then yeah, it's 100% worth.
Just paying a visit here as Ruler continues to get this shoved in. Zeus probably going to lose a plate on this particular push as Canyon's moving over, and maybe he loses his life as well. As you can see, Peanut, he is vacating the area now, has a camp towards his top side of the map, and now Zeus left to the Wolves, or maybe the Cows, as he just gets knocked up to high heaven and can't even get the needlework out. That is going to be Pizza Warfare over to Gen G. Duro this time, he has the ultimate, so tanking the turret even easier.
They just get the turret too here, I think, and maybe even grab the whole feats of strength. They're going to need another wave, but it's coming through. There needs to be an answer here for Hanwha Life Esports, because on the other side of the map, they're just crashing a wave into top turret. There is no cross map here for HLE. Rotation down from Delight. There's the TP. They've got to do something.
Well, they are going to at least save the turret. Let's see whether they can get anything else as well, as Delight does manage to find the snare. Viper there as well with the deadly flourish. And Canyon, Warrior Trickston, flashes over the wall. And he even gets a bit of a heal. The curtains are being called, though, as now Ruler slowed down. Fourth one comes in. He gives him a bit of an emote as he tanks all the damage.
And Keen is just getting some free time alone with his top turret as well. They got the TP out of Zekka. And Gen G went on both sides of the map here. TP is going to come out from Keen to make sure this turret isn't taken in exchange, but Ruler's got just enough mana to help clear this up. The Dragon will go over to Hanwha Life Esports, so that's a big win. Some of the greed there on that bottom side turret was punished from Gen G, but they got the summoners, they got a lot of tempo from this. So even though Drake goes over, I feel like Gen G are happy with the position they're in. Now 2,000 gold ahead.
Well, Zeus is farming out this wave underneath the turret. The Dragon is going to be secured here by HLE, and it's a Cloud Soul. Oh man, I was so worried that it was going to be another Mountain Soul. This time it's a Cloud. You love to see it, as Zeus is going to skirt real far away, as Duro is still here, just protecting in the jungle. Long way around there for Zeus.
It's because it takes him so long to get here, and also the fact that, like, it looked like Viper and Delight were going up there. They're going to be delayed on their farm, and then the Aurora's still pushing bottom side here. Peanut can't get into his jungle, and the top turret is just lost.
Well, Deadly Flourish does go down. Crescent Guard not going to help Peanut, as he does flash away and keeps himself alive. But keeping yourself alive is not what HLE want to do. They want to try and find inroads, find advantages. They cannot really do it so far in this game.
Yeah, it's the early game Senekov. We've said this about Gen G a lot in the past, haven't we?
Yeah, where's the Essence Reaver though, Wolf?
Yeah, he just went static Shiv. It's weird. It's like he can clear waves and then join team fights.
Ah, it's so strange. Anyway, Delight looking to see whether he can find Chovy, but they get a flash and then they back away. Could be a big deal.
That is a big win. And they also were able to defend that topside turret. Cleanse does go down here for Ruler. That looked really weird, but just wants to ensure his safety. Delight is nearby, does have ult and flash, and is on this control ward, so Ruler is just going to be very careful about how he plays this.
Yep, Shock Horror. Chovy has the most minions in the game. There we go. Big surprise.
Yeah, it's huge. No one's ever seen that before.
No, not in the history of any MOBA.
Chovy's known for missing a lot of chances to miss farm.
Yeah, he misses all of the missing farm.
Zekka should be okay here. I don't quite think Duro reaches him. Exhaust?
Yeah, he just headbutts his way over there as the exhaust does come in. Phase Rush and Flash are enough to get Zekka to relative safety, as now Zeus in a little bit of trouble. But now Delight makes his way over, finds the Pop Blossom, almost just, in fact, does die to the turret. And I don't even think they killed Chovy. So that was weird. It was also a turret that killed a Wukong, I'm pretty sure.
I think that at some point...
No, Wukong killed a turret, never mind.
Dandy is going to need to get a picture of You've been at your local pool before, right? And you know,
Yeah.
the max depth is like 6 feet US. I don't know how many meters, you know, the standard pool is in Australia. But there's usually a big no diving sign right there because it's a bit too shallow. And with these dives we've been seeing from HLE, maybe they need to put that up in the team house because this team has really tried to force these plays. It's Annie, she's got stun prepped. It's not gonna work out. And Chovy just walks away scot-free despite no flash. As we'll watch this again, Chovy has the stun here, drops Tibbers down. The turret aggro is picked up here early by the Nico, and then he's just dead. And then Chovy just walks it off with the stun. He's like, all right.
Yeah, that was,
there wasn't a wave there.
Yeah, Delight hadn't transformed into a cannon minion that time, I guess.
Certainly not.
So it wasn't looking as tanky underneath that turret. Anyway, Peanut gonna come on over and try and contest this Rift Herald. Delight thankfully up and available once again, as you got the Aurora and the Gwen both on flank angles, but Keen taking a little while longer to get here. See whether HLE can actually find a way in as Duro. He's ready. He's ready to look for this as there is the smite from Canyon. Duro finding the pulverize, but it's only onto one as now Zeka able to get a fair bit of DPS. Duro trying to run his way out as the needlework comes in. Dawning Shadow, Zeus so close to death, but Tibbers not able to burn that one out just yet. Great knockback there with the Crescent Guard out of Peanut. The root. They are still trying to get out, and that is the root connecting. Keen able to lock that one down. Another flash going to be burned there as Zeka is just going to get pooped on the noggin by Canyon. A big team fight win there from Gen G, and they managed to get the objective.
Gen G just looking like they are a tier above. Such a far cry from the close games we saw from these teams all year long up until this point. Jovi's going to grab this turret as well as a second charge goes over in the top lane. This game is all but over. 5,500 gold to lead at 16.5 minutes for the Senna composition, and that was a beautiful team fight from Gen G. The way they played, how slow they were, Ruler utilizing his ranges. It all starts off with Duro denying Peanut smite entry by pushing him away as they look for the secure, then gets the pulverize here, and look at Ruler just sitting at the back, gets a root here, adds some damage, and Duro incredibly low, right? Ultimate, fantastic. Zeus so low here, can't really get out. Canyon comes in late, he's so fed, gets the Cyclone, buys enough time, they get the root, and Jovi's like, all I need is one stun. Canyon flashes for the second Cyclone here, gets Zeka, then he gets stunned, then he gets taken out. Gen G are in control of the entire map, and the scaling is already starting to hit.
Certainly has. You got 44 there on Ruler already. He's been collecting a whole bunch of orbs that have been falling all over the place. HLE at least do still have those two Drakes that they put together. The Cloud Drake is up and available, but there are bounties here, Wolf. It is crazy the amount of advantage Gen G just found in that one fight. And Keen even able to defend this outer turret at the same time, so it doesn't look like HLE will get any look in at this dragon.
They see Duro's there, they're like, I guess we can't go for anything onto Keen as Zeka tries to push this in, but like you said, not gonna get this bounty. So much of the gold is on those three turrets that were picked up. They got that extra charge topside. They're gonna get the first dragon for them of the game.
Yep, and that is still 5.4k as far as the lead. Zeus just loses half of his health bar to a bear, and it continues to make him feel uncomfortable. Even pulled away, so it's not 50 gold going over to the Gwen. Zeka now getting comboed here by Keen, who's looking real good on this Aurora. And Peanut just trying to push away Duro. Will be able to successfully do so. Man, what are the Gwen stats for Zeus over the last couple of Gwen games? That
well, I mean, right now...
what was it, 0-7 last time out?
Yeah.
I don't know whether he's had another Gwen game since then.
I think he was 0-5 to start in that first series they had against, what was it, Mkoy? I can't remember. But yeah. It was not a great start, but they did end up coming back in that one. I don't know if that's going to happen this time around, Atlas. It just does not feel like there is any angle.
And it was another blind Gwen that got countered by an Aurora as well. So we kind of knew what to expect. This is something that Keen did to Flandre, I'm pretty sure, in the final of EWC. So not like it's a surprise as to what was going on. But still, game isn't over, right? Like, the Nexus is still alive.
Gen G are not going to try to force anything here in this red buff fight because they can instead just use Chovy to pull people back. They know they have a numbers disadvantage here. They know they have topside control. There's going to see a funky teleport here from Duro. It does not catch his opposition. Chobi's chilling.
Yeah, win becomes nothing as Peanut needs to be healed to make his way out in a 1 versus 3 against Chobi.
Well, we started this series off with Peanut being 6 kills away. We're still there as he gets pushed away in another failed attempt to look for a dive onto this Annie.
And that was all trying to get some position around this Otacon. That is still up and available, or is going to be up and available in 17 seconds.
I mean, yeah, Gen.G are just kind of waiting for objectives to spawn at this point, as Ruler just keeps stacking.
Yep, 2 items have also been completed here already for Chobi at the same time, so he's feeling very good. The 4-0 Wukong as well is a massive problem.
It's the Tibbers build too, man. He's got his big extra damage. Well, why am I forgetting the first item he builds name? The old cooldown item.
It was Malignance.
Malignance, thank you. And his Bloodletter's Curse. Like, he is just going to do so much damage with Tibbers in these fights.
Yep.
It's crazy.
The bear does the burn. And it's looking real frightening. And there it is. The bear is doing the burn. Peanut is once again taking a lot of damage as Duro looking for that headbutt angle, but Peanut able to audaciously charge his way out. Teleport in from Zeus. Gets him behind them.
They have a control ward here, and he is spotted now. And he's just going to go push mid instead, as it looks like HLE, no confidence to contest this objective. The Jin, the Rise, nowhere near this. TP going to come through for safety from Keen. And Gen.G are saying just +1.
Just to make sure that they get it. The ward does go over as now Delight getting a snare onto Duro. Now they're going to look away from this Otacon and just destroy Peanut. Zeka able to get out of there, but man, they are not going to be able to defend this Otacon take. And Gen.G just own the Rift right now. Keen flashes in, doesn't manage to get Zeka, which was the prime target, but gets his flash as he immediately gets himself the heck out of there. And HLE just cannot find any way into this game.
Yeah, I mean, I think this one has been, frankly, done since we suggested it was earlier, but I mean, Hano Lifer is still grouping for objectives, right? They're still trying to play League of Legends. But Gen.G said, I've unplugged the keyboards, metaphorically speaking, as they just can't play the game.
Yep.
Keen looking for the flash play here is actually so insanely bold, but he has the ward to kind of back that up. Does not work out, but I respect it because I don't know if he's really going to miss it. You know what I mean? I don't think it's the kind of game where he really needs that button.
Well, now it's a 6,000 gold lead. And Gen.G, I mean, there are some bounties up, but I just don't know whether HLE are ever going to get within range of a turret.
Do you think...
Try and capitalize.
Do you think if you could remove, like, each player on Gen.G randomly loses a Q, W, or E on their keyboard? Like, it would really suck if Ruler lost his Q, but, like, I think they could probably still win from here. That's the lead they have. That's the map control they have. Ruler may just be in the Ruler spot.
Yeah, he is definitely in the Ruler spot, but he does cleanse the slow. Pop Blossom not going to quite find Ruler, but he's still dead. They do manage to catch out Duro, who's flashing to get himself away. As Gen.G losing Ruler in the Ruler spot is something they're very used to, but now they have to contend with this. The Pulverize, so good in that moment, but Chobi still in so much trouble. He flashes away though, and he survives, and now the Wukong has found them. Finally, the kill does come on through there as they lock down the kill onto the cow at the same time, and now Canyon, a massive shutdown available here for Viper if he can get there, but still Canyon's running away. We need to find some of these bullets as the needlework comes in, and Zeus will finally get a shutdown, and HLE, that is so much money they just accrued.
I guess I should have asked the question, do you think if they remove the AD carry from Gen.G, if Hano Life can still win the game? I don't know what to say about this. My man is in his shade, pushing in to the inner turret, while his team is trying to get that deep vision on the top side, but does not have it. Of course he gets punished there, where he often has. It's just a player trait, let's say. It would be bound the back of his trading card. Chobi buys a ton of space here. The Cyclone does as well. And it starts to look like for just a second, if Keen could get here, Gen.G could actually still win this fight.
Angry Tibbers gets so much done in this fight as well. It's kind of crazy.
And look at how long Canyon survives here, by the way, as well. As Zeus is also maybe going to survive. Chobi has stun.
Yeah, Zeus was immune at least. Does have flash available, so he is just going to use it as the Tibbers comes down. Well played there from Zeus to make sure that he definitely gets out of there, because if he does get caught out, then it could be a big deal. Otacon was still taken, of course, for Gen.G, as you can see towards the top side, but it is still Soul Point up on the table here as Duro possibly out of position. The rest of the team are looking to make their way over, though. And Delight, that was his clone. They do have full information. Duro still Does have his ultimate, but is down to 50%, so might need to use it earlier than he'd otherwise want, as captive audience is going to be there. They're looking for Viper, he just wants to walk to join the fight, but Chovy finds the auto, and down goes the Jin before anything could even start.
Yeah, I mean, Zeus is trying to get a turret in the bottom lane, but I think that's all they're going to get here, as this dragon is forfeit. The second dragon here for Gen G this game is going to give them more rotational power on the map. These Cloud Drakes stacking up, and they're going to use it right away to look for a potential pick on the Zeus. He has no TP. They know exactly where he is. That bag is not going to complete.
Nope, that is not going to work. He's going to do some needle stuff as Duro almost dies, but he is still going to be taken down. Duro is going to live. They get his ult. That is about it.
I mean, that's all Zeus can really do in this situation. His sacrifice will bring 5 Gen G players to the bottom of the map, which allows Zeka to delete some minions here in the mid lane. They were able to take, the turret as well down there, that outer, so Zeus picks up some money. He actually has a gold lead over Keen in this game somehow. Maybe that 0-4-0-5 power spike at work here. I'm being facetious, but I mean, it's the only good news here for Hanwha Life.
Yep, and I mean, he killed Canyon, that's why. Canyon is currently a 7-1-2 Wukong, so that should have been about 1,000 gold that he picked up from that one kill alone. I don't know whether it really puts HLE in a good position in this game.
It's a less bad position.
I would say less bad is exactly right, as Zeka is going to discover, Keen is going to discover Zeka, I think I should say. And now they're looking for it. Delight is just going to die. Zeka is now very dead, as Realm Warp, never mind. Just gets himself out. Now Peanut dealing with a bear underneath the turret, but does use his Crescent Guard to get himself out of there, but there's some long cooldowns invested just to keep HLE members alive, and it doesn't work for Delight.
It's one of those moments where the observers have to zoom out so you can see the carnage on both sides. As Peanut's exhausted.
Yeah, over the wall goes Canyon. He tries to do something funny, but Ruler comes on over and helps take him down with Keen. And so, yeah, Gen G, I think it should just be Baron time.
It is, in fact, Baron time. And Gen G are like, maybe they'll contest
patrolling Tibbers.
Yeah, maybe they'll contest and we'll get even more. Nope, it's just going to be a Viper push in the mid lane. He gets caught by Duro, the mid-push police.
Yep.
We'll push him away, and where's the angle here for Hanwha Life? I mean, Zeka, he doesn't have 16. He will eventually get it. He's sitting in the side lane right now, but
I think ask Ruler nicely to once again overpush in the mid lane.
It's not a Pop Blossom, dash cannon here. It's a hopefully get out. Oh, I didn't quite make it. And the Peanut's just trying to do anything he can because he knows there's Baron up. And with his support dead, he's got to be the next in line to try to push Vision and leapfrog. He's hoping they are doing Baron so he can kill that Vision and maybe look for a steal because he has Flash. Nope, just dead because he can't see anything. He can't do anything.
Oh, now Peanut thinks he's found Duro, but there's a blast cone. So Duro is just going to continue wandering around the jungle. Canyon's split pushing. He is a very scary split pusher as well, as this 8-1-3 Wukong now. They'll take the inner turret, only extend that gold lead further. 8,000 is the tune of that one.
I mean, Keen's going to get this turret in mid, and now they could really start sieging this base directly.
They're going to have to find more than this. Zeka is just taken down to a quarter health, just because Chovy wanted to get his bear out.
We all want to drop a bear sometimes.
Indeed. As an Australian, I know all about drop bears. And now the Pop Blossom is going to find a couple here as Ruler does cleanse it. Delight, his work is done, but oh god, it was not enough. They do manage to get Keen, congratulations for that one, but their base is now in tatters. Peanut's also going to get slowed down and then destroyed. Ruler getting his revenge after that overstep in mid, and Gen G are just going to look to end game number 1 pretty swiftly here as they follow their Baroned up minions. Viper, oh my goodness, almost just destroyed by his former mid laner as the curtains are going to get cold, but I don't think it's for Gen G as the bullets are going to sail by. Ruler with the emote spam. Looking pretty cute there, but this Nexus is going to be the focus. Viper will get taken down one more time. And there goes the Nexus. Gen G from strength to strength. Remember, guys, they got home yesterday. They're back in, different patch, and they still look that good.
Yep, just very little prep time for this. Doesn't matter. Curtain call from Viper, who is the only person on Hanwha Life Esports looks like might have played better than his opposition in role. It was an everything else gap. And when the curtain call comes out, he dies, and I think Gen G were ready to take a bow, Atlas, because this was an insane, huge win. Like, This is beating Hanwha Life, the second place team, leading into Road to MSI. Oh yes, Peanut's looking for 2,000. I would have gotten more in one game than he needed this whole series to get it. Gets 1,500. Here's the third player to do so. Canyon just crushing him in the jungle in this game, and that might have been the biggest gap of all in game one.
I would agree with you there, and maybe Canyon beats Peanut to 2,000. I know Peanut only needs 6 more kills, but at this rate, Canyon might get there first. 500, 6, I guess it's, you know, there's a decent gap, but I think he's made infinitely more progress here in this game than Peanut did. As, yeah, that graph, not exactly the most linear, but it was still all blue here for Gen G. Looking absolutely fantastic. It is, of course, a best of 3. Blue side will go over to HLE in the next one, and we may not have a Gwen versus Aurora matchup in the next couple of games. And by may, I mean we can't. So that is probably a good thing. Time for us to go to a short break. When we get back, the space, gonna break that one down, then we'll have game number 2. See you there.
근데 폭 맞았다. 리코. 괜찮아. 나 봐줄게. 현재 맞아요? 나 짜고 높. 끝난 거 같은데. 끝내자. 내가 먹을게. 맛있어. 이제 1킬 됐네. 그러네. 뭐야. 서프시네. 이거 템포에 반응 버프 안 맞춰야 되나? 탑라인 오긴 한다. 오케이. 템플 모르겠다. 링 보는 거 받았고. 린 노스펠. 나비. 하나 칠게요. 버튼풀. 알아서 해봐. 키보. 야, 맞았다.
The time has come to prune the tree. Much has changed, and I do not understand why. Not truly. Set upon them. I mustn't take a single breath for granted.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the space as it was a comprehensive and clean victory here for Gen G. They are up 1-0 over the reigning LCK champs Hanwha Life Esports. Digon here alongside Ox and Wadid, and that was a very, very good one, especially given the fact that both these squads spent time overseas during the international break, came back recently. They could be sleep deprived, but you wouldn't be able to tell the way that Gen G played that last one, Dan.
I'm going to say it. I think Gen G are pretty good. Bold statements coming out here, you know. I think they play some good League of Legends. We saw that on display there. I think this team, very clean map play, know what they want to do. And I think their pace they set to the game was something that HLE just couldn't keep up with.
Yeah, we're going to see it from the highlight one as well. I really like their game plan in terms of how they draft around. Because HLE, they tried to win on the bot side. That's why they picked Jhin and Nico on the bot side. They didn't even pick the spellbook, but here is what Gen G answers here. So, is there a counterplay as a Gwen, as a Zeus, to avoid the dive against Alista and Wukong? No. That's why he dies like 3 times on the other side of the map, and that's why Gen G like swap around the map and do not match with Jhin Nico with their bot lane.
Yeah, and I feel like Duro just did such a good job of setting up these first 2 kills, finding angles onto him, and then this third one. I mean, once again, it just feels like there's so little he can do in this situation. This trio working so well as a unit just to shut down Zeus and really delay the impact. Because we've seen Gwen's, even when set a little bit behind, have an impact in the late stage of the game. This really stalled out before Zeus could do anything.
Again, like when this happens, a lot of supports pick Spellbook to cover this dive on the other side of the map, but they really wanted to win the bot lane, win the pressure on the bot lane. That's why they picked Jhin Nico. But again, Gen G know what happens, even though they have Aurora and Gwen matchup on the top side, they just lane swap, punish the Zeus, and that's the strong part of the HLE, and they couldn't do anything after those that's on the top side.
Yeah, and it feels very reminiscent to what Hanwha Life did at EWC against Furia. Zeus fell super far behind, but still had impact in the game. Gen G don't give him any quarter to catch back on up. And here we go. This was the big fight at 15 minutes around the Herald.
Here, the point is all about the positioning. You can see Viper is struggling to enter the river side here. So like Gen G was just like stacked and rock and steady here. Like, look at the positioning. They cannot enter from there. So that's why Xin Zhao couldn't engage on the target because their damage dealers are not ready to fight around. So I feel like Gen G had just so much better positioning around the header here.
Yeah, we see Viper to move all the way around, does then open up with the ultimate here. But the thing is, the Alistar can go in, and if you're firing ult shots into him or into like Wukong clones, you're not really getting good target access. Ult gets cancelled, and then this Tibbers value is massive. Once again, it feels like the Gwen's just not really able to do anything in these fights. And Gen G so tight in these team fights.
Yeah, it felt like it's just one-sided, you know, from the early game side. Yeah, I mean, of course, Keen died once from the dive, but again, their early game plan and about the team fight positioning, everything was just on point. I was expecting Gen G to actually struggle on this matchup because I feel like they have some like rough schedule around the MSI and EWC, but here Gen G again, it feels like they're undefeated, unbeatable, like for sure.
I feel like as well, we've seen like little adjustments to the Gen G roster over the years, but we have so many footage of fights like these where, you know, they form this sort of death wall and they're so tight and it's so hard to penetrate and find openings, and you see it again there, and it just kind of feels like a hallmark of this roster and this iteration, like the modern era of Gen G, where it's so hard to beat them when they're tight as a unit and they're just moving forwards. Anyone who steps too close gets just shut down so effectively.
And it feels so practiced, right? So you can come up with all the different reasons of jet lag, of just playing against so many different opponents and different styles. They now know how to impose that despite whoever they're playing against, despite what composition. It feels so drilled into them. And Hanwha Life Esports just didn't quite have an answer. I mean, yes, it's nice that you get the Jhin ultimate off, but you want to be able to weave in some auto attacks in there. If you're Viper, you had to walk all the way around. Zeka had to walk all the way around, and by that point, Gen G was already set up for the team fight. As Humble Life Esports are going to try and find some sort of answer here. What do you want to see from them as they move over to the blue side with
I mean, again, I think they really have to focus on the top lanes. I feel like it's time to just pick some aggressive picks. I think a lot of top laners are picking like Gwen and Aura, those kind of thing to win the matchup. But also, it's really important to expect what they're going to do about it. Genji just successfully dove on the top side 3 times in a row, but there was no counterplay, no jungle backup, no support backup. I need something, like some counterpunch from HLE. It's just like Genji fall all over again. Like HLE need to plan something against those Genji's plan.
I feel like committing to these like hard-winning bot lanes can sometimes be a lot of a gamble. It's why we saw like Kalista Renata not working, a lot of MSI. I feel like committing those and the enemy bot lane swaps away, you know, especially against someone like Senna Alistar, which scales so well. I feel like just not investing the resources in the right place. If they had Spellbook, they'd have been able to cover top, or if they'd invested into other areas of the map or played around like a strong top matchup, it could have gone better. I think they're just putting the eggs in the wrong basket.
All right, let's get back to it. It is Gen G 1-0 over Hanwha Life Esports as we get into this very important Legends group matchup between number 1 and number 2.
Thank you very much, Digon. Yes, let's see whether the eggs can remain in the basket, because I think on the HLE side of things, they were kind of falling out of the basket and then were kind of all over the floor. And then, you know, the Humpty Dumpty story. It's hard to put them back together again, all that sort of business.
Welcome back-to-back MSI and EWC champions. And these are some winners, actually, who were from the Vietnam LCK event with the Korea Tourism Organization. So they actually won first place in the lucky draw and actually got sent here to check out Korea and LCK.
Yeah, it's pretty cool that it's not just an LCK tour, it's also a Korea tour as well. So get to come in and check this one out, and we'll see whether they can be delivered a 3-game banger between these two squads, or whether Genji are just kind of too good, which is what it sort of looked like in game number 1. Now,
we should give them the VNcast vote for today.
We should actually do that. Maybe we could get them mic'd up and find out exactly who they think their POM is going to be after this one. We'll maybe get the Korean broadcast onto that, but we'll just have to see. I've got some code for you, Wolf. I think I can figure it out. As, of course, Genji only just came back, right? HLE had a couple of days beforehand to get some extra rest. Maybe the longevity is what HLE needs to attack. So game 1, they needed to lose because they needed a guaranteed 3-game series to get Gen G as tired as possible.
I'm going to be honest, Atlas. I feel like I've told you guys this, how I feel about this as we move into the second draft. We've talked about a lot. I've seen a lot of people talking about T1's performance at EWC and how it's related. I really think, for the most part, jet lag and schedule means very little in actual professional play. These players play so many hours a day. They do not travel in coach at the back of the plane, okay? They're trained for this. Both of these teams came from similar setups. Everyone looks pretty tired, as you and I also know, because we came back yesterday. We're pretty tired. But I don't think this is really going to be the defining thing. I think it is a fun talking point, especially because Genji is still maintaining that insane elite form against LCK's current second-place team, despite all those conditions. But they just looked the stronger team. They had the stronger draft. They had that prio. And for Hanwha Life here, I think you're just going to have to reset, you know, delete everything that happened in Game 1 and go, look, we have taken this team to the maximum distance. We have beat them in those Game 5s twice this year. We absolutely can beat this team. Let's just forget what happened in that first game draft and adjust here as we move into Game 2.
Yep, and I think ever since HLE lost to Gen G in the road to MSI, they haven't really looked like the same team as well. So we're looking for that turnaround. We're looking to see whether they can actually find you know, that magic that they had, especially back in first stand, where they seemed like they were never going to be able to lose in those last games.
Considering he's like, is Zeka good enough with Azir to beat what I have prepared? He's like, nah, I'll ban Yone.
Well, it is going to be the Azir left up. And there is a Talia available as well, so it could just be first pick Talia.
Also,
make sure that that isn't there as an answer.
They could wait and see if Chovy picks the Azir and maybe Zeka plays his Sylas into it, and they go for something else here instead. The Xin Zhao is already gone, the Wukong is gone, so could look for like a Trundle pick, but I don't think that's first pickable, to be honest with you, Atlas. So you don't want to pick a tank here because Canyon will lock the Trundle. Viper says he wants to play Aphelios. No, he doesn't.
That would have been the weirdest.
I was
first pick
I
ever.
was so hyped to see Aphelios. It's been 200 years actually since we've seen him.
I think it might have actually been 200 years. I think that's why there was the 200 years meme. I think it had nothing to do with anything else. As the Lucian is going to be the first lock-in, so this is just making sure Gen.G makes the first move on the Taliyah or Azir question. I know the answer. It's generally they just pick Azir and don't care.
Yeah, Chovy doesn't care. We've already learned this. We've already seen this.
Well, this does mean that now Zeka and Peanut can pick a 1-2 punch in mid-jungle and try and answer, as the Corki is going to be the answer to the Lucian. Taliyah was very obviously coming on through, but I want to see something from Peanut that can really join this Taliyah and give Chovy a hard time. We're not going to see it here, as the Lucian Braum will be the priority.
I think that makes sense if you really want to maximize this lane, especially with the Corki on the other side. You really need something like that. I mean, that's the best. Like, Nami is old news. Lucian Braum is the new strong synergy with the passive procs. Rel will be the answer here from Duro. And now, both junglers haven't locked in anything, right? So we might see a complete lockout there. I like the position of Hanwha Life Esports here because they get to see the first ban from Gen.G and then decide what direction they want to go, because instead they might want to try to lock Keen's pull out and give Zeus a favorable matchup, but he's not going to have counterpick because you are on blue side here as Hanwha Life.
This is going to be really interesting, actually, because I believe the jungle pool will be quite thinned out.
I think that's probably what's going to happen, but Gen.G get to make the first call on that.
See what it is going to be. Of course, top lane is something that they could also focus on. The Trundle, though, going to be the first thing taken away. That gives Keen the ability to just lock blind Scion.
Yeah, they
not
might
really be too worried about it, although the Cho'Gath we saw from the Lord was very, very powerful.
They might just have to ban Scion because of it, because it's so good with Gen.G's comp. And Lucian really struggles to cut through that. Skarner, another pick that first came to mind here for me for Canyon, even though he likes to play it into the Xin Zhao that's already Fearless banned. It's just so powerful with the Azir and Rel and the combos that can come with it.
Yeah, he's just very, very good at the Skarner. I think Skarner Lee Sin would make some sense, as Canyon's Lee Sin is just utterly terrifying, and I just don't think Peanut is the same Lee Sin player that he used to be.
Poppy makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that is definitely a Peanut choice, if ever I've seen one.
That's a great ban. That is like 2 Peanut, as a lot of these other Lee Sin players get in terms of respect.
Yep.
See what this final ban is going to be. I guess you could ban like Maokai here, but it might just be something a little bit safer. No, it's going to be a Renekton ban.
Renekton is a really interesting ban. Wonder what that means for what Zeus is considering doing here towards the top side. Right now, decent amount of damage here presented by HLE.
When I see a Renekton ban, I 100% save counterpick for Keen. I'm like, that's weird. Let's wait and see.
Well, it's likely going to be a jungle lock-in, I imagine, for Canyon. Just make sure that Keen does have that counter pick.
Yes.
They wait out the clock. Will be a Jarvan. So J4, something that Canyon, I believe, brought back to popularity when he did, show himself this year.
It's a pretty popular pick right now, although it's still niche. Very strong into Taliyah, not as strong into Lucian, but still can be. Even if you don't kill him, it can just push him out of the fight because he's so low range. If he has to dash away or flash if he's already dashed, then you kind of win the fight. This was not what I was looking for in response.
I mean, it is Freljordian. You've got a couple of those. It's kind of cool.
Is it just a Jax lock?
I wouldn't mind it. Honestly, like Camille as well could kind of work here for Zeus. Try and threaten something. Of course, blind Camille doesn't feel great.
Jackson the Corki Azir. I like this more. I like this more because it does give you backline access. It's a less punishable blind pick as well, it seems like. Based on what we've been seeing from it. It's risen in priority so much in Fearless Draft, especially on the previous patch and now here on 25-14. So the answer is going to be the Keen Sante, bringing it back again.
Yep, this is certainly one of his favorites and has worked in this matchup in the past. It doesn't necessarily make you feel like he's going to slaughter the lane or anything like that, and I honestly feel like Zeus is going to be breathing a sigh of relief. I actually get to play the video game this time around, which I imagine he's pretty happy about. See Dandy as well, feeling a little bit better about how this one has gone. Still, I don't think there's a big edge here or anything like that for HLE in this draft.
I feel like you have to be really careful about the battles you choose to fight as Hanwha Life with this draft, because while you have great pick potential with the backline access of the Mbessa. The burst damage that Lucian has to follow up on something like a flickback, that seismic shove onto anybody. Even an aggressive Jarvan can be punished. It's hard to play Jarvan into Talia in situations like this. If you, though, miss your engage, you're running Braum. They have a Rel. Their re-engage with Azir is insane. If you botch the execution, Gen G will wipe you every single time. So Hanwha Life Esports need to be crisp. They are so known, sometimes to their detriment, for making snap calls in team fights, though. This is a comp that does suit, I think, that version of Hanwha Life Esports. You snap your fingers, you go, you see blood in the water, you make that engage happen, but it is going to have to be crisp. There are no do-overs in this comp.
Man, it's so cool that the last letter of all of their names spells start. I didn't actually know that. And maybe they should take some advice from the last letter of all of their names combined, because starting to do some winning here for HLE is certainly going to be a real good idea, because this is the beginning of round 3, and they want to try and catch up to Gen G as best they can. Imagine the dopamine hit that they would get for denying 27 series in a row. Well, if they win 2 in a row here, they might just be able to do so. Let's dive into the Rift for Game 2. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. On to the Rift for game number 2, HLE versus Gen G. See whether we can make it to 6 games today. That would be an absolute treat. Here at the very start of our first round 3 of any season that we've had in the LCK ever. And Zeus, Keen, Canyon, and Peanut just playing around here. Peanut's going to move up. Zeus also just being a little bit frustrating. Canyon shows him the flag, and they do back away.
The level 1 here between the Lucian lane and the Corki lane, very, very important. And you know, it's not an auto win for either side, but because of how important it is, you know, a lot of respect being shown here, very much from Ruler and Duro. Not going to let the concussive blows stack up, not going to face check into this bottom 2v2 and allow that potential to happen.
Yep, level 1 Braum is pretty good.
Yeah, we've seen this oftentimes outside of the lane, but even in the lane here, before Ruler has his Valkyrie, you know, if you end up getting stacked up on, you are going to have to flash, in most cases, cleanse at least. We'll see what that the bottom lane, we're watching the mid lane now, that bottom lane does look like his cannon will be seen on vision as he comes over here to try to threaten. He knows it's there.
Yep, he throws up the little Yuumi emote. You'll like to see it, because of course he saw Peanut moving on the ward himself. And so now level 2 gank time against Zeka could be the option.
Jarvan's one of those champs, man, that can make it happen. Zeka is going to have to walk away.
The thing is, he skates away, and so Canyon is not going to be able to kill him. And now Zeka still going to be looking a bit worse for wear, because of course he is a long way away from the minion wave.
Yeah, some time lost here for Canyon, but arguably more importantly, some time lost for Zeka. And Peanut can't punish this, so Canyon is still going to be able to steal these Krugs away and is now in position to threaten the Lucian Braum lane, who has that pressure. So this pathing here for Canyon is super intelligent. He is not quite able to hit level 3 off of those Krugs, but he's going to come over here and annoy Delight and Viper.
This is kind of awkward, though, because now Peanut is on the red buff. I believe spotted Canyon going over the wall into the Dragon Pit. And so Peanut, not going to be too worried about this situation, because of course he does have a couple of camps in the lead after the funny business that Canyon tried to get done. Zeus playing pretty aggressively here towards the top side, just happy to be in a melee matchup. And Keen holding his own. You can see the health bars very, very even between these two.
Keen's on insane form right now, and I feel like Zeus is not quite at his peak over the last few weeks of play. But it is always such a treat to watch these two collide against each other in the top lane, and watching Zeus put the pressure on in the matchup, like you mentioned in the draft, that can be Mbessa favored. Very fun to watch as Peanut. We'll see if he can get out of here with the Gromp.
Yep, does so. And Delight was there protecting him. Good to see. As now should be a scuttle going over to Peanut. Can get back towards that Gromp if you would like, but as you can see, the top scuttle is there, so Canyon should be able to go up, collect that one, and shows us another terrified Yuumi, as he's just feeling a little bit embarrassed, I guess.
There's this League of Legends pack of emotes on Kakao Talk that was limited, and I thought I got it, but I didn't. G-Sun sends it to me all the time, and it's got Yuumi and Teemo, and I think it's got maybe another champ in there as well, but the Yuumi ones are the best. They're so silly. I really wish I got it, man.
Yeah, no, I was really sad that I missed out on that one too. I'm very happy that I have the Psyduck one though that Dan got. That one's the best. As Peanut is just being annoying on this Sejuani. Of course, one of his more successful picks, as he is just going to face check here. Canyon locks this one down as Duro could be in trouble. Viper's here for some reason, but Chovy is also. And now Ruler making his way over. The Valkyrie in as Zeka turns up. Seismic Shove goes down, but Peanut is just dead. Canyon might be traded, but he is going to make it back to the rest of his teammates.
Duro!
As Duro, that was massive. The Shattering Strike so good as Viper's the target, and it's a double kill for Ruler. Zeka as well now trying to run away as the concussive blows comes down, but the crash down is too good here as the shove comes back, but he has to sacrifice himself, and Chovy gets a big old shield, and they do manage to get the feats of warfare off the back of a 5-minute skirmish.
Yeah, not sure if worth with this one. Hanwha Life Esports, don't hands check this team. Just do not do it. And Ruler gets over the wall there, gets that insane engage with Duro. That was the big difference maker. It's 2 kills for Ruler after that. And I'm not sure if Zeka is going to say worth for trading his life right afterwards. As Peanut gets out here on the flash, and they don't have vision of Ruler, but they should, I think, reasonably assume that he is coming over here. He gets the first kill, and then Duro, this engage here where he hits all 3 on the angles, just game-breaking, potentially game-ending here, and Zeka just feels like he is doomed. He wants to get something out of this. Goes for the follow-up here on the Duro, just barely is able to crash down. Gets the flip back, but dies for it.
Yeah,
watch this play.
Yeah, from Duro's perspective, man, that shadow. Absolutely gorgeous. And even make sure that Ruler gets the double kill in the back end of it. As he's calling the majority of this fight, something that Arnold was actually talking about on the in the studio for EWC as well, just talking up how good Duro has been for this team, even though he is so incredibly young.
He sacrificed himself there too for the final play. You know, like he was min-maxing the entire time. Just so incredibly gifted at this young age. Like his acceleration in his career is faster than Delight's, right? The former support of Genji who faces him now.
I mean, he didn't play on Bro, so that's a little bit of a downside for Duro. Delight still has that on him, but there's still time. There is absolutely still time.
It's just interesting to see similar trajectories here, but a faster one for Duro as Chovy may be in trouble.
Yeah, Emperor's Divide doesn't really do too much here as Canyon looking to come in. They do have information, but it is going to be the smite out from Peanut that will work. Still, Delight could be in trouble as he wants to stand beside his teammates, but the all-out is going to prevent that from happening. And that means that the flashless Braum is just food here for Gen G.
The Dragon, though, does go over to Hanwha Life Esports, and some of these minions will be denied. Nothing too crazy. Ruler will get most of these. But he's got 2 kills, so I think he's happy to, or not happy to, but not as worried about losing a little bit of CS. I just don't know if that was worth at the end of the day, especially how close the Secure did come down to. And it's just Hanwha Life testing Gen G at so many of these points, and Gen G are not failing the test, as Ruler does not have Flash.
Yeah, we're checking a whole bunch of these lanes here, as Ruler is in a little bit of trouble, but Zeus is just going to push him back towards that turret. Does have the ulti available, but wants to make sure that Ruler's Valkyrie is on cooldown so that he can actually hit it. Looks for a little bit more harass, but otherwise it is just control of the lane, and this time, Zeus is looking pretty good. Doesn't quite have the kill that Keen has, but a 20 CS lead will keep him ahead as far as money is concerned. Teleport back into this top lane here for Keen. That's all right, Peanut. Not going to be taking the grubs. We'll actually look to give them away, perhaps, but Zeus is coming down. Yeah, not his favorite position.
Zeka doesn't have Flash, you know, and it's an awkward angle if he tries to Weaver's wall in. Even though Chovy's low and doesn't have Emperor's Divide, it's just too greedy, I think, to go in. He's considering it still, though.
Level 6 was just picked up, as he does have the Glacial Prison now available. Duro in trouble. There's a public execution to try and lock him down. He does crash over the wall. Winter's Bite follows him. It will be the Grubs going over to HLE. Gets them one step closer as well to those feats. They do manage to get another one of these objectives as we are checking out the bottom side. Checking in with the 80 carries, but no real skirmish to break out there, and Duro being a bit sneaky there, getting himself out.
Yeah, barely gets out, but Grubs do go the way of Hanwha Life Esports as a result of it. I mean, 2 out of 3, so that's the objective
condition? You can take that.
Well, yeah, I meant to say secured. I don't know where the C part was coming from there, but anyway.
I like objective condition for the feats of strength. I think that actually worked really
cool. Ruler was holding this wave close to his turret. Delight had unsealed spellbook, so he knew he might just get 2v1. So actually in a relatively safe spot here until Duro shows up. That was pretty smart from Ruler, trying to deny some farm there as well, and we'll actually be able to catch up mostly off of this wave. Just going to be that about 10 CS behind that he was for this game so far.
Yep. As now Peanut and Canyon are just fighting one another.
I don't know if Peanut likes that.
Well, there is the Permafrost available here for Peanut. That's going to get himself out of there. There is the blast going over from Canyon.
Because Chovy also could kind of hang out in that fight if they continue it. He's surfing. Speaking of surfing, Zeka does show up first.
Yeah, Glacier Prison does come down. There it is. Canyon is just dead. Peanut going to go down. And even if the red had have gone over to Canyon, it would have immediately transferred back to Peanut afterwards. So nicely played here by HLE. Grab another one back, and they are well and truly within touching distance of the gold here between themselves and Gen G. Is now another fight towards the bottom side. Why does Duro only hit multiple people with Shattering Strike? He is just too good. But that is going to stop the aggression here from HLE on the bottom side.
I mean, if Peanut could buy himself a third game with an early lead like this, you know, maybe he could hit those 6 kills. He's got his first one.
Oh my goodness! That is a massive,
on the board.
Massive move here from Peanut.
And Zeka just, you know, could rotate faster because of his passive. He could just surf his way down. And Chovy looked like he was going to match, but it just didn't. And then it's almost like Canyon and he miscommunicated what was going to happen there. And then Zeka showed up, and that was the end of Canyon. Chovy just decided not to go over there. Didn't want to walk face first into his own shove.
I'm going to say limit testing.
Sure.
As we've seen a fair bit of that from Gen G. That's why most of their games go to 3 or 5, depending on the best of level. So
there's limit testing and there's draft testing as well for this team.
Yeah, there certainly is.
So Zeka took the long way around here. Is actually able to avoid that control vision, but I think they should have realistically assumed, based on how long he was missing from mid there, that he did show up. Chovy was late, and so could not impact the play. Good rotation from Zeka.
Yep.
And Peanut wins out.
It's nicely done. And that lead for Zeus is also continuing towards the top side of the map. The kill, pretty important for Keen to keep him in it in this matchup, as the Eclipse is now complete for Zeus. The teleport is going to be up very soon. Keen getting a shove in, does have his Iceborne Gauntlet done. And so the Cassante is on track. And Gen G wanting to get towards late game team fights, right? That's what this composition is going to do. The Cassante being phenomenal frontline. HLE pretty happy to be there as well. A little bit of a different composition that works very, very well if you can catch a member out, right? You start it, you get the concussive blows on one, and then you move through the team of Gen G and just whittle them down.
Yeah, no, it's incredibly powerful. The pick here is so strong. For Gen G, it's the 2-item spikes that are the biggest ones for the Azir and the Corki.
Yep.
As Hanwha Life Esports a bit split here.
Yeah, a little bit of danger here for Delight.
Zeus, of course,
stabbed a little.
Yeah, Zeus can join in with his ultimate, but he needs to do it fast. And if they're going to be indecisive, like you said, Delight is going to get stabbed. And we all hate Stabby Book.
Yeah, Stabby Book is not the way. Slay the Spire fans will know. Don't want those wounds in your deck, and it just does way too much damage. Just never mind, we've got a Dragon starting up. There is Viper towards bottom side, but he's a fair way away from his teammates. They're going to get tagged. There's a Magnet Storm, but it doesn't really get what they want done. Canyon gets into the backline, but he's exhausted, and now Viper will show up. Keen's at full health, though, and I don't think they can make anything happen here. I don't know about that one. Zeus is 3-man. Emperor's Divide from Chovy as they take down Peanut as well. They take down the Dragon. Chovy does die. Zeus is limping away. Now HLE, they're looking for it. Keen wants to be able to find it onto Zeus, but he's toying with them and even finds the kill on the back end.
And it's looking like maybe Hanwha Life still have enough life in them to potentially bring us to 3, as this fight was close. It was scrappy, but Gen G getting a little bit too close to the sun on this one. I mentioned their incredible re-engage. It's not supposed to be viable, though, in this type of situation, because Duro doesn't really hit the mark with this, right? There's no follow-up. Canyon's re-engage back on the Peanut here is super cute, as he both blocks Peanut down and then retreats. And Chovy is playing with fire here, ends up getting ulted. They pull Zeus back, but he survives, and then Chovy looks for this massive angle, and it's almost enough to turn the tide. Zeus barely survives as Ruler just chases him, almost as if Zeus is magnetic. And the peel is there.
I have absolutely no idea how he survived that. Eclipse plus Ambessa shielding shenanigans really working out here for this top laner. And Zeus, 2-0-2? What the heck? That is not the Zeus we've been seeing in the last couple of series, and we know what he can do with a lead. And it's looking like we might get reminded just how dangerous that is. He even has level 2 ultimate now at level 11.
Yeah, we might find out what the equation, like if K equals 2, D equals 0, and A equals 2. What is Zeus? Solve for Zeus, because right now it's looking pretty good.
What is win percentage look like? That might be moving closer to 100. We'll just have to see. Series win, that is going to be a different story, as of course Gen G will have the opportunity to move back towards the blue side if they do lose this game. Still, HLE looking better in this one, absolutely. But it is still very even, right? It's only an 800 gold lead. Not exactly a Gen G win or loss just yet, but it is going to be Hextech Soul, so these Dragons are going to be so important. Keen going forward, knows the Canyon is in tow, and Zeus not going to bite, just going to back away.
Yeah, this is still a tense game. You know, the scaling elements of Gen G's draft means that even though they fell a little bit behind in gold here, they are absolutely still a potent force, have really good turn, really good setup for engages. And it's a Hextech Soul, which means that this next Dragon fight is 100% going to be high value. Or rather, both teams will compete for it. So, you know, this Dragon itself is high value, so that's why we will see that fight. So leading to that, the Herald that gives you prio for it is where the teams are going to have their eyes in. Ruler and Duro close to that Herald right now. Had a little bit of vision control. Hanwha Esports coming to contest now. Chovy will have his TP back very soon here, but there's a window where maybe HLE get this first as Canyon shows down here as well. This is great for HLE.
Certainly is.
Peanut's just starting it up.
And Canyon does come on over, loses 50% of his health bar. Zekra is actually doing a fair bit of damage, even if he does have a build that doesn't necessarily do the most with one item. Zeus going to move on over to help take this one out. That will happen. 2 minutes until the Dragon as well. Pretty good timer as far as picking this one up.
It was nearly a solo Herald. That almost never happens in pro play. Peanut just his second Canyon shows. They're like, all right, well, this should be free.
Ow. Viper realizing that trading with this guy is looking tough. As Trinity Force is done. And so just the Essence through Bazil, not going to quite be enough there as Keen looking worse for where Teleport comes in from Chovy. So they do want to switch up these lane assignments, and you can't really blame them for it.
Yeah, this TP to the bottom lane from Keen is going to take a little while, but not going to be punished by Zek or anything like that. He's actually just going to, well, he channeled it back. He is looking to continue to push now as Keen has to make a tough choice. Does he TP bottom or does he help his team out in mid? The Herald is already gone. He does decide to go bottom side there and defend, but Hanwha Esports have so much tempo right now. They're really pulling Gen G around the map, which is something we don't always say.
Well, Keen was thinking about picking up some petals, but Zeka says absolutely not. As the Otacon going to be up in 3 minutes time. We have 50 seconds on this Dragon, though. That is going to be the big one, as that was a much better looking trade here for Viper.
So remember, Hanwha Esports got the Herald. They have double soul lane TP advantage because both soul laners of Gen G had to repair their bottom and top lane, so they both TP. Chovy went top, like you said, Keen swapped back to the bottom lane. So 2 TPs are down. Hanwha Esports can get all 5 members over to this Dragon and use the Herald to kind of set up the prio in advance. It's hard to imagine a world where Gen G get this, and I think Chovy's already kind of got his eye in on that top turret. He's not as interested in committing to the fight. Will back away.
Yeah, it does manage to force Zeka to move up because, of course, they want to catch that wave. Got a back coming on through here for Keen as he's looking to get himself out of the way. Rift Herald actually invested towards the bottom side. That is going to guarantee the feats of strength here, as first turret blood will go over to HLE.
That's also, you know, it's not through the mid lane, but it's prio for the Dragon.
Yep.
And Chovy having no TP means he can at best try to trade for this top turret. But look at how Zeka is playing this. He's like, yeah, it's going to take you a while to take this. I'm just simply not going to try to defend. I'm not going to let you dive, get a kill plus turret, as that's unfortunate.
Yeah, they don't quite get the charge in the mid lane, but Viper is going to come on up and look to get a bit of extra damage down, utilizing the Rift Herald to tank that one up for them. Duro and Ruler here to try and defend, as Chovy did manage to get that top outer turret with Canyon's help. He's going to move back towards this mid lane as well. Peanut taking about 17 years to take this Dragon, and that might actually get Gen G over here. The culling going to be invested just to make sure this finally goes down. Peanut feeling very old after that one. Felt like it really took years off his life to kill that Dragon.
Yeah. Zeka lost a little bit of farm because he did not want to get dove there on the top side, which means Chovy starts to take a significant CS advantage over him. Did get the turret, has 2 kills, so he's got like 1,000 gold over his opposition here.
Yeah.
But given the game state, Zeka is a lot more of a facilitator in this one than he is the main character, and being a little bit down on gold against Chovy doesn't necessarily mean he's not going to be able to do his job. But the game is still very even, and that's what's scary for Hanwha Life. Is sure, you have control now, but all it takes is one hiccup, one bump on the road, and then Gen.G's explosive composition will just crush you. Start taking those turrets off the map they haven't taken yet. There's so much standing gold there, and they will pull into the lead. So you really need to keep the gas, or keep your foot on the gas here as Hanwha Life Esports.
Yep, and Gen.G in a pretty good spot right now. 2-item spike now hit for Chovy. You mentioned his big advantage, so he is going to be able to get to that 2-item spike before Zeka does. Zeus does have his, right? It feels like Zeus versus Chovy in this game quite a lot, given his big advantage there towards the top side of the map. Black Cleaver is now complete, as Peanut will be able to lock down his Raptor. That is certainly good news. Chovy the Pigeon coming on over, trying to grab some of those scraps, does not manage to do so. As Keen, yeah, taking some severe damage here from Zeus. As of course, you build armor into the Black Cleaver, and you're not necessarily feeling as good as otherwise. It's okay, Canyon going to come on over here as Zeus just dashes out of the way of everything.
Yeah, Ruler is here.
Yeah, they are really.
I mean, look at the flank. The flank from Chovy too. HLE might just want to let this turret go.
Seismic shove going wide here.
Chovy
gets into the backline, finds nothing with the ulti as Zeka tries to get himself out. They blow up the Braum immediately, but Peanut is so tanky, and the public execution into the backline from Zeus is so good. The all-out now from Keen onto Viper. Will be able to take him down, but Zeka is there with the damage, and Zeus, how dare you keep limping away from these fights?
So close to death again. Canyon wanting to go on to Zeka here.
Yeah, trying to find more. The threaded volley's coming down, but it is not the seismic shove to find the mark. And Gen.G have the health lead. Teleport back in here as well.
Yeah.
As HLE looking to really get the pincer in.
Double TP because they know the health bars here are low from Gen.G. If they stay, Duro could ult and actually, or sorry, excuse me, Delight could ult and they could actually get killed. And if they don't back, I mean, they're going to get killed in the mid lane there too, and then the turrets are going to be under fire. Chovy's angle here is incredible, right? Like, but the reaction from Viper is insane, and Chovy doesn't hit anything. Sure, the wall keeps them in place, but it takes too long to get through that really chunky front line here for the side of Gen.G. This is a heroic move here from Keen, because if Viper does not go down, this is a way worse situation here. And speaking of worse, Zeus does not go down. Ruler's ultimate, his rocket, does not connect. And Hanwha Life Esports are very happy with the ultimate exchange here.
He is like min-maxing the health trades like no one's business in these fights. Has moved up now to a 1.3k gold lead.
Did they, how much health did they take off that turret is the real question. Looks like it's about a half right now, so not putting it on one wave lethal or anything like that. So as the dust settles here, not the massive advantage here for Hanwha Life, but I think they're very happy with how that fight went.
Certainly did. Certainly were, sorry, as Viper, 2 items and a bit. And Zeus getting pretty far ahead when it comes to the levels. Actually a full level in the lead in comparison to his counterpart in Keen. Keen is still going to remain relevant though, does have his 2 items now completed. And so Gen.G still moving to a late game where this teamfight composition is going to shine. And HLE, I mean, I think the Otacon is so incredibly important in this game.
Yeah, it
Being
really
able to
is.
grab that buff, grab the extra experience, really push yourself ever further ahead.
It's really massive, I think, for Hanwha Life Esports as well to really keep themselves in this game, keep themselves in touching distance of the scaling here for Gen.G. But this is the moment where Ruler's got his Muramana completed. It's transformed. And this is a really powerful team fighting composition for the side of Gen.G. So many ways to engage, so many ways to peel for Ruler. He has his own Valkyrie. The item lead here for Viper is still definitely relevant in this fight, but I don't think it's going to be about those extra stats, the extra armor pin from that last Whisper. It's about how the fight breaks out, how those engages work, and because Gen.G have control over the objective itself, are clearing this vision away, and Keen has TP, I give them a lot of an edge here moving into this one. Sure, Chovy doesn't have TP, but he could just push this wave in. Like, he's practically already on top of this Otacon.
Yep, Zeka can move up towards the top side, does have his teleport up and available, so as far as TPs are concerned, I mean, it's relatively even. Zeus probably going to have his up, and in fact will have his up before Chovy does. But Gen.G still looking at this second dragon now,
yeah,
second Hextech dragon.
Dragon first, that's the focal point. See if they can force Hanwha Life Esports into an uncomfortable fight. There's that TP from Keen.
He's going to come in, Zeka is still here. And Duro threatening that Magnet Storm. They have to be so careful. There's the ulti, and they do push Duro away. As Peanut's going to be a 50-50 on the smite, but it's locked down there by Canyon, evening out the Dragon score as Chovy's going to get exhausted. And then the public execution comes down. He holds the ulti. He goes golden. Delight now in an awkward position, and down goes Zeka. He finds the backline, and Viper goes down. Chovy playing it so beautifully, and they obliterate the team fight. HLE were looking so good until it was all done and dusted.
Chovy goes golden. He looks for his angle. He finds the one angle, the best angle that gets him out and takes out the enemy carry. All it takes is a moment he needs to breathe in the arm guard there, and he finds the fight-winning and arguably game-winning play here with the control Gen G are going to have after this, as he is once again the target here. Look at how long he waits. He avoids the Braum ultimate, avoids the Sejuani ultimate here. They still are able to slow him, and then the follow-up comes through from Zeus at max range. Chovy goes low, he gets chain CC'd, goes golden, sees the angle on Viper with Canyon here. Viper is just caught out, and he's all the damage here for Hanwha Life Esports, and from there on, the fight is won. What a play from Chovy.
Yeah, absolutely amazing stuff. We're going to have a look at it from Chovy's perspective. And I felt like they had managed to line it up, but you saw in Viper's play, he just didn't quite find a way to just hit targets that were in front of him, right? He was looking for the priority targets, wanted to get the assassinations down, and it just didn't work. Ruler, huge praise there with a nicer, actually does have the huge praise at the end. I thought it was actually kind of funny that it didn't necessarily look like he was going over the top, but man, Chovy having a big one there, 4, 2, and 5 now on this Azir. And the gold just kind of plummeting towards Gen G, and they get the Otacon, which isn't even represented in that gold craft, but is a big advantage.
It's going to be represented in Chovy's level lead as he hits level 16. That was one of those moments, I know you're playing Tears of the Kingdom right now, when you're in the air and you shoot the bow and it goes slow motion, man.
Yeah, it's
Chovy he saw Viper in slow motion and he was like, I got this angle. I'm still like that play makes me lose my mind. I feel like that one's gonna make Mad Movie. We're only on day one. But
I think you might be right
next
there.
week for sure.
Yeah, Canyon's set up as well just to make sure that the Relentless Pursuit was on cooldown.
Exactly, it was such a joint effort there, and it was on the other side for Hanwha Life to try to get Chovy, but he has that extra arm guard. Now he's got his Zhonya's, so you're gonna have to once again get through the golden mid laner here.
And man, like talking about Chovy and stuff like that, I look down. Canyon's 100% kill contribution, 0, 1, and 12 on this Jarvan. As Ruler could be a little bit pushed up. The flash forward there from Viper should be able to spell his demise. Dashing out is Viper, but there's the Cataclysm to slam dunk the Lucian. And Keen will show up in the nick of time as well. Peanut's pretty tanky, but I don't think he's tanky enough to deal with this. As Canyon going down low, but Zeka not going to be able to finish him off. Emperor's Divide, but it's avoided there by Zeus beautifully with the ulti, but it's still so defensive. As Zeka looking for that angle onto Keen, but he is still okay, dashing around like a madman as Zeus. But Gen G not going to lose anyone other than Ruler in trade for both Peanut and Viper.
I almost felt like for a second Gen G forgot in that extended fight that their AD carry was not there. He was dead. But still did a ton of damage. Were able to get 2 kills on the play. And they were able to walk away before things got a little bit too spicy there with this Talia with Leandri's chunking them down. And they're now going to go put their eyes towards this Baron. It almost felt like it was intentional with how Ruler was caught, with how quickly the punish came through. Zeus on the flank does not have his ultimate anymore.
Yeah, gets that control ward down. This is somewhat dangerous as now Zeka's going to make his way in. Seismic Shove avoided beautifully by the Zhonya's out at Chovy. The Baron getting amongst it though. Ruler is coming in, but he's a little bit late to this as Chovy gets himself out, but now he's not there for this fight. There is no DPS here for Gen G. And it's looking a little bit like a leash. I say leash, Peanut is still not quite here yet. Public execution doesn't quite get there. Duro gets into the pit. Somehow it's a Braum that locks down the Baron. Down goes Canyon as well as HLE do make their way back into this one in a big way.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a greedy attempt there from the side of Gen G, and they do get punished. It's Delight who locks it down.
You can nerf the smite, but not enough.
Not enough. It's in a crazy situation like that with how close it is. As Ruler does get caught here. The shutdown to Delight. That's unfortunate here for Hanwha Life Esports, because I think if that goes over to Viper, you feel super good about this exchange despite losing out on it. But it goes to the support, right? As Chovy is caught in live here and needs to get out, looks like he will be able to ult his way away. Yep. And this is where things get a little bit messy in this fight. And because of this, the Baron is just not takeable here for Gen G. They're just too low on health. Chovy has an amazing Zhonya's, but this is just still such a risky situation here with the mobility of Hanwha Life's comp. Zeus is ready to threaten, and Chovy's out of the fight, right? So from here, Canyon has to flash, and it's just all over.
Bit of a risky Baron call, you could say. Zeus almost like if he manages to get Chovy there as well, it could have been even more taken here for HLE.
Still a 50-50, but Hanwha Life play the risky play incredibly well. It was super patient by them.
Yep, soul point now for them at the same time. 2.2k on the Red Bull Baron power play at the same time. So HLE back in with a shot once again. It is still Gen G with a slight gold lead, and they have Artican. Remember, that gives them a bit extra. But still, HLE not out of this one just yet. And they've still got a lot of turrets left up on this map. The outer in mid still up and available as Canyon finds the angle onto Zeka here.
Yeah, and with no objective up except the Baron that Hanwha are holding, it's a pretty good trade.
Yeah, Chovy doesn't find Peanut there. Good hands on the old man. Nicely done. Gets himself out with the Arctic Assault as the culling is just tanked by Keen pretty comfortably. A wall comes on through for a reason, I'm sure.
Trying to cut them in half there. Chovy doesn't have flash. If he gets cut off, maybe they can take him out, but ultimately unsuccessful.
Feels like they're trying to keep them interested for Zeus to get that split push going.
I mean, Gen G are buying a lot of time here, though, by constantly taking these mock fights, it feels like, against Hanwha Life, trying to burn that Baron timer. Only 45 seconds left, and the outer is still up here for Gen G. I think Baron successfully neutered here in terms of the real damage it could have done, and Gen G just buys so much space. Still a big win for Hanwha Life Esports, 3,000 on the Baron power play, but Gen G can reset and say, the real prize is these next few Drakes for us. Yeah, not necessarily the fact that, this outer in the mid lane gets taken out.
Yeah, and it took HLE so long to get these outer turrets that it does look a little bit like that. But still, I mean, 3.4k, something like that is a big Rebel Baron power play. They'll be happy with it, and it's going to bring them back to parity.
Remember, the gold lead here is still for Chovy, right? It's still for Ruler in this game. Zeus is kind of the main character. He can set Viper up. His picks have been so essential here for Hanwha Life. Dura holds 1,500 gold to lead because he got 1,000 gold from killing Ruler.
Dude, Redemption and Locket both complete. Shields and heals for days.
It's relevant, but I don't know how relevant.
Yeah, not a lot. A Braum with a big lead isn't exactly the most pivotal.
But gold isn't everything. It's about the setup. It's about those angles we found. This game, a real game, right? Last game was just a wash.
Dead even. It's crazy.
This is about as good of a League of Legends game as we can ask for between our #1 and #2 LCK teams right now here at the beginning of round 3. We weren't sure what to expect with the jet lag, with the travel, with everything else.
And with game number 1, especially.
Yeah, I don't really believe in all that stuff, but game number 1 made me feel like, okay, I don't expect anything for game 2. And yet, Hanwha, especially with the deficit, right? Like, they bounced back in such a big way in this game, and they're keeping it so competitive. Now I want 3. I just want 3.
Well, we'll need 2 minutes, and that is going to be when both of the big objectives are going to spawn at exactly the same time. A little bit more important for HLE to get themselves a dragon, because, of course, Hextech Soul is busted. And they do have great application at the same time. Getting that slow, and then you've got Braum, that slow becomes a stun way, way more easily than it has for the other parts of this game.
Yeah, the other thing, too, is that if it goes to the other side, Corky Rockets, long-range Azir poke, even a Jarvan flag, you're starting to really feel good about your follow-up. But as you mentioned, it's Hanwha Life's soul point. Gen G will have to get 2 before that is going to happen, which means that Hanwha Life can try to pressure the side lane and avoid the Drake entirely. But look at the vision control they have already, and the push where Zeus is right now is on the bottom side of the map. I think their sights are not on giving this Azir more time to get a Void Staff in this game, but actually to really close it out, get that Hextech Soul, which is practically checkmate in so many different comps. Duro looking for the angle with Canyon. Delight!
Yeah, he's just going to flash. So not going to have that one available.
Big win.
Yeah, very happy to trade a Cataclysm for that one.
Not even committing.
Actually,
Cataclysm.
No.
Just a flag drag there in the
I really thought that was what it was, but it was just a flag and drag. That's a teleport. That's an aggressive one. Zeka is going to put down some rocks as sort of like a welcome mat here for Zeus.
Another big tool here for Hanwha Life gone. 45 seconds before this Dragon. No TP for the Ambessa. No flank angles, no side lane pressure.
Yeah, kind of an interesting teleport to go for there from Zeus. They really want to find themselves a team fight. As Canyon gets tagged, but isn't too worried. Also has GA available as well, so he's happy to tank for quite some time on this J4.
Yeah, Peanut trying to look for a flank angle, but is spotted and just gonna be tracked.
Chovy finding the angle onto Delight, the one man without his flash available. He got his redemption off though, and there is the public execution. They take down Chovy. The all-out is pretty good though, as it's a double for the Corki. As now Viper dashes forward. He's crazy, but he is able to get himself back out with the relentless pursuit once again. A 2-for-2 trade, but Gen G still get the inside track on this Dragon.
It's a huge win for Viper in the scenario, but it's not enough. 8,000 damage for Ruler there. The barrier allows Viper to make that crazy play. As it all starts off here with Chovy finding this insane angle, but Zeka is not caught. It's only Delight. The redemption, as you mentioned, goes down here, which actually gets quite a bit of value as Zeus looks for the initial amazing pick.
Oh,
He pulls Peanut into Narnia with that one, and then look at the damage here from Ruler. Sure, Viper gets the kill, but he loses 3/4 of his health bar for it and cannot compete further. That's the Dragon over to Gen G. 6 drakes taken in this game. The 7th will be the Hextech Soul.
And
Baron's up, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, and the only reason Gen G are ahead in this game is because they have Otacon. That is it. It is absolutely insane how close this is. Still a slight lead for Gen G. I think you could argue that they have decent amounts of scaling with their composition as well, with this Azir and the fact that the Cassante is legit frontline. Of course, Peanut, you know, on this Sejuani is still pretty tanky with the Frost Armor and the Aftershock, but he's a jungler, doesn't quite have the resources that Keen has access to, as Chovy does so much damage to this Baron. It is absolutely ridiculous.
Here comes the setup here for Gen G, trying to clear this vision, and the choke, the poke is real.
Oh, that rocket. He's got a collector. This is like the lethality, borderline lethality build for the Corki.
The only thing that Hanwha Life Esports have now is this residual scuttle. Man, it's got like, you know, 2% left of its timer as well. So Hanwha Life Esports
that
really...
ward is actually out of range of the controller. That's a big deal.
Yeah, it could actually bait Gen G into a false sense of security, but they're still positioned well. Ruler though!
This is unfortunate, as that is going to be the catch out onto Keen. He eats so much of the CC, but the seismic shove is going to catch him. Zeus was looking for it, but Keen survives. And Delight tanks so much damage there. I think it was like 2 auto attacks from Sand Soldiers, as they are so scary.
Keen does not have teleport, so he does protect the President as Ruler almost baited in that ward. So sneaky, you mentioned it, but he is not caught. Peanut does not get the pick there, and now he's gonna have to reset in, but in the interim, Hanwha Life Esports have a man advantage. This is crazy over the wall.
Yeah, Ruler is gonna have to use the cleanse and the flash
what a sneaky
to get out of
play.
the seismic shove, but Peanut, he is going to go over and check this. Duro is in the pit. He needs to try and find his way out, but he decides not to. Instead, he's going in, looking for an engage. Keen gets in front of him, but it's the Baron that kills him. And HLE, I don't think they want to go for a Baron off the back of this, because of course they are taking a lot of damage themselves. Chovy, I mean, if these Sand Soldiers get any autos, it feels like they just get destroyed. Why was this champion buffed? I'm so mad.
That's actually dumb. Like, the fact that he's able to sit over the wall like that and Gen G almost sneak a Baron is crazy. But Duro does not use his ultimate. You know, if Chovy had flash there, maybe he actually sets something up with Magnet Storm. Chovy gets a multi-man shove and the game is just over, right? And I think that's part of what they were banking on here, is a lackluster check here from the side of Hanwha Life. But by the time Hanwha Life come over here and check, they're really well set up. Viper is nowhere to be seen. Like, he's not actually in engage range, so Duro is just like, all right, I'll give my life for this. Wanted to get out, actually, and nearly did, but ultimately gives his life for it. But like you said, Hanwha Life into this insane Azir damage are not going to hold the Baron. They will back away. Gen G's Gambit does not pay off, and we reset and go again. Tons of vision for Hanwha Life on the top side of the map, but Gen G have now their eyes on this side lane Azir. They're going to continue to pressure the Baron, but that Hextech Soul is way more valuable than the Baron itself. Unless, of course, you just get a wipe on the Baron. Sure, you win the game there, but if you trade objectives, it's a trade up for the Hextech holder.
It really is. It is gigantic. So 1.5 minutes is where this game is really going to get interesting.
Gen G are putting all their pressure on this bottom side. Chovy gonna back here.
Oh god, look at Ruler, man. 7-2-6 on this Corki. 1,000 gold lead, but he's got 6 items done. The Infinity Edge to come in last. There is not a lot of crit augmenting this, but we know pro players crit more, you know?
Jovi finishes his Void Staff, has an extra rod in his inventory for the Death Cap, which will be his final completed item when he gets enough money for that. Kind of insane how big this Azir is right now. Being able to clear this final blue trinket. Oh man, this is such a tense game. 45 seconds till that Hextech Soul. Zeka has TP, he's going to take his opportunity to back right now. He's also got an arm guard, which is super valuable for what is likely going to be a game-deciding fight here on this big bottom side objective.
Yep, teleport in, control ward in the inventory for Zeka, who now has his Zhonya's completed. They look for Keen. He's pretty happy to tank things up though, and as you can see, one Frost Bomb is going to take so much damage out. As the culling just going to be eaten there by Kane. Protect the President is continuing.
Viper is the target here. He's taking a little bit of damage, and they are looking for an angle on him. He has to stay so far back. He's got Flash, no cleanse in this Lucian, so going to really have to make sure he buys space as Gen.G once again trying to collapse on him.
Yeah, looking for that angle. The Glacial Prison is going to be collected there by Kane. He's taking so much damage. Eats a bunch of the CC, including the Glacial Fissure, as now he's looking to get himself out. The wall is going to be ridden here by Zeka as Kane finds the all-out onto him. And can he take him down? Yes, he can. Zeus gets in there as the Emperor's Divide comes down. They take out the Rel in exchange, and it is not equal at all.
Not a fair trade. That turn on the Zeka from Keen. This guy is insane. Who's flanking whom? Keen turns and takes him out. 2 for 1 here. Support for the solo laners. Viper survives, but Ruler also gets out here. And that is Hextech Soul over to Gen.G. And look at the turn towards Baron.
Yep, that it should be the backbreaker as Keen is just so incredibly big, man. He's hit critical mass is what it feels like, 6-2 and 7 on this Cassante. And Zeus has had a lead for the majority of this game, but that 1.3k just feels like it means nothing at this point as Keen is tanking every button that HLE has, and while the rest of his team take the Baron.
This Azir just makes the Baron disappear. If you're not going to be able to get a pick, Gen.G just get it for free. Hextech Soul and Baron isn't Exodia, but it practically is in this game. Watch this set of plays from Keen. Look how much he absorbs. The locket comes out. He's low. Zeka says, I can finish him off. I know exactly where he's going. And he does. The problem is that Keen doesn't care. Chovy has the control of this choke point. Canyon's there as well. They rush Ruler. He gets out. Valkyrie's such a valuable mobility option when Viper can't close the distance, and it's all Keen Atlas.
He's a monster. Why up? Zeka, why we go up? That's my question. And maybe he's asking the same one there, as they perhaps just thought they had a better angle in that fight. Keen finishes him off. And man, Gen.G poised to take the 2-0 here up against HLE in their first game back. They are literally fresh off a plane yesterday.
And it would be a miracle, I think, at this point if Hanwha bring it back. The gold means nothing. It's all about those tools, and the gold is going to start to balloon further back for Gen.G as they start to rip these inners off the map. Look at that Hextech Slow at work. Delight ignited as Duro swap summoners as they continue to push here. The siege is so strong with this Azir composition. And every single rocket means that you've got to get out of there or you're going to get caught by Chovy's ultimate. You get slowed, you get ulted, the game ends.
And I don't know whether this will come down to an Elder Flip. I just don't think that Gen.G will let that one happen as the Baron's still up for another minute and a half. 3.5k, the Rebel Baron power play, but like you say, gold not really meaning too much here. As look at Peanut. He's supposed to be a tank, and he is melting. A fadeaway ulti there is going to save him for the moment, but the turret's not going to be the same situation. As now, look at that, man.
Ruler like 2 shots to the turret somehow.
No, it is insanity how much damage he does. As Canyon looking to get the push here, but Zeus is going to find him. Still think Zeus wins that 1v1, but Canyon looking to try and make his way out as the rest of his team just wanted to end this game. Peanut finds the knock-up onto his former teammate, and the wall comes on through, but I just don't think they really care about walls being set up. And there's another one. This one from Chovy is a lot more devastating. Zeka goes golden himself, and the all-out is just going to murder Kane. That was a little bit of an interesting choice. As now Viper in a decent spot, but it's a triple for Ruler. Make it a quadra. He sees Penta. He sees it in his eyes, and he does so much. There it is! The Penta kill for Ruler in their first match of round 3. Gen.G remain undefeated, 27-0.
27 series in a row, and so many went the distance. So many went to Game 3, went to Game 5, but not this one against Hanwha Life Esports. Gen G shut them out in a game where they had their backs against the wall for so much of it. Chovy's incredible arm guard into pick onto Viper, Keen's turnaround onto the flank, and Gen G, they qualify for playoffs, they qualify for Worlds in Game 1, their 19th LCK series, 19-0, and they will see you in China.
Yeah, they will. So Gen G not really needing to do too much more here. It's all about seeding in those playoffs, and that is going to be very, very important. So very weird that we are crowning them, our first representative at Worlds already, but that is just how it goes. And of course, you're basically auto-seeded by picking up the victory in MSI, because it's not likely that you're going to fall off that much that you don't make it to any sort of Worlds qualification afterwards. But still, kind of insane that they've already qualified based on the fact that we keep the standings from the first 2 rounds.
I heard an unconfirmed report. Again, this is just speculation, but it comes from a good source that Gen G, in fact, arrived this morning.
Oh.
They were not there yesterday. They were later than us. They
Wait, that's how they beat any sort of jet lag that might happen. It's by just never going to sleep.
Yeah, if you say so. For me, that doesn't work.
No, for me, that doesn't work either. However, no. I have no however. There is no however.
It does kind of support my theory that these players just do not care about jet lag, and they will play to their best no matter what.
I don't know. I heard some players talking about it affecting them pretty recently, but it wasn't these ones, and it seems to not affect Gen G whatsoever.
I look at these fights, the scenarios in which Hanwha Life had to fight back, because in the early game things were a little bit laissez-faire, and there were some trades that I wasn't feeling very good about for Hanwha Life, but they were able to battle back and punish some of the greed from Gen G, right? This play here where Chovy is unable to get value out of the Emperor's Divide the way he's looking for it, and Zeus becoming such a huge threat on this Ambessa, getting in the back line here. Amazing stuff on the side of Hanwha Life, and it looked like after this fight, okay, we might have a series on our hands. It felt like it was starting to materialize. And yet,
I mean, I think this game was still absolutely amazing.
This moment.
Yeah, this was the one where Chovy manages to just snipe Viper.
With all the attempted heal, with all of the protection, it's just not enough.
Yep. And this was with Zeus getting into the backline again, and his ults were actually pretty good this game, and they were working out before that moment.
Keen.
And it was so rough, but this, Zeka just overstepping.
Because he doesn't have anyone with him to follow up. That's just such a tanky Cassante. Viper's trying to push Ruler on the top side of the fight, and so Zeus also kind of just runs in and dies. And then Ruler for the Penta angle at the final moments. So Zeus is trying to catch a G8 Jarvan and is unsuccessful. And then Gen G at this moment, they're like, I think we just play with our food. I see checkmate. We have Hextech Soul. We just do not care. And Ruler calls for the Penta.
Yeah, it was in fact, it was Chovy's mom that apparently said that they arrived this morning. That's really cute. It's all right, Gen G, it was clean. It was just clean. And I thought that maybe like a change in patch, things like this might have changed things up, but I guess not a whole lot changed and not enough changed to make this one happen, as their Ruler is so incredibly excited. This guy gets denied so many pentas here in the LCK, and finally his team allows him to take it. And when you do almost 50k damage, you can understand that.
It's just a crazy composition here for Gen G, so much comfort. I think Keen is Palm, though. I'm going to have to say it, Atlas. It was.
I mean, I would have voted for Kane, 100%.
It was pretty insane, his performance across both games to me, but there's an argument for Canyon.
Yep.
There's an argument for Ruler. There's an argument for Chovy. There's a small argument for Duro. But
actually,
I'm curious
a
who gets it.
decently large argument for Duro.
Yeah, I'm curious who gets it in the end.
Yeah, I think like there might be a fair bit of just Ruler voting.
There may be a tiebreaker or something. I don't know, because we don't have it yet. It might be that close.
Ooh, that'd be pretty cool.
I'm just speculating, but
yeah. I'd like to see it. But that is a 2-0 as well. It was almost a 6-gamer, but we did not quite get there. But let's have a look at who it is. It's Keen that picks it up. There is justice in this world, Wolf.
Yeah, it was not a tough choice for me, even though I think everyone on Gen G had a huge part to play in this game. Like, this is with Chovy's arm guard play, right? That I'm still like, yeah, of course it was Keen. Yeah, he warped the entire first game because he crushed the Gwen matchup so hard that then the Jhin had to go up and it was just a whole disaster.
Yeah, I mean, that was more about the draft, but this, like, it was a difficult matchup for him to weather in the early game, but he was just the Keen Sante, and he won the game-winning fight and was so extraordinarily strong when that was a game set up for Keen to take over. He has taken over games like that before. Not against Keen. Not against the
Zeus is so big in that game, and he had so many good ultimates, still just couldn't make the same impact.
Yep, not quite getting there. And now we get to have a conversation with Keen after he's just got back from his trip as well. So interested to see how he's going to feel. As you can see, we're preparing for it now. I hope that Keen's just going to be a little bit more relaxed, you know, because of course, probably a little tired.
Yeah, I think everybody's probably a little bit tired, but it did not show in the gameplay here for Gen G at all. I think everyone's going to go get some well-deserved rest after this series.
I would agree. So now it is time to throw it over to Keen, see what he has to say.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Keen on the side of Gen G. Congratulations! Thank you. With today's victory, you secured top 4 of the final standings, along with a spot in the playoffs and Worlds. Did you expect to secure everything so soon? And how are you feeling? At the beginning of the season, I did not dream of getting this far with such a long consecutive victory. And I think being able to secure Worlds and playoffs, it actually makes me feel a lot more comfortable now. And does anyone remember the last time Gen G lost? With today's victory, you're on a 27 series winning streak, including EWC. So does it feel like your team is just constantly growing stronger? You know, I feel like we had so many experiences going to best of 5s. And I think now we're at a point where we know that by the end of the series, we know that we can win. So I think at this point, I believe that everyone's just enjoying the game. And in Game 2, with enemy and Bessa's power, team fighting was crucial. So in every teamfight angle, your teammates carried out their roles perfectly. What is Gen G's secret to such traits? I feel like we have cleaned up our shot calling and communication through all the team fights that we have learned how to do and pull off such good traits eventually. So I think that's what really brought us to this point, and we're able to carry that out. And it's such a shame that we have to pick only one highlight, but let's take a look at the craziest team fight moments. You know, at first it was a little awkward and iffy, but in the end, I think we fought pretty well. So what was your read on this angle? You know, individually we were quite split, so we really had to fight well and it had to be perfect, but Chovy was able to toss the enemy Lucian, and I think in the end we were able to clean out pretty well. And yeah, even Ruler was so impressed in this moment. He said, "Why are you guys so good at fighting?" Yeah, I think in the team fight, Azir did really well, so honestly, kudos to Chovy. And from the first match of your round 3, you have already secured playoffs. And with this momentum, how many consecutive wins are you going for? You know, continuing our consecutive wins is a great thing, but personally, I actually haven't been paying too much of attention to it. And I think I'll just have to keep trying and make sure that we just keep winning. Maybe my goal would be to just keep winning, but I think just to actually just win it all until the very end. And this coming Friday, you'll be at the Inspire Arena for a LCK team roadshow against T1. So what mindset will you prepare with? You know, we won in our own homestand match, and I hope that we're able to win on another big stage, and it's going to make me really happy. And that's the end of the interview with Kian, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Yaya, as it is Keen and Genji getting the 2-0 against Hanwha Life Esports. Waited until pretty late for that one. Made it very entertaining, but they continue their undefeated series streak, moving further and further along, 19-0 in the LCK. And with that win, as it was said in the interview, qualified for Worlds. The MSI Championship perk was if you win MSI and make playoffs in your domestic league, you make it to Worlds no matter what. Genji able to activate that in the first possible moment.
Yeah, it's a little insane. They've already locked playoffs.
Yes.
It's day one.
Yes. And now they're going to Worlds.
Yeah, they're actually doing the speed run, no? Like 19-0?
Not so much in game 2. That was not the speed run in game 2.
Maybe not. Maybe not. But like...
Maybe they just want to milk it. Like, guys, we have some suspense, you know. Let's see how... Okay, we're done.
They did it for the show!
There, you saw this perfect.
There you go.
Look at that. Look at that. Wadid and Pony are best buds, and he knew exactly what his best bud was saying. World's qualification, any % speed run secured in July complete.
Yeah, I told you. And also, whenever like Genji is struggling, like I remember what Chobi said after the MSI, you know? He literally said he did it for the show. And I could definitely see that he was limit testing on Azir, so...
Yeah, let's take a look at some of our other comments. Do we have votes? There we go. Votes first. Very, very close. Tie between Canyon. And so it was broken there by the analysts. Yeah, it was a multi-way tie. Broken by the KR analysts. They went with Keen on that one. Keen painting for the POM.
It's actually only both of us voted for jungle.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, see, we are what I like to call based.
Oh,
you know,
yeah. Based ox sausage.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Keen vote's pretty good. I was honestly a Chovy voter, and then he had some questionable shuffles towards the end of that game, and I was like, yeah. But Canyon, even the heat, the Korean summer, I mean, even the heat of when he was at EWC couldn't stop this polar bear. He just seems immune to the weather.
The Vancouver summer as well. The Canadian summer.
I mean, especially I really liked his play when the game 2, when it was 4th Drake. It was kind of 50-50. You have to like fight for the smite. If you lose this Drake, you lose the Drake like 3-1, right? So I think it was kind of a crucial moment where like Genji could actually lose the point there. But I think he won that smite. I think it gave the Genji a space for scaling out for the late game.
You didn't sing your comment though. Come on.
Who let the bears out?
All right, let's see our final comment here. Where are we going with this one? Is it CT? I think it's CT. No, it's Helios. I'm playing Kisante tonight. Oh, yeah. That was good, Helios.
I love how we always have the theme. Helios is like, I'm going to play that champion tonight. That's always just his vibe.
It's his safe one. At least he gets a comment in after a long day.
I'm not complaining.
Some people that don't get them in.
I like the consistency.
After,
I love to see it, right?
Yeah. And we don't even get it in. All right. Let's move to our highlights here because we had a couple. Because, as Wadid said, Genji made a bit of a show out of it. Starting off, highlight number 1, 23 minutes down on the bottom side of the map around the Drake.
So this one ended up being really significant because they try and focus down Chovy. Nice dodge away from the ult that comes out from Peanut, and Peanut tries to go for the dragon. Comes down to 50-50 that Canyon secures. But here, Delight makes a beeline straight for Chovy. We get the follow-up as well that comes through from the Ambassador. But watch this. Before he actually uses the stasis, he places down a soldier. Right here, you'll see in a second.
Right
there. Places a soldier down, then he goes into stasis. And this is important because as soon as he comes out of the stasis, he then has a soldier there to dash to and goes for the shuffle on Viper, who had his dash forced by Canyon. The teamwork there, the setup is so good, and the foresight. Like, you've been ulted by Ambessa, and his first thought isn't, I need a stasis. He's like, what am I doing after I stasis? It's just so good.
Yeah, this is so, like, crazy. Like, I think most of the mid laners, I think they should, like, they're gonna just pop their Zonias right after they get hit by Ambessa ulti, right? But Chovy, he knows the damage. So, and also he knows the point of the team fight. He just, I don't know how he can actually place the soldier there and then get into the Zonias, and then before you get stunned, he shuffles in. Like, that's just crazy.
It just gives such a relaxed vibe that like despite a high pressure situation, he can just go like, okay, soldier down, do this. You know, like, I feel like a lot more people would be so much more stressed, but I feel like now he's faced all these high pressure situations. It's just smooth.
He's
chill,
just
relaxed.
enjoying it, I guess.
Yeah.
There were so many different angles that you could rewatch that fight too. I'd rewatch it from Viper's point of view. His ult barely missing out ruler. His dash forced out. Like he didn't really have the opportunity to play. It was such a very fun replay to watch. And here we go in the mid lane. This is our game-winning moment.
Yeah, I feel like HLE had the better situation here, fighting for mid priority. I thought they could actually just push out, but I think Zeka misplayed here.
Zeka!
Kinda hard, because he has Zhonya's, and he could actually jump out after using his ultimate. So he didn't use his Zhonya's, and I think the reaction from Keen was just perfect. Even though he was 1 HP, he pressed the ultimate to force out Zeka, and after that, the follow-up from Genji was just way too clean.
And I feel like this is a big reason why a lot of these votes went towards Keen, because he was soaking so much damage, and it's so difficult in these late game situations with the damage flying out. Even as a Cassante, he would get shredded, but he was willing to bear the brunt in a moment like that, found the window to turn it around.
It's scary. I mean, game one, we highlighted the macro play from Genji and how they knew how to play the lane swaps, get people in the right spots. Here, they said, you know what, we'll drag it to late and just win a fist fight with our hands, able to do so there. A very, very comprehensive victory from the best team in the world, Genji, as we take a look at the standings. Still a big fat 0 there in the loss column for him. 19-0, qualified for playoffs, already qualified for Worlds. This team is unstoppable, whereas Hanwha Life Esports, you know, they get great practice here because you're playing only against the legend teams from here till playoffs at 14-5. Good practice for them.
Yeah, and I think, you know, later this week, we do have Genji up against T1. That's going to be the big question marks. I think HLE's form has been a little bit rough recently, but if Genji have a similar performance like this against T1, I'm going to start worrying for the Legend group because, you know, we obviously expected with it being triple round robin, with there being a lot of strong teams, that someone will be able to take Genji down, but after today, I'm starting to wonder, will it happen?
Also, weird kind of tidbit here. There's only 3 teams in the LCK on a winning streak, right? Because the only team that was on a winning streak in the Rise group was Bro. And then we have KT on a 1-game win streak, and then Genji obviously on their 19 win streak. We have 7 losing streaks going on.
That's crazy.
I don't know how that mathed out, but yeah, interesting little stat there. DNF trying to end their losing streak against the BNK, and then later on it is KT versus Nongshim in our Legend group battle tomorrow, so you don't want to miss that. Man, what a day of action. It's so great to be back, and we're so happy to have done that with you. No worries, there's more all week long. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK, thank you so much for watching. We'll catch you tomorrow for more Rise and Legend action. It's time for bed.
자, MSI 끝난 지 얼마 되지도 않은 것 같은데 벌써 시작됩니다.
가까이 그룹으로 좀 나눠지고 있는 현재의 상황이 되겠는데.
Please help us so long. Diabo dancing around this fight and manages to take out all of them.
라이브가 끝난 게 아니잖아요. 잘 극복하고 올라오는 것도 필요해 보입니다.
Doesn't kill me, makes me stronger.